A fast-talking legal gal, and I'd say we're done.
$25 minimum opening deposit required. Account subject to approval. See branch for details. Member FDIC. Compass Bank. All rights reserved.
When it's all on the line, it's on Time Warner in HD. Time Warner has all the football excitement you crave this season, with every Cowboys game in high definition on our advanced fiber network. Watching your Cowboys and other NFL matchups on our crystal clear high def puts you in the center of all the action. True football fans can enjoy exciting NCAA football on our new ESPNU. And Longhorn fans, we even have UT football on demand with BVOD. Plus, Time Warner's Metro sports coverage brings you your favorite high school games, so fans, parents, and players can relive their team's victories with video on demand.
Score big. Get digital classic cable for only $29.95 a month for 6 months when you bundle with Roadrunner high-speed online 7 megs and digital phone Texas. Call today, 888-216-9660.
Football on Time Warner.
It's good!
Offer ends 11/15/07. Bundle rate returns to regular rate after promotional period. Games broadcast in HD will be delivered in HD to Time Warner customers. HD service is an optional service available for an incremental charge. All services not available in all areas. Other restrictions apply.
Hey, it's Jagger for Man's Best Friend. 2 ways to get a hold of them, 972-988-0991, or you could log on to their website at mansbf.com. Man's Best Friend, all about positive reinforcement training. That's right, they work with all behavioral problems from housebreaking to chewing, anything that your dog needs to be taught, like obedience, socialization, maybe home and family protection training. You can do that as well. Now, when it comes to boarding, the nice thing about Man's Best Friend is they do dog boarding, but they also do cat boarding. So if you're a multi-pet family, the perfect solution is Man's Best Friend. They've been in business for over 25 years, and the nice thing is when you're there, they can take care of any kind of grooming needs you might have. Baths, dips, toenail trims, all that kind of stuff. They have climate-controlled indoor kennels. You can start with a free 30-minute consultation if you're looking for training. All you got to do is call 972-988-0991. That's 972-988-0991. And remember, you can actually make your boarding reservations online at mansbf.com.
For a well-trained dog, call Man's Best Friend.
Hey everybody, it's Big Dick Hunter from the Wild Ass Circus inviting you to come join me and Jack Daniels at Bell Bottoms tomorrow for a special Jack Daniels live broadcast from 10 p.m. to midnight designed to thank you, the NASCAR fan. Jack Daniels will be on site with the lovely Jack Daniels girls in the ultimate NASCAR fashion. Clint Boyer is moving ahead in the chase for the Cup, so get your race on with Jack Daniels and get your wild ass out to Bell Bottoms tomorrow from 10 p.m. to midnight at the corner of Harwood and Grapevine Highway with me, Big Dick Hunter, Live 105.3, and our friends at Jack Daniels.
Hey, what's up? It's Chloe from the Russ Martin Show. And dude, have you been to budlight.com recently? Dude, other than the snazzy graphics, there's a really cool section. It's called the Have Some Fun With It section, where you could watch videos, view pictures, and upload your own. It's kind of like Bud Light around town. Dude, it's really, really cool. Of course, all the latest TV and radio commercials are up there, along with contests like W Ride. Really cool. You got to check it out. Downloadable ringtones. Just go to budlight.com to check it all out. Bud Light, always worth it.
Beautiful ladies, dressed in anything you want. Or better yet, nothing at all. Jaguars Gold Club. Las Vegas style entertainment, just the way you want it. 2 locations. In Dallas, 2151 Manana, just west of 35. In the Mid-Cities, Fort Worth, 12325 Callaway, right at the corner of Highway 157 North Collins. Bring your own favorite beverages and come enjoy the most spectacular Las Vegas style show in North Texas. Thursday night, our world-famous Panty Party. Our beautiful entertainers performing for you live. And when they take them off, you take them home. You take them home. World-famous Jaguars Gold Club Panty Party. Thursday night, 972-869-GOLD. 972-869-GOLD. Las Vegas-style entertainment just the way you want it. Jaguars Gold Club.
If you're looking to get into a new car, truck, or SUV, and currently you're upside down on the vehicle that you own or you have, the easiest way to get out of that is through leasing with D&M. You put no money down, say 40 to 50% every month over buying a car. By the end of the lease, you should have righted yourself, and at the end of the lease, you can either walk away from the vehicle or you can buy it. And D&M can show you the paperwork, what that car is going to be worth at the end of the lease, whether it's 2, 3, 4 years. It doesn't make any difference. Go to the website, dmautoleasing.com. On there, you can put together exactly the vehicle you want, decide who you want to deal with D&M, and the process is going to be the same, regardless of who you deal with. They'll bring you a car, you want to test drive it, home or office, doesn't make any difference. The paperwork is, a lot of D&M customers end up signing the paperwork, sitting in their new vehicle. That's how quickly that goes. Also, if you donate your vehicle to the Can Academies of Dallas-Fort Worth, D&M Auto Leasing will make your first month's payment on any new or lease return. Okay? Donate your car to the Can Academies. They'll make your first month's payment, so you're saving even more cash. Just another reason why you should lease from D&M. Any area code 35 lease, 35 LEASE, or online, dmautoleasing.com.
Pioneer Elite has always been the best, but now they're taking it to a whole new level with Pioneer Elite Kuro. Pioneer has flown their best people to Star Power to celebrate the release of their new Kuro. And listen to this. Get never-before pricing on a stunning 50-inch Pioneer HD plasma. Just $19.99. That's unheard of. And for a limited time, buy any plasma or LCD 37 inches or larger, and we'll give you a Canon PowerShot 5-megapixel camera and a Canon photo printer free. And did I mention zero interest financing for a full year? Come deal direct with the manufacturers for extra incentives. And remember, for a limited time, buy any plasma or LCD 37 inches or larger, and we'll give you a Canon PowerShot 5-megapixel camera and a Canon photo printer free. Now at Star Power, Texas' #1 Pioneer Elite dealer on the tollway between Beltline and Arapahoe at the corner of Knox and Cole, and now in South Lake across from Town Square. Star Power. Amazing.
Hey, it's Jagger, and when a friend tells you that a restaurant's great, or you gotta go see a new movie, you go into the deal sort of knowing you're gonna be okay. Well, let me tell you, my friend, when you're in a car wreck, you need to call 1-800-THE-DOGS. The attorneys at Frankel & Frankel are quickly going to become your best friends after a wreck. We call Mark and the other attorneys there when we have a problem, and so should you. They just added another trial attorney last week. Yes, I said trial attorney. You see, they actually go to court when they don't think that their clients are being treated fairly or getting enough money. Are they good? Well, D Magazine just had Scott Frankel listed as one of the top personal injury attorneys in Dallas. And Forbes Magazine is going to feature the firm in October. Oh, and did I mention you don't have to pay them anything up front? So listen to your friend. Call 1-800-THE-DOGS immediately when you're in a wreck. Believe me when I tell you, you'll be glad you did. Car wrecks or any other personal injury matter, they're going to take care of you.
Get legal representation with Bite. Car wrecks, bankruptcy, criminal, divorce, and workers' comp.
That's 1-800-THE-DOG.
Trapped under a car, left to die.
She's a survivor.
The search for Sarah begins.
Where is she?
The new season of CSI, CBS tonight.
This segment brought to you by Fort Worth Lap Band, where Mondo is losing weight.
KLLI, Dallas, Fort Worth, Live 105.3. The Russ Martin Show on Live 105.3.
I understand what the prayer vigils are for.
I have no clue. Raise your prayers. I don't know. But look how many people are just outside waiting for him to croak.
Yeah, what are they going to do when he
They're
dies?
at the Vatican?
Yeah.
What's the point of waiting outside the Vatican?
I really don't understand.
The idea is just to be close to him. I don't get it. When he dies, Catholicism's not going to collapse.
No.
I'm not bagging on the guy.
No.
He was a cool dude.
He's had a wonderful life.
Yeah, he's had a bunch of stuff. I don't understand what the prayer vigils are for.
It's time.
Yeah, they need someone who can speak.
You don't have to pray for him to go to heaven. That one should be a shoo-in.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you don't make it work.
Yeah, when they throw him into heaven, that should be nothing but net.
Right.
What is it, Jeff?
Hey, bud. Man, I would pay $100 to come hang out at your house. Probably even more than that. And
well, that's for a raffle. Paying $100 doesn't mean that you're going to get something out of it.
Oh, I don't want anything out of it. I think it would be cool to just hang out.
But I mean,
you're a hot girlfriend. She'd run around naked the whole time too.
But you understand you're paying $100 for a chance.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't care.
Okay.
That's worth it to me, bud.
All right. Well, I appreciate it.
Hey, Grand Dragon, how do I join the clan?
I have no idea.
Ah.
Why don't you have a raffle? Hey, I know.
What?
Why don't you have a bake sale?
We do from time to time.
Do you know how sad that is when a motivational speaker like Larry looks at you and goes, I don't get it?
What it is there's no hope for you, man.
That's like my psychologist telling me I suck.
Yeah, very much. I was having such a good day till Larry called. Just depressed.
Actually, JD, you're my biggest failure ever.
Stop it! just a despondent sound in his voice where he's going, this guy, I just don't get it.
I'm going to put a poster of you in my office just as a reminder of what could happen.
You stop! It's enough.
Is there something easy? Because what you did with me when you started me on the whole workout thing, you made sure.
Is there? What's the question?
Hold on, I'm getting past your other stuff.
What's the question? Is there something easy?
Is there something easy you can start him with? Get him hooked.
I don't care anymore.
God.
I'm serious. I hope he gets fat. Fatter.
Larry!
Because you know what? The fatter he gets, the better you look.
That's probably the best time I've ever had with Larry on the air.
Yeah, I'm just having a blast myself. Can I go home?
I'm going to come up with nicknames for you.
Great. We're right back to elementary school.
Were you were you a heavy kid when you were little?
Me?
Larry? Yeah.
Or JD?
You.
No, I was chubby. You know, and then I got skinny, then I got chubby. But I deal with this issue my whole life. Every day I wake up, I deal with it. I remember, I know that if I don't do the program, I'd be a 400-pound man. And that's why I live it, I do it, I breathe it.
He does. Anytime we've gone out to eat, even though, it's like a one-time thing for us, he still orders stuff, like if it's later at night, low carbs, takes the cream or whatever, has stuck on the side, whatever. So he really does that.
And I do it every day. I mean, I eat the way I do, and I believe in making bad food. You know the program. You guys know it. But I'm done with you, man.
Stop! What happened to Mr. Motivational?
What? I've known Larry probably 7-8 years.
Yeah.
I ain't never, all the talk shows I ain't never heard him talk to anybody like this.
You've known me actually over 10 years. I was on your late night show on the weekends a long time ago.
Oh, that's right, 94 or something like that.
Yeah. But I've never faced this before.
I need to drink.
Yeah, you stop drinking. So obviously you can get into a groove.
Yeah.
You've got some type of willpower. Why is it you can't hang on to this?
I don't know.
Why you got to have funky diets?
I don't know. They're not funky, just food.
Are you losing weight?
No.
Okay, then.
I liked you better when you drank.
Great.
I'm just kidding. I
You
don't
gave
mean
up
that.
on me. Now you want me to drink.
I'm upset, man. JD, I'm serious.
I'm depressed.
How long have I known you now?
I don't know.
Yeah, you've known Larry longer than me.
Thank
Last
God
20 minutes, it seemed like
thank
about
God
6
that
years.
infomercial didn't work
Yeah.
because they would have called me a fraud.
How much weight have you lost total with Larry in the past?
I was down about 30 pounds.
Okay.
30 pounds of fat.
Mm-hmm. It was.
Can I ask you a question, JD?
No.
One question,
Go ahead.
and then
Go
I'll lay off, and
Yeah.
I won't bother you again.
Here it goes.
What made you gain the weight back and then to have no desire to get back to where you were?
I have the desire. It just doesn't, I can't lose it. I've tried, and it gets depressing, so I just go back to my normal eating.
Well, what do you eat?
Trade in your thyroid for antidepressants.
What do you
I
eat?
thought about it, believe me.
What are you eating now?
I'm doing those Morningstar crumbles.
Okay.
Mixed with fat-free
Well, when
beans.
you say you go back to your bad eating, what is it you do? Do you stop by the Taco Bell or something?
I have, yeah. Not recently, but yeah.
I give up on you.
Okay. God. Chloe, you too?
I'm almost there.
Nice little trifecta.
Why don't you go to the gym?
I don't want to.
I didn't want to either.
Well, I just have no motivation to get in my car and drive to a gym.
I didn't either. Why don't you got weights out here? I don't work out every night of the week here. I drive to Larry's place. I make him pay for it now.
Yeah.
Go out there and start using the stuff. Work out with Rob.
Well, I don't really know what I'm doing right now, and I don't want to injure
Well,
my-
you can work out with Rob. You can work out with O'Malley. Give him a couple of dollars to train you. That way you don't pay him in advance so you don't skip out on them.
Russ, I just offered 90 days of personal training, and I would extend it if you stayed with it. How many of your listeners would have jumped on an opportunity like that?
Do you mean at one of your gyms or
Yeah, at the gym, anywhere.
He ain't going to send him here.
I'll send them there.
All right. What about that, John?
Don't.
On the nights that I don't work out, which is like Tuesday and Friday are the only nights I don't work out. I tell you what, I'll go to one of Larry North's places and leave the gym open another night during the week.
It's okay.
Train 3 nights a week.
No.
How about a half hour?
I don't want to.
Well, then be fat.
Okay. Oh, I'm so depressed.
How come you don't want to do this?
I just don't want to.
You're almost 50.
Yeah.
Now's the perfect time to get going.
I know it's a perfect time. I'm just telling you. I can be happy and cheery and go rah-rah, sis, boom, bah. I'm telling you, I won't do it.
Don't you think if you pay in advance, that way you know if you skate out on a workout session, you don't get that cash back, and you just wipe your ass with a 50.
I realize.
Hey, did your girlfriend break up with you?
No.
Well, give it time.
Go! Can we take a break?
Russ Martin. Afternoons at 3 on the Alternative Talk Station. Live 105.3.
Well, hi there. Traffic's brought to you by Bridgestone Firestone. There's a wreck in Fort Worth on northbound 35 at Spur 280. Only 2 lanes are getting through, and traffic's backed up to around Vickery on the South Freeway. In Haltom City, eastbound Loop 820 before 377, a wreck in the left lane has you backed up to the North Freeway. Also in Fort Worth, eastbound 820 at Beach Street, the traffic is slow, probably because of the wreck. On northbound 75 Central at Bethany, there's a wreck involving a truck in Allen, and then in Denton on southbound 35 at State School Road, a wreck's been reported. I'm Gail Lightfoot on The Russ Martin Show.
The Russ Martin Show. It's the greatest find yet. Live 105.3.
This segment is sponsored by Kleiman Evangelista Eye Center at 1-800-714-2020 or LASIKsurgery.com.
Right now at your Bridgestone Tire retailer, you can get an American Express branded award card worth up to $100 when you buy 4 select Bridgestone tires.
Offer valid September 1st through September 29th, 2007. Mail-in claim form required at participating Bridgestone and Firestone retailers. See retailer for complete details and eligible tires.
When it is raining, it is because he's thinking about something sad. Even the things his parrot says are insightful. Once, he knew he dialed a wrong number, even though the man on the other line wouldn't admit it. His shirts never wrinkle. If there were an interesting gland, his would be larger than most men's lower intestines. He is left-handed and right-handed. If he were to mail a letter without postage, it would still get there. His charisma can be seen from space. He is the most interesting man in the world.
I don't always drink beer, but when I do, I prefer Dos Equis.
Enjoy Dos Equis responsibly. Imported by Cervezas Mexicanas, White Plains, New York.
Stay thirsty, my friends.
Excuse me, but that cigar you're smoking, it smells wonderful. What is it?
It's a Black and Mild.
Why does it smell that good?
Pipe tobacco. That's what it's made with.
Pipe tobacco? Get out of here.
Hey, I was here first.
I didn't mean you. I meant, who would ever think of putting pipe tobacco into a cigar?
Well, the people at Black and Mild, obviously.
So, what's a Black and Mild taste like?
Even better than it smells. Rich, smooth.
Rich and smooth. Awesome.
It's the pipe tobacco again. There's nothing like it. Want to try one?
Yeah, I'd love to.
Here, let me light it for you.
Now that is one incredible cigar.
Get out of here. Just kidding. By the way, I'm Rich.
Yeah, just like your Black and Mild.
Black and Mild cigars. Rich taste, famous aroma. Look for the 5-pack wherever you buy cigars. Surgeon General warning. Cigar smoking can cause lung cancer and heart disease.
When you need a car, truck or van, who you gonna call?
Listen up, Metroplex. When you sell too many new cars, trucks, and SUVs, you get too many trade-ins. It's Bankston's Excess Inventory Elimination.
Oh, Bankston!
Now through Monday at all 9 Bankston locations, we're out to sell over 1,000 pre-owned vehicles. Click Bankston.com and choose from over 5,000 pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs. All makes, all all models. We're talking late model, low mileage Chevys, Fords, Chryslers, Jeeps, Dodges, Nissans, Hondas, and more. Plus, we've priced over 750 used cars for $99 a month. $99 a month. With savings this high, you better not buy till you've been to Bankston. See the Dallas Morning News and click Bankston.com.
Call Bankston!
Don't miss Bankston's excess inventory elimination. Now through Monday at all 9 Bankston locations. Bank on Bankston to save you money.
America knows Survivor is back with a vengeance.
We're getting weaker by the minute.
So we all supposed to be hungry and miserable tonight. We got no water, we got no food, we got no fire.
Now, CBS Tonight, behind the Great Wall of China.
No, they're going to tell me not to do what I need to do to survive.
Is the dirtiest challenge ever attempted.
There's nothing more skeevy and just disgusting.
Then, the season premiere you've waited all summer long to see, CSI. Left to die in the desert, the search for Sarah begins.
She's a survivor.
Where is she, Catherine?
Plus, the first without a trace of the season
We've got a missing 2-year-old.
is the one you'll never forget.
This child doesn't have to die.
Don't miss television's best night with a new episode of Survivor China, followed by the season premieres of CSI and Without a Trace.
After an all-new Survivor China, the search for Sarah begins in the CSI season premiere. Tonight on CBS 11, coverage you can count on.
CBS presents this program in color.
How do you know it's his bag?
Well, who else is going to have a catheter bag? A guy in a wheelchair.
And he comes to the bar all the time?
Yeah. And then I happened to go into the bathroom after him, and there in the trash can was his bag of piss.
They always fill up with piss?
This one was.
Well, I didn't know if you could work both ends.
I don't think so.
How old is he?
Probably my early 30s.
Why is he paralyzed?
I've never asked.
I think if he's leaving a bag of piss in your bar, you can ask.
He's a nice guy.
I ain't slamming him. I just like to know why he's leaving a bag of piss in your bar.
Well, they got to change it out when they got to change it out.
Why don't you just wear a diaper?
Well, because if you're paralyzed from the waist down...
Well, how do you know you got to piss?
Well, that's why you're catheterized.
And that's probably why you wouldn't wear the diaper. Because it's not well, urine's one thing, but, for like a colostomy bag, it wouldn't be good to wear a diaper, for the poo, because that's unhealthy.
For the poo?
Yeah.
Well, he said his poo don't go in his bag.
Oh,
does he have two different bags?
I would assume so, yeah.
Oh, I got to stop by when he empties his poo bag.
I've never seen that, thank God.
How big is the bag of piss?
It kind of looks like...
Ron Chapman? Everybody's singing it.
It's just a picture of him on the side of it.
Yeah. Top banana.
It was like a...
Leading the parade. Go ahead, what?
Like a half-full IV bag.
Okay.
So it's about that big?
I'd say, 8 inches long, maybe. About 3 inches wide.
If you're paralyzed, how do you know you got to squat?
You don't. That's why you have a catheter or colostomy bag.
So just, you seep into it?
Yeah.
Oh, cut me in half. Seriously.
Yeah, that's why you got a bag, because...
No, just cut me in half.
Well, I can't cut you in half.
Yeah. That's...
Even if they cut you in half, you still have to get all the toxins out.
Well, just shoot a hole out. Have somebody empty me out once a week, like they do the grease traps.
Just attach a nice tap to your belly button or something.
Yeah. Just a little spigot. That way you can stand over the urinal, turn it on.
You can't stand.
Stand on what? Well, let me work it out in my head.
Okay. You'd have to actually be held by someone.
I really think you get to a certain crossroad and I'm ready to go.
I'm kind of with you, but at the same time, then you look at these people and function
But you know
normally.
you're running around carrying a bag full of grunt.
Well.
And piss.
Yeah. And your weenie doesn't work. But he's a nice guy, seems happy, works. I guess your perspective on life changes when something like that happens.
Now, if your weenie doesn't work, obviously you're still gonna your brain is still gonna have a sex drive just because your crank don't work. Wonder how you come to terms with that.
I think after a while, knowing that it doesn't work, it just starts to shut down.
Actually, I think there's shots even that you can make it work.
Yeah, they have pumps and things, but what Russ is talking about
Bender's always said that. I'm talking. Yeah, what Dan's about to explain. What I mean is, if it doesn't work, what do you do with your sexual release?
Desire.
Yeah.
It seems like it would have to just wane after a while.
I don't know.
You just give up?
I guess. I don't know. Maybe it does. Maybe your ween works when everything else has gone to hell.
Hey, his ween don't work.
I just assumed if you're paralyzed from the waist down, that includes everything.
Maybe your ween's on a different circuit. I'm not kidding.
Possible.
It is possible.
It's up front, and it's got something that runs straight to the brain.
It makes sense. Like if you're in a bad car wreck and they said, well, you're paralyzed from the waist down, my first question would be, does my junk still work?
Yeah. F a bunch of legs.
Exactly.
I learned to walk on my ween. I get horny enough, I'll walk on it. Why don't you ask him next time you see me if he wants a BJ?
Oh. No.
Ask him if it gets hard.
No.
That's fantastic bar talk.
Yeah. Buy him a drink first.
He'll get drunk and do it. I'm not going to ask him if he wants a BJ.
Hand job?
No.
It's research, for God's sake.
Dry hump. Blue balls.
Oh.
He never comes in with a chick?
No, I've never seen him with a chick.
What days does he come in? I'll ask him.
It varies.
How often does he empty that bag?
I've only seen it once.
You're still not sure it was his?
The chances are with me. The odds are with me that there wasn't anyone else in the bar with him.
Oh, you got the smoking bag.
Well, you said he emptied it into the trash can, right?
I guess he just changed out, actually, because it was just...
Oh, okay.
There was just the bag sitting there.
Is that even legal? Well, I mean, like when you do that at like at a doctor's office or a hospital, you have to slap the biohazard sticker on it.
It's just piss.
I know.
Why don't you see if you can get a bunch of his empty bags?
No.
Why?
I'm not going to touch an empty
piss bag.
Catheter bag.
Well, we got to do something with Gavin's office between now and Monday. We haven't done anything to it in months.
I know.
I got to get off this lazy spell. Let's turn it into a terrarium.
It could be fun.
Or an ant farm.
Might be hard to come up with that many ants.
What else? So far, we've turned it into a bathroom, a closet, hold over the wall, so there was nothing there when he showed up.
Brick wall.
We did a brick wall? Oh, that's right. He opened the door. There was bricks.
With the graffiti. Didn't we do a beach? Or was that a lake? Where we had the fish in there?
I don't think we ever did that. We talked about it.
Okay, well, there's one.
What do you call it when a bunch of birds run in one area?
Atrium?
Is that it?
I don't know. Thought that was normally before you got into the place you were going.
Whatever. A bunch of birds in there with trees, sitting in the trees.
Nah, that's too pleasant.
That's true. It would be.
All the bird crap?
Yeah. If they do it tomorrow, it'll be till Monday.
Pigeons.
Yeah.
Oh, nasty.
Where do we get pigeons?
Euless.
I hate to brainstorm on the air. How do you catch them?
They're relatively slow. You can come up with a net, long net.
What about there's got to be some sort of company that does, birds for weddings and special events. And just get some of those.
Now I want the nasty pigeons.
All right, fair enough.
We're missing something. And obviously, we're going to continue to miss it.
Well, we've done a horse in the building, donkey in his office. Would be interesting.
No. Did we stick a bobcat in there once?
Oh, yeah. The snakes.
Yeah, he was there for that.
Oh.
I want him to walk into something. This is disappointing.
He'll come to you.
Alligator?
Yes. In fact, I talked to him last night. He said he was out fishing, I forget where, someplace locally. They said they saw an alligator. Where do we get those?
I haven't a clue.
Clue?
That snake guy, would you have a recommendation?
I don't know.
Alligators.
An alligator by Monday. Good one. Get a couple of them. Maybe they'll screw. Open the door and there's an alligator busting a nut on his desk. Getting his crock on.
Yeah.
Yes, Michael.
Decorate it like a gay bar and hire actors with like the leather chaps and the chains and stuff. That would be hilarious.
Yeah, maybe. I want something constructed. That always has the biggest effect.
Well, the guys who built the wall built it in about 2 days.
Yeah, we don't have that long. I'll think about it. I'll get drunk and come up with something. Okay. Anything else before we get started?
Look, just a bunch of news, stuff to get to.
Phew, we're on fire.
Yeah, we are.
What is a billboard out in front of the building? The I Can't Stop. Have we talked about this on the air?
No.
Because I got a feeling I know what it is.
What do you think it is?
Is that a religious something?
Yes. That's Ed Young's church.
Why is it billboard in front of this building?
I had nothing to do with where they placed those billboards.
I haven't seen that anywhere else.
I have no clue as to why they'd put an ICan'tStop.com billboard in front of this church, in front of our building. But it's a series they're currently doing about addictions and learning to stop.
Mm-hmm.
I doubt seriously Ed Young spent money just to make a point to you.
Why not? What better way to get free radio out of it?
You're right. I haven't seen any other around town, but that one.
So what's the message? Stop?
The destructive path of addictions.
Everybody knows that their addictions are destructive.
And ways to stop.
How do you stop?
I haven't seen the series.
You looking it up, Dan?
Trying to.
How long's he been doing
I think
this?
it's I need the number 2 stop.com, actually.
What's the name of the church?
It's Fellowship.
Go there.
You're God schmooking, aren't you?
You haven't put that billboard up out there?
I haven't put a billboard in front of the building, no.
It just happened to be owned by our same company.
Is it a CBS board?
Yes.
I knew that how?
It says CBS underneath it.
Oh, that.
Did you have anything to do with this?
I didn't. Why would I? No.
Well, as far as Ed goes, it's a perfect way to get exposure for your series. Has this already started?
Yes, I believe it has. Last weekend.
So obviously you didn't go.
I did not go.
When's the last time you went?
It's been about, I went to Corpus Christi, so it's been about 3 weeks.
Mm. Yes, Misty.
I think you should turn the office into an igloo.
I don't get it. I mean, I know what an igloo is, but why?
Just to make it icy cold in his office. Put those big blocks of ice in there and turn the air down real low. And when he comes into his office,
it's a great idea.
Don't unplug the phone. Don't.
Why don't we just start news? Maybe something interesting will happen.
Okay.
Oh, also, I read yesterday, Trey, have you heard about a blood test called Immunos Cap?
No.
They said you can take that instead of doing the scratch test.
That's what Chuck said yesterday. He's done that.
Oh, I didn't know that.
It's a single blood test, and it comes back, and you get literally a book of
everything you're allergic to.
Everything in the world and how allergic to it you are.
And they said it's as, from what I read, it's as accurate as the swipe test.
Yeah.
The only reason my doctor said she doesn't use it is with the test you get the results back in 20 minutes versus having to send it off to a lab.
Well, how long do you got to sit there and get scratched up?
It's literally, it's like a 6-pack of those little...
How long does it take?
At the actual sticking part? 30 seconds.
But you got to wait how long to see what you're allergic to?
15 to 20 minutes.
I'd rather do the blood, but they just come up here and get it, send it off, and find out what I'm allergic to, and go from there.
A couple of days, you'll have a book.
Would that be easier?
Yeah.
I'm going to do that instead. Because if I don't do something quick, my voice is going to be gone in a couple of days.
Happens every time this year. I mean, you know what I mean.
All right. Ready, Dan?
Yes.
Or did you find something else?
I'm still trying to find it on thefellowshipchurch.com. But you had mentioned the cap thing. I actually saw that in, I think it was Men's Health. I just forgot to pull that to give it to you. I have it in the office, but you said everything already.
All right. Ready?
Yes.
All right. 3:35, Dan O'Malley's here with news.
Thank you, Russ. Brought to us by Maxim Motorsport, where Club will be this Saturday from 2 to 5 p.m. That's Maxim Motorsport, located 420 Central Expressway, 75 in McDermott in Allen. Thursday, September 27, 2007. Birthdays today.
You tell that Mr. Ed just quit it, then stick that board out there?
I did not tell him to do that. Not at all.
I've been looking at that for 2 weeks, and I keep meaning to ask, and I saw it again today.
I didn't tell him. Ed Young, I did not tell him to put it out there. But he'd listen to me as to where to put a billboard.
How many times have we talked about it so far?
A couple.
Okay. What's a billboard cost per month? 10, 15 grand, depending on the location?
Yes.
All right. How many people you think just went to check it out now?
A lot.
He's already got his money off that one board. And if that's the only board in North Texas, I'm going to get you.
You can't prove it has anything to do with this whatsoever.
I don't have to. I'm still going to get you.
Jeez.
You're the only link with me and Mr. Ed and my addictions. You put that board out there?
I didn't put the board out there.
Tell me the truth.
Well, CBS will...
I'll know if you're lying.
CBS will know who put it out there.
Well, CBS knows that Ed Young stuck it out there.
Right.
Did you make a suggestion to the church about where a billboard should be placed?
No.
Drop a hint.
No.
No.
They know where I work. Talking to one of the senior pastors a few weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing. And they just asked, where do I work? And I told him where we were. That's the only thing I can think of.
And that you're a recovering alcoholic surrounded by
alcoholics.
They know that. They've talked to me about that before.
What'd they say?
They just sympathize. They say it's got to be very difficult. And I say, yeah, it's really not, because
we don't force anything on you.
No.
Don't drink that much on the air.
No. No different than going to a bar for lunch. There's people having drinks there.
Okay. Load it again, Cliff. Do we need a break?
Yeah.
3:30. Is that board out there?
Yes, it's
on
out
purpose.
there. If it's on purpose, it's not at my behest. It's not. I didn't do it.
Tell me.
I didn't do it. I have talked to a senior pastor about where I work, what the job is, and things like that.
I might ask you till I find out.
I don't know.
I did the same thing with Amy the other day at work.
What'd you do? What'd she do? What'd you try to find out?
I walked into the room and it smelled like egg grunt. When you fart? No. Did you fart? No. You fart? Yes.
Well, I'm not going to tell you because I don't know.
You fart?
I'm sure I have.
Those are the worst ones, too, at least for me.
She's standing right in the middle of it.
Well, it's hers.
Don't make any difference.
Yeah.
In my house.
You own it.
You're going to fart, stick your ass out the window.
She's now not allowed to fart in your house?
Not when I'm going to walk into it.
Maybe she didn't know you were going to walk in.
I live there.
Well, sometimes you miss it. It's a big house.
How could something that small blast out something that nasty?
Joey won't even go to the bathroom in my house. I don't know how she does it. She comes over for 3 or 4 days at a time. I never catch her.
Are you watching her?
No, but I've only got a couple of bathrooms.
But do you check it all the time?
Well, I know where she is, more or less. And when she disappears into the bathroom, if there's an odor that comes out, then I figured she must have had a moment. But I never catch
Is that what she calls it?
A moment.
Taking a moment?
Yes, I'll take a moment.
Okay. You going to do news? You're going to stand there?
I'm sorry. Birthdays today. Avril Lavigne is 23. Gwyneth Paltrow 35. Sean Cassidy is 49. Meatloaf turned 60. And Wilford Brimley is 73. Less than 12 hours after his arrest for a wreck that killed a 2-year-old, an Irving man with a history of driving drunk is out of jail. Walter Raymond Day is charged with intoxication manslaughter and intoxication assault following Tuesday night's wreck. Police say Day was drunk when his Cadillac Escalade slammed into the back of another SUV, causing the deadly chain reaction. He's out of jail after posting $150,000 bond. Court records show that Day paid a fine and served probation back in 1994 after pleading guilty to driving while intoxicated.
You have them stick that billboard out there?
I swear I did not. Not that I'm aware of. I didn't ever go to Ed and say, you know what, it would be a very nice thing, considering the addictions of my dear friend, if you have this series coming up, there's a billboard that happens to be empty that's right by the exit that he takes every day. That would be a good place to put it. That all didn't slip out of my mouth.
Not to Ed, but to a senior pastor.
I never said all those words.
Together.
Email.
No.
Voicemail. Etch-a-sketch.
No. No.
Hand signal.
It wasn't. I didn't do it. Now, if you want to come to the church and watch the series, that would be, probably beneficial.
All they're going to tell me is to use God in some form or fashion to walk off my addictions. If it was that easy, then I wouldn't need to go.
That's what it says here.
What?
It's just real simple. It's when it comes to changing our lives, we think it only takes a certain amount of determination, drive, and discipline. But there's much more to change. And in this series, Ed Young teaches us that change, real change, comes only from God. And when we learn to partner and cooperate with Him, which, by the way, Him's not capitalized here, we tap into the power that can radically change everything about our lives forever.
Horse.
Well, then don't come to the series and sit there and scream that, please.
let me bring my cup in?
Sure. You spit cup? Sure.
They got no problem with that?
I've never seen anybody spitting in church, but I can't see why they would. That's going to be an issue.
It's an addiction.
They're going to ask you to leave and do that addiction and listen to the series online.
I still got my cup.
No, you can't.
I'll just shoot it straight in there.
You can't do that.
Bring your laptop with some porn on it.
Yeah.
No.
Porn's an addiction.
I know, but they're not trying to. You're not supposed to come do your addiction there.
Well, you're supposed to catch me when I'm in the middle of it, my weak moment.
No.
And that church is going to have a good Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
No, you can't come and do that.
Bust off a couple of pages on YouPorn.
God. No. Please don't.
Time's a thing on Sunday.
It's not. They canceled it. I heard the church burned.
Wow.
They were handing out cigs.
Yeah.
Line 2. Yes, Mark.
All
right, I'll try that.
A terrorist wanting to smuggle radioactive material from Canada into the United States probably would find it easy to do.
I saw that today.
Yeah, this according to a new report from congressional investigators. Government investigators were able to cross from Canada into the U.S. carrying a duffel bag with contents that looked like radioactive material and never encountered a law enforcement official.
They even said they have roadblocks set up, unmanned. You just drive around.
Just a matter of time.
They had, it's probably in the story Dan has, a couple of guys with the, I guess, U.S. government carrying a duffel bag big enough for the makings of a smart bomb. Walked right in. Nobody around.
And it wasn't just once. The investigators made the crossing 3 times in the fall of 2006. In one of those instances, the GAO, the General Accounting Office, said the Customs and Border Protection Agency reported an alert citizen notified authorities of the suspicious activity of the undercover investigators and described their vehicle. However, the report said that the Border Patrol was not able to actually locate that vehicle.
And the Border Patrol's response, do you have that?
Border Patrol.
The quote was, just know that a lot of times we see you that you don't see us.
Oh, I see. Like the time that senator brought a elephant and a mariachi band in from Mexico and nobody stopped them.
Yeah.
Yeah, they see us.
I've never understood why we're only concerned about our waterways and not the top and the bottom. Because the top and the bottom's easiest to get into. The waterways, you can see them coming.
And
long way out.
Yeah.
On the ground, we don't seem to monitor that.
And again, here we are. Do the test. Tighten the borders. What tell CNN? Why announce it that we have these problems? Just tighten it up internally.
I'm sure that most people know that our borders
are ridiculous.
Porous.
I guess.
Maybe they're hoping for some type of reaction. Because who knows how long it's been like this.
We're not going to do anything. You and I, as citizens, we're not going to do anything. We're going to read that story, get pissed off, then go to lunch and tan and work out till something blows up.
Well, and we're still not going to do anything. Then we're going to complain for a couple of years, and then we get complacent again. Yeah. Not even that long. We were pissed off months after 9/11. Yeah. I don't like to wait. I don't like to take my shoes off. I don't like the delays at the airport.
I don't like being pulled out. How
would you like being in one of those buildings that got hit by a plane? Would you prefer that instead? Because it can happen again. And I don't know if we've been lucky over the past 6 years or actually we've done something.
You hear stories from time to time that they do thwart things, but if you can walk into duffel bags 3 different times and come across the border with an elephant and mariachi band, we're lucky.
You're right. Go ahead, Dan.
Okay.
See, we're past it already.
You're right.
You want a break? Yeah? Okay.
We'll be back to the Russ Martin Show.
Get ready for flu season at Kroger. Flu vaccinations are just $25 in Kroger's pharmacy. See your pharmacist for details. Kroger, right store, right price. This segment brought to you by Apple Moving. Go to applemovingdfw.com.
Like nothing you've ever heard before. The Russ Martin Show on Live 105.3.
If you like to save, drop by Verizon Wireless for deals that add up to something special. For example, say you want to add someone to your current plan. Well, right now, you can add a line for only $9.99 monthly access on family share plans with 2 lines starting at $69.99 monthly access. And if you need a phone to go with that new line, the savings just keep adding up. Right now, you can buy any Motorola phone $39.99 or higher after any rebates and get up to 3 Motorola Razr V3M phones free, each with new 2-year activation. That's right. Buy any Motorola, add lines for $9.99 per month, and then you can outfit those lines with free Razr phones that are GPS navigation, Vcast music, and Bluetooth headset capable. And if you can add, you know that $9.99 plus free adds up to some serious savings on America's most reliable wireless network and a really cool Razr. So switch to Verizon Wireless today. Buy a phone, add a line, get a free Razr, and watch the savings multiply. Verizon Wireless, America's most reliable wireless network. Activation, early termination, and other fees apply per line. Coverage details at vzw.com.
Hi, welcome to Compass Bank. How can I help you?
Don't lie to me, name on tag says Jenny. This is not a bank.
Of course it is. See the Compass Bank logo? Is everything okay?
Yeah, well, there's a sign by the door about something called Build to Order.
Right. That's our new customizable free checking account that lets you choose the features you want.
Customizable. Ha! Banks don't let you pick. So, what exactly do you sell here? Desks?
No, it's really a bank. See that big vault?
I do.
Oh, and here's a free calendar.
Okay. I'm getting my bearings now. This is a bank.
Yes. Now, would you like to hear about build to order free checking?
Perhaps.
With features like free ATMs worldwide or waived overdraft fee, you can build the exact account you want. Plus, change your features whenever you like.
Now, wait a minute. No bank would ever say that.
Introducing Build to Order Free Checking, the first truly customizable checking account that gives you over 5,000 ways to build the one account that's right for you. Call 1-800-COMPASS or visit compassbank.com to sign up today. Compass Bank, just a little better. $25 minimum opening deposit required. Account subject to approval. See branch for details. Member FDIC. Compass Bank. All rights reserved.
Let's answer some important questions from our customers at Mortgages USA.
What's the lowest credit score you can have and still get a home loan?
The federal government has authorized Mortgages USA to secure loans for credit scores as low as 500. That means most people can qualify for a home loan. Call 800-595-4021.
Why should I call Mortgages USA instead of my bank to get a home loan?
Mortgages USA has loan programs just like your bank. Plus, we compare hundreds of other programs to make sure you get the best deal. Call 800-595-4021.
Do you offer home loans to first-time buyers so I can get out of my apartment?
Mortgages USA has loans for refinancing, cash out, purchase, and yes, first-time home buyers. Call 800-595-4021. That's 1-800-595-4021. Mortgages USA, Texas license 66376, 2505 Highway 360, Grand Prairie.
Travelocity presents the Hula in Hawaii sale.
Aloha!
Save $150 on a 6-night vacation to Hawaii. That's $150 off for surfing, sunsets, sand,
and hula dancing. Hips to the left, shake, shake, shake.
Save $150 on Hawaii now at Travelocity.
Hips to the right, shake, shake, shake.
Just book with your MasterCard card.
$150 off. Now less talk and more hula dancing.
Restrictions apply. Visit Travelocity.com for details. Travelocity. You'll never roam alone.
This is the new Ryobi One Plus lithium drill with 18 volts of power. Notice it's not slowing down. And it won't. That's because, like all the new Ryobi One Plus lithium tools, it has a battery that maintains peak power twice as long. Plus, the new battery fits in all the One Plus tools you already have. So even they get a power boost. Ryobi One Plus. Pro features, affordable prices. You'll find them only at the Home Depot. Oh, the drill didn't run out of power. Commercial's over.
All right, summer's gone, and pretty soon you're going to be spending more and more time indoors as the weather cools. Now's the time to start thinking about new furniture from Ashley Furniture Home Stores. Right now, Ashley has some of the best prices of the year on all your favorites, so no reason to wait any longer. You can get that new leather couch or chair that you've been looking for or looking at. Maybe a new dining room set for all the entertaining you're going to be doing. Ashley Furniture Home Stores, they've got quality furniture that's going to last for years and years. It's the only place I shop for furniture, and that was before I started doing endorsements. That's where the endorsements came from. You're going to be amazed at the variety of styles to choose from, as well as the money that you're going to save by shopping at Ashley. Go online, ashleyhomestores.com. You can look at all the room collections, use the virtual room planner. You can drag and drop furniture, see if it's going to fit in the room that you're looking at, so you don't waste time buying something that's not going to fit. Also, when you go into the showrooms, everything's arranged in collections. It's not sofa, and then the rest of the stuff, so you got to figure out what goes together. Everything is pieced together the way it's supposed to go. And if you want to mix and match, they can help you with that. 7 Dallas-Fort Worth locations. The new one in Frisco, Plano, Mesquite, Grapevine, Arlington, Fort Worth, or North Richland Hills. One phone number for all 7 stores, 817-633-6838, or online, AshleyHomeStores.com.
Tonight, television's most Emmy-winning night returns. NBC Thursday Comedy Night Done Right premieres with an hour-long My Name is Earl.
Living the dream.
Stuck in jail for a crime he didn't commit. Will good karma return? And will joy confess to help free Earl?
Oh, hell no.
My Name is Earl premieres, followed by the hour-long premiere of The Office.
Who's laughing now?
We can't tell you what happens. All we can say is don't miss the first 2 minutes. And for Pam and Jim, see what happened after this.
Are you free for dinner tonight?
Yes.
Then it's a date.
Then, nobody does a premiere like ER.
Somebody call security.
With a patient no one ever expected.
Mila?
I'm not leaving her.
This is what happens when you screw around in the ER.
NBC Premiere Thursday starts with the hour premiere of My Name is Earl and The Office, followed by the premiere of ER. NBC tonight.
It all happens tonight, starting at 7, only on NBC 5.
All right, y'all. Welcome back to Am I Living the High Life? Let's go to the phone. First call.
Hey, am I living the high life? Seems like everyone in this bar has really tight pants on, and they're drinking like neon-colored drinks with straws.
You know full well you ain't living the high life. Everything about that is wrong. Now hang up and get your butt out of there. Next call.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I got a question. Am I living the high life? My buddy just bought me a beer.
Well, that's a good start.
Hang on a sec here. I got this lime stuck in the bottle.
Lime as in fruit lime?
Yeah.
Come on, man. You know you not living the high life. Next caller.
I'm at this club, and this guy's got his shirt wide open. He's got his gold medallion nestled in his bushy chest hair.
Man, I can't even talk to you. Next caller.
Yo, am I living the high life? I'm at this backyard picnic with my wife. The guy's making steaks.
That sounds good. Check the cooler. We got any High Life?
Miller High Life, yep.
Free meat and a good honest beer at a tasty price. Congratulations. Well, we got to go, so thanks for the calls, and please support your local High Life.
Miller Brewing Company, Fort Worth, Texas. Live responsibly.
Skip and Steve for Robbins Brothers, world's biggest engagement ring store.
Skip, I wrote a list. What a guy wants when he buys an engagement ring. Tell me if I missed anything.
Okay.
Number 1, great value. A high-quality ring at a price he can afford.
Check.
Number 2, world's biggest selection.
Check.
Number 3, an education about diamonds so he can buy intelligently.
Check.
Number 4, excellent service from knowledgeable sales associates who care about their customers with no high-pressure sales tactics.
Check again.
Number 5, a ring she'll love forever, so he'll always be a hero.
Big check.
Number 6, a shopping experience that's fun with a cold drink, relaxing lounge, and ESPN on TV.
All checks. Steve, you've done it. That's exactly what a guy wants when he buys an engagement ring. At Robbins Brothers, we do all of that and more.
Thanks, Skip. Oh, I almost forgot number 7, a genius like Steve Robbins to make it all possible.
Check, please.
You'll find Robbins Brothers on the corner of Spring Valley and the Tollway near the Galleria. For directions, call 1-800-610-RING or check out our website at robbinsbrothers.com.
Hi, my name's Dexter, and I kill people. Bad people. People who deserve it. But all the people who know that are dead. I always thought I knew what I was, but now I'm not so sure. Am I a hero because of what I do? Or in spite of it? Am I good? Or am I just really good?
America's favorite serial killer is back on Showtime. See why People magazine declared Dexter is the best show of the year. 4 stars. The season premiere of Dexter, Sunday at 9/8 Central. Followed by Brotherhood, the series that the New York Times raved is exceptionally good, and the Associated Press hailed as a masterpiece. Part of the Showtime free preview weekend. Call 972-PIC-TWC today to get Showtime for 50% off through the end of the year. Offer expires 10/31/07. Some restrictions apply. Free preview available to Time Warner Digital subscribers. Call for complete details.
Sometime you know you're going to need a lawyer. There's one number to have it on each speed dial. 1-800-THE-DOGS, 1-800-THE-DOGS. He can help you out with all sorts of issues, especially if you're having financial issues you're dealing with. Ruben and Associates, one of the dogs over there, specializing with individuals who are struggling with financial problems. You know, debt is at an all-time high. You got foreclosures you read about every day in the news. Many great folks. You get credit card debt and medical bills can get out of control so quickly. Taxes, bad credit, whatever it is. Bankruptcy, it's not this horrible black cloud that hangs over your head the rest of your life. In fact, it's powerful law put together to help you start reestablishing your credit and paying these people off and a little bit at a time and stop the collection. You don't lose your house. You don't lose your car. And the phone calls stop as soon as you make one to Reuben and Associates at one number, 1-800-THE-DOGS. Give them a call, 1-800-THEDOGS.
Get legal representation with Byte, car wrecks, bankruptcies, criminal, divorce, and workers' comp.
That's 1-800-THEDOGS.
Without a Trace begins the new season with their most emotional case yet.
Tell me where the boy is. I'm talking to you.
The season premiere, CBS tonight after CSI.
What would you pay to break out of four walls and escape on two wheels?
Now, with a great deal on a Honda Cruiser, it's even less. Come on down to Maxim Motorsport, your Honda powerhouse dealer in Allen, and ride home on a lean, sleek Honda VTX 1800 or VTX 1300. Or ride off on the stylish, custom classic Shadow Spirit 750. Hurry and take advantage of up to $1,500 in bonus bucks on select models. And ultra-low 1.99% fixed APR through AHFC for up to 36 months. So get down to Maxim Motorsport, your Honda powerhouse dealer at 420 Central Expressway South in Allen, just south of McDermott Drive, before September 30th.
And ride off with a great deal that's good to go.
Offers apply to select VTX 1800, VTX 1300, and Shadow Spirit 750 models on approved credit. Other restrictions apply. Bonus bucks good with select new 07 and prior year models. See dealer for complete program details.
Yeah, well, it's a pretty good job, innit, when you think about it? I mean, basically, I help people save money, don't I? Like, I tell people they can save hundreds by switching to Geico. They go to geico.com, maybe save all this money on car insurance, and the next thing you know, I'm like invited to their wedding or whatever. One bloke actually asked me to be his best man. Dear, oh dear. Point is, if you want loads of friends, giving away money, it's not a bad idea.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
And now, another conversation with the man who hasn't switched to Geico.
I'm sorry, I'm just not into personal service.
I don't understand.
Really? Well, I don't like service to start with. Then when you add on the personal part, I really don't like it.
I see. Then I guess I better not tell you about your local Geico representative who lives and works right there in your community, so he's really in tune with your needs.
You're not really helping your case, you know.
Call or visit your local Geico office today. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Hey, it's Jagger with Mike Ruff from EAS. That's Efficient Attic Systems. All summer we've been teaching you about radiant barrier and how important it is and how much money you can save. But right now, big news, radiant barrier rebates are back, but a little bit different this time because...
These are the largest ever, Jagger. You've got to have a radiant barrier in your home. Everybody knows that now. Otherwise, you're wasting money every single month. The great news is the manufacturers have given us $2 million in rebates, but they go fast. We're passing that along directly to our customers, so take advantage of that. Summer may be winding down, but your energy bills aren't going to be.
Now, the other thing it does with those rebates, it dramatically lowers the cost of what the install is.
That's right. Your payback is going to be that much faster. Now's the perfect time to invest in your home, invest in your comfort, lower those energy bills. And again, this is a product that's recommended by the Department of Energy. Call us today, 866-55-ATTIC. That's 866-55-ATTIC.
Take advantage of the biggest radiant barrier rebates ever going on right now with Efficient Attic Systems, 866-55-ATTIC.
A must-listen to soap opera every day. The Russ Martin Show. Afternoons from 3 to 7.
KLLI, Dallas-Fort Worth. KLLI HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Live 105.3.
Nissan leads the way with more all-new, completely redesigned cars, trucks, and SUVs. Buy your Nissan from Tarrant County's leading Nissan dealer, Don Davis Nissan, in Arlington.
To the Russ Martin Show on Live 105.3.
Call Russ, who's impervious to all that surrounds him. Now at 214-787-1053.
Okay, Dan.
The leading Democratic White House hopefuls conceded Wednesday night they cannot guarantee to pull all U.S. combat troops from Iraq by the end of the next presidential term in 2013. The debate, moderated by NBC's Tim Russert, was, of course, broadcast on MSNBC.
This was last night?
Yeah.
Did you see any of it?
Of?
The debates. Well, I didn't know. I saw it. It's just funny how they every time he gives them 30 seconds, they don't answer from nothing. They don't even get close to the answer to the question.
Did you pull any audio?
No. It's useless. Nothing was said.
Why do they waste their time with this?
I don't know.
If it's just like any of the other debates, they bash on the current administration.
They did that. Especially,
and that's really all you get out of it.
Especially Hillary. In fact, Tim kind of caught her in something. It was about illegal immigration. And she goes, I would never do that. Really? Well, that quote came from your husband. And she stops and she goes, well, I'll talk to him about that when we get home. It was the only moment that was really kind of funny.
So who all was there?
All of them. Tom, Dick, and Harry. There's at least 10 or 12, Trey. There's guys I have no idea who they are or where they even come from.
Was it Democrats or Republicans?
Democrats.
So Edwards, Obama, Biden, Clinton.
Well, if it was everybody, then it was the main ones, and then
all the guys. Well, you'd think there would be somebody like the guy from Arizona, look like a president.
Who doesn't have a chance. So you actually come out and say something.
Possibly. Biden was there, of course. He actually was kind of funny. He was just answering real short because they told him, you talk too much. He asked Tim, ask him a question. He goes, yes. And you hear the audience kind of chuckle. But this other guys, they don't have a chance in the world. You think somebody would come up to them and go, you're taking up space, really. I mean, we love you, but you're not going to win.
Yeah, but they're making, you said the guy from Arizona, you mean New Mexico?
Yeah, New Mexico, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Bill Richardson, was served in the previous Clinton administration, and he's making a name for himself, and he'll probably serve.
That's all it is, really, then.
Yeah, a lot of these guys, he's governor of New Mexico, and he'll go back and probably be in the cabinet.
I know the answer is going to be yes. I'll ask it anyway. Is that Gail on the phone? See, I knew it was yes. Does the Democratic Party really believe that Hillary's going to be their best shot at the White House?
I think so. I think they're split on it, but I think everyone's kind of is starting. It's still a year away, but 9 months till they pick someone. I think everyone's kind of conceding that she's going to be the nominee.
So why throw it away? We're not going to elect a chick. We're not. We won't. I'll vote for Gore. Because now there are rumblings that maybe he's going to get in on this.
God, I hope not.
Why?
That would muddy up. I'd like to see a Clinton Obama. I like Obama, actually.
I like him too. I said I'm going to backtrack a little bit, and I don't think he's got enough experience, but I like that. A lot of times, if you don't know any better, you can get crap done. Because a lot of people, you'll come up with an idea, and you've got 1,000 people. There's no way that this can be done. If you don't listen to them, something might happen.
He's weak on foreign policy, but
that's why you have advisors. You're still the decision maker.
Mm-hmm.
We can take Gail. Hi, Gail.
Hi there.
What do you got?
I've got Chicken Express. And in Richardson, northbound 75 Central Ramp to Campbell, you've got construction that's causing a backup on the service road. Bless you. On I-35 northbound before Royal Lane, you got a disabled vehicle that they just moved to the shoulder of the roadway. In Fort Worth on northbound 35 at 280, the left lane's blocked. Traffic's heavy from Vickery on the South Freeway. In McKinney, there's some road work on Central southbound. It's in the left lane just before Wilmouth, and they say it should be picked up by 4:30, and traffic is slow from FM 543. Eggs. Richardson, Custer, northbound at 190. There's a wreck blocking 2 lanes as well. I'm Gail Lightfoot on the Russ Martin Show.
Thanks, Gail. 70 for the low tonight. A little warmer tomorrow, actually. 93 for the high. 91 now at Live 105.3 with some showers popping up on the radar.
All right.
You're going to ask a question. And the answer was going to be yes.
I think I already asked that.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Democrats really think that Hillary's going to be their best shot. I'm missing that. Short of the fact that they think Hillary is actually going to be a, what's his first name?
Bill?
Yeah. A Bill Clinton administration. Because he's going to be there. Just like it was flip-flop when she was running the country.
Right. You wonder if they put Hillary, if she wins, would there then be Obama as vice?
I doubt it.
That'd be smart, though. I think that
you cover two minorities.
I think with those two on the same team, I think they'd be a slam dunk.
You'd have to flip flop it. If the Democrats really wanted some kind of shot at the White House,
and Hillary will never do that. She never takes second spot.
We're not going to stick a chick there.
I don't think so.
How old is she?
Late 50s, early 60s.
Okay. We've talked about that before. She's gone through menopause. She's closer to being a guy.
Still not going to do it.
No. You can't get the things done. There's a male mentality that you need to have a driving force.
And nationally especially.
And I know that Margaret Thatcher was a dandy chick, but there's a different mentality over here. You're going to be the most powerful person on the planet. You can't be a chick. That's a sign of weakness. And they're going to test us. The rest of the world's going to test us on a regular basis.
I agree with you there, but I think that will happen with any Democrat.
That the world would test us?
I think that we're more likely to get attacked and see how they respond in the early stages of if a Democrat's elected.
Hmm.
It may happen for a Republican too. We're going to get tested to see
if they're as nutty as Bush.
Uh-huh.
I still like the redneck mentality,
especially in the times we're in. I really do. You got whacks like the guy from Iran running around. You need a whack over here too.
Anybody really jack with us when Johnson was in the White House?
Well, we were mired down in Vietnam, but no.
Okay. What's the matter, Dan? We need to blow something up. Today's been too slow.
What do we have? Well, we have a bunch in there.
It just got slower.
Well, what would you like me to go get?
Go get me something. Give me some
Whistling Chasers?
Yeah, those. Where's your lighter, Dan? Never mind, I have one right here. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. The state rested its case just before noon today in the animal cruelty case that has captured the attention of many North Texans. Deshaun Brown, of course, faces animal abuse charges in the death of the pit bull named Mercy. Mercy died 10 days after being brought to the rescue group Operation Kindness in Carrollton. According to the NBC blog by Nigel Wheeler, the defense is now rested after calling 2 witnesses. Brown has opted not to testify. Closing arguments are set to start at about 3 o'clock. Brown is charged with animal torture and could serve up to 10 years behind bars. They're expecting the closing arguments to wrap up by about 8 minutes ago, and then will be in the hands of the jury.
Hold on. Yes, Greg.
Hey, I just wanted to make a comment that at the end of the day, on Election Day, our country is too racist to have a woman and a black man on the same ticket. There's no way that could happen.
I think we're beyond putting a black guy in the White House. I think we can do that now.
Non-racists outnumber racists.
I think you can do one or the other. I personally think that on Election Day, the ticket's going to say Clinton and Edwards. I don't think that anybody is ready to have a woman and a black man at the same time. One or the other, great. Both, no way in hell.
I could probably live with a black president and a female vice president. The black's got nothing to do with it.
No, and he's the best spoken.
Hold on.
What's going on?
He's the what?
Of all the people that speak last night, he was the best spoken.
I don't think that's what you meant.
Yes, it is.
I believe things are about to pick up.
No, I don't think so. No, what I mean is he answers all the questions, and he actually answered them as opposed to Hillary. And who's that little short guy, by the way? Looks like Ross Perot.
Kucinich.
What is he doing there?
Where'd he come from?
Mars.
I forget what state. I got to hear him.
He's a congressman. He ran last time. He's anti-war. He wants to pull, and that's his only real platform.
That he's anti-war?
Yeah, and I think he wants a flat tax.
He's from Ohio.
They do a full shot of all of them, and he goes, 5'10", 5'9", 5'10", 2'3". There's like a little kid up there.
Is he really that short?
Yeah, he's like 5'3".
If that. It's funny.
So what did Obama have to say?
It was just specifically what he had to say.
Mm-hmm.
What are you doing?
Nothing. Don't worry about it.
I'm just smoking over there.
Oh, God! Jesus Christ!
All right. When did you put in the torpedo tube?
A couple of weeks ago.
So it's been right here by my leg all the time.
Yeah. It goes from me straight over to you.
That were good.
Ass. Well, bring the air purifier over here. Except for the smoke. That's funny.
That went right by my leg.
The smoke before is hysterical, though, as it just comes trickling up next to you.
I thought it was going to go off for a second. That's too smoky. Maybe I should try a Roman candle.
Oh?
They don't smoke as much, do they?
No. And the thing with a Roman candle, you really don't have to put that in the tube. You just point it at him.
Nah, but then he'd know. Before the first one.
Oh, okay.
Can you smell that in there, Ryan? We're going to set off the fire alarm.
Yeah.
Does he have the, Ryan have the phone number for Station 47?
Yeah, it's on the, one of the little index cards on the console in there.
Do you want to turn that thing up all the way to get the smoke out?
Is it up all the way?
No, it is.
All right. If the fire alarm goes off, call them. Don't bother with 911. I ain't got no time for that.
And tell them everything's fine, not to come.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't just call them.
So, hey, we got smoke. All right, we're on our way.
Hey, what's up?
Good, dude.
Okay. Attorneys for a man condemned for killing his parents 9 years ago hope the U.S. Supreme Court's announcement this week that it would plan to review the legality of lethal injection would spare him from a trip to Texas's death chamber tonight. Carlton Turner Jr.'s scheduled lethal injection hinged on an appeal lawyers were trying to ally with the High Court's decision Tuesday to review the case of two Kentucky inmates who contended lethal injection caused unconstitutional pain. Hours after the High Court's announcement, a hastily prepared appeal attempting to make a similar argument failed to win a reprieve for another Texas inmate, Michael Richard. He was executed Tuesday night by injection in a procedure similar to the one in Kentucky.
I don't get why. Chloe, you can leave it on, but turn the fan down. Leave the processor on high, but turn the fan down. Got it? Yep. All right. I don't get why it had to take a couple of convicts to bring this before the Supreme Court with all the activists that are running loose.
All the Mike Farrells of the world, yeah, that scream and holler every time we kill somebody.
You say something, Trey?
They don't have a basis to file.
It's the same concept, except you got two guys on death row that said, we don't want to do this.
We'd rather not.
But you have to have grounds to file the lawsuit. Like Mike Farrell doesn't have grounds.
Well, why couldn't somebody in Texas who knows they're going to get it pretty soon have done that?
Oh, they have. They've tried.
Oh, they've tried.
Here's something funny I didn't know about Texas. And it's odd because you can't file your appeal until they set...
Chloe, give me the bottle. Maybe things will pick up if I get toasted.
Until they set your execution date. And Texas won't set... Wait, hang on.
That's a great story.
Yeah, sorry.
So far. No, go ahead.
You can't file your appeal until you get an execution date, and Texas won't set the execution date till I think 25 days within. Like they set it very quickly, so they kind of screw the people because they don't have a lot of time to make their final appeals. I'll kill myself if it'll.
Careful what you throw out there.
Put that on the wheel, Chloe. I don't understand. You've got murderers on death row. They've been convicted.
Yes.
There's no question that they've already been through their appeals. They're going to the death chamber. Why is it we're going to listen to them?
And they get to stop.
Only because you have a vested interest? I don't care.
And they get to stop the process, at least in that state.
Oh, they ain't stopped dick here.
No.
Because we went ahead and popped somebody this week, right?
We have one tonight.
Tuesday.
Yeah.
And then another one this evening?
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I think they're doing him in a few hours, aren't they? They don't wait till midnight anymore because they ain't got to worry about no power surge.
Right.
No, sometimes they still do at midnight, just, I guess, out of tradition.
You don't want to away from tradition when you offend people.
Yeah.
You want to take it away from the festivities.
It's an all-day party.
It's the final meal they bring in. There's balloons.
Tailgate. All right. Ben.
Okay. I was just trying to see if it had a time. It does not. More than 3 times as many black people live in prison cells as in college dorms, the government said in a report to be released today.
Why'd they release that?
They're bored?
Who pulled that news story?
I did. And it comes from NBC.
So? What are you on a tear?
No. A tear for what?
I don't know. Why do you want to point out more blacks live in prison than they do in dorms?
I just think it's odd and I don't think it's accurate.
Oh. Well, you should have said that.
Well, the story goes on.
All right.
The ratio is only slightly better for Hispanics at 2.7 inmates for every Latino in college housing. The numbers driven by men do not include college students who live off campus. Previously released census data show that black and Hispanic college students, commuters, and those in dorms far outnumber black and Hispanic prison inmates. It's one of the great social...
Well, why don't they just start teaching college courses in prison?
I think they do.
Oh. Well, they should count that.
That's
Trey, you want to get drunk with me?
Absolutely.
You get half a credit.
Well, then
the fact is, they came out with this story, and right underneath it, it goes, well, previous stories said that's not true. And that doesn't seem possible.
Well, it does seem possible because not as many blacks can afford to go to college. So the numbers are going to be skewed right off the bat.
Well, it's also just people living in dorms. Take UT, for example, almost 50,000 students. I think the dorms only hold 5,000. So you've got 45,000 students that live off campus, and they're not being counted.
Oh. Okay. Chloe, you want a drink?
Sure.
All right. Dan? I mean, did you want a drink too?
Oh, hell yeah.
Get 2 bottles, Chloe.
Do news like Brokaw.
Maybe that's what his problem was. Go ahead.
All right. Well, this out of Jefferson City, Tennessee. A 4-month-old boy was, was found in a darkened room at a daycare center with a pacifier taped into his mouth, the Tennessee Department of Human Services announced yesterday. The department responded Tuesday to an anonymous complaint that a caregiver at Noah's Ark Nursery in Jefferson City was taping babies' mouths shut. Upon arrival, an investigator heard muffled whining from the bathroom and found the boy's mouth covered with 2 pieces of 2-inch wide clear packing tape.
Did anybody die from this?
No.
Okay, well then I'm going to say this. They stuck a pacifier in the kid's mouth first, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But then they taped it in there.
Sometimes they fall out.
No, no, they don't. The kids, well, yes, sometimes they do fall out.
And you don't have to worry about them swallowing it.
And you pick it up and you put it back in your mouth. You don't tape the kid's mouth shut.
Where was this?
Jefferson City, Tennessee.
What was the company?
Noah's Ark Nursery and Preschool.
Okay.
What okay?
Just curious.
It's just the facility's received like shining reviews before.
Okay, don't worry about it.
And they what? Oh, you just smoking again?
Quit it!
Stop it! You had to get a clear tube so I can see it coming.
Oh.
Oh, and I'll see it till it's on my leg. Don't get me wrong.
Chloe, paint that black tonight.
Okay.
In its latest evaluation, that facility received a 3-star rating, the highest possible.
How long is that tube? How long is it
All the way
tube?
to my leg.
I think it's 5 feet.
Yeah.
It's so perfect. It just pops at the right moment.
Yeah, paint it black. The irony will eat you.
Crowds probably won't.
Isn't it funny how things pick up with explosives?
Yeah.
And alcohol.
Yeah.
Crowds probably won't mob the anniversary edition of the Ford F-150 at the State Fair on Friday. JD picked the story. With the pickup segment in a slump and more buyers drifting to cars and crossovers, the 60th anniversary of Ford's venerable truck isn't expected to attract massive public attention. For the past 30 years, Ford's F-Series trucks, which include the light-duty F-150 plus the heavier Super Duty pickups, have been the top-selling vehicles of any kind in the U.S.
Does Ford have a smaller version of the F-150?
They have a Ranger, yes.
How big is that?
They don't do Rangers anymore?
I'm just shaking my head because I'm not a fan of the Ranger.
Well, no, it's tiny. It's small.
You remember an S10 pickup?
That's a Chevy.
Yeah, if you're about the same size. The Ranger's the same size.
Colorado replaced that.
Oh, okay. I was just curious.
It was more or less a fair story.
Well, like Toyota has, is it the Tundra?
Yes.
Tundra and the Tacoma.
Right.
The Tundra's the full size and the Tacoma's the, yeah.
Even those are full size, they're not quite as big as a Ford or a Chevy, but they still have V8s and better gas mileage.
All
The Tundra's not as big as a Ford or a Chevy?
I don't think so.
I thought the newer one was.
They look pretty big, but I still think if you stick them side by side, the Ford's bigger.
During an online chat session, August 10th.
No. Put it at the... Give it to me.
What?
The lighter.
Okay. Well, there's certainly nothing I can do with that.
Go ahead. Just keep it.
During an online chat session August 10th with a 16-year-old boy, Kendra Sasser noted she had been disappointed to learn his age. There's a certain point where age just don't mean expletive deleted anymore, the boy wrote.
Is this the wife of the husband ratted her out?
Y'all.
All right.
Yeah, I know that, LOL, Sasser responded. FBI agents arrested the 30-year-old woman Tuesday at her home. The investigation started after Sasser's husband, Ron, contacted the Montgomery County Sheriff's Office on August 6th. He said his wife was having sexually explicit communications with minor males via the internet. Ron had been monitoring his home computer since late July when he installed software designed to capture and record the keystrokes. She was using MySpace to chat with the boy on August 10th when a discussion about his age occurred. The two were chatting online on August 27th.
Then they start swapping pictures of genitalia. It doesn't say in the story, though, and I looked around, why the husband was on to her. Because he put software on her computer that would go back and check keystrokes and whatever.
Well, that's the part you fill in with a gap, but I would think if someone... Like if she's doing it at home, if he walks by, she's always on the computer, especially more, recently versus in the past.
It might have been also he knew about her MySpace account, and a lot of times that's the way you catch chicks. In fact, I went and when I read that today, I had a search engine put Amy's entire name in there, along with MySpace, to see if I could find her.
Yeah, she didn't have one.
She didn't have a separate one.
You need to check Facebook as well. That's the other popular one.
Well, and I also just put her name, first and last, in quotes. And all I get is some big fat bitch with naked pictures.
Okay.
Maybe that's a cover.
It was like the first 5 pages of results. Just this BBW.
So why are you looking?
Just want to see if she's up to something.
She's not.
I don't know that.
Oh, come on. So this guy just is suspicious. You're calling him suspicious, but you're not.
Yes.
On the other hand, typing in her name, she may know you would try that, so she may be under a different name entirely.
Well, but how's anybody going to find her that knows her?
Maybe that's not the objective. It'd be like she would, I could see a woman or a man having a completely separate account, just completely made up just for the purpose of meeting people from online just for sex or something.
Well, there's only one way to find out.
You put that software on her computer?
I was thinking about slapping her around.
No. No.
That's less effort.
No.
Yeah. Cheaper.
No, it's not. No.
Get a workout.
We don't slap women around.
Well, we don't.
No.
But they don't know that.
That and software costs money. Phone books are free.
Right.
You don't hit people.
Okay.
And you don't shoot fireworks at your buddy.
Okay.
Good.
Damn.
Modern times seem to be riddled with growing gaps, the income gap, the achievement gap. Now, here's another one we apparently have to worry about. According to today's New York Times, the growing happiness gap between men and women. 2 new research papers arrive at this conclusion. One tracked traditional happiness data by asking people how satisfied they are with their lives and found that women who in the early 70s reported being slightly happier than men are now slightly less happy. Since the 60s, men have gradually cut back on tasks that they dislike. They now work less and relax more. Meanwhile, women have replaced housework with paid work, and as a result, are spending more time doing things they don't enjoy.
Fire in the hole.
Damn war.
Did you do 2, or is it one of the special ones?
I did 2. If I did more show prep, I wouldn't have to resort to fireworks. I was out on the car today. 2 hours trying to put in a speedometer cable. I knew I should have been in the house reading the paper.
I was wondering why you were quiet for a while.
It's not supposed to be that hard. You plug in the speedometer cable into the transmission, or whatever the thing is that runs back and forth, and then the other end into the speedometer.
Why did it take 2 hours?
Because it's hard to get it from the firewall up to actually the back of the gauge of the speedometer because there's too much crap in there. Finally got it in.
Well, good. I'm glad.
That didn't work.
After all that?
After 2 hours, you went to check it?
Yeah, I actually got everything hooked up, took the car around the block. It don't move.
God, I hate that. Where you spend that much amount of time on something and you can't check it in the middle to see if you're doing it properly.
I don't know why I decided to go back with original factory equipment. I should have just taken that dash, thrown it out. I don't care what I paid for it, and just made it a digital dash. Just with like a nice smoky cover.
Yeah.
And just completely digital. That way I know everything's going to work at solid state. I don't have to send out for parts when something goes bad. And I don't have to stick with 60s technology that we use not to go to the moon.
You don't spend 2 hours putting in a cable that doesn't work.
Oh, I'm sure it would work if somebody did it right. What's the matter?
I'm having a hard time seeing you right now. Smoke.
Oh. Sorry.
It's okay.
Were you going to say something, Trey?
No, you'd miss out on all the fun you're having.
Yeah, that sounds like a joy.
When does that come in?
You enjoy tinkering on that car.
I enjoy tinkering with things that I can get to work.
You got it to work?
No, it doesn't work.
Oh.
I got the cable in. It don't work. And I still don't know why I didn't think about this before. Just yank all that crap out, all the internal workings, and just stick solid state crap in there. I'm not trying to restore the car where I can go show it at car shows and make sure all the numbers match and you have all the same serial numbers. I want it to be dependable. That's all I want.
You got any bell about you and your car? I know you have a Batmobile and a Mach 5, but the general release sounds like the first car you really worked on.
Hold on a second. What is it, Shane?
Yeah, if you'd actually taken the 5 to 10 minutes to pull all the screws out of the bezel, it's a lot easier to put the speedometer cable in than it is to try to fish it through all that wiring.
What bezel? What bezel?
The bezel that holds the instrument cluster.
Oh, no, I took the dash out.
Oh, you took the whole dash completely out?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry. I'm an idiot.
All right.
Anyway, general release sounds like the first car you actually worked on.
I missed the first part of the email.
It said you got a Batmobile on the Mach 5, but the general release sounds like the very first car you've actually really worked on.
Uh-huh.
I was thinking about buying a 71 Goat. Have you learned anything by working on the car?
Yes.
Okay, Senator Biden, would you like to expand on that?
I'm a bigger idiot than I originally thought.
You're not a mechanic.
Some of these things are just theoretically, plug and play.
Has anything
One thing screws into the transmission, the other one screws into the back of the gauges. I don't know how I screwed that up. The only things I've learned is if I take something apart, take pictures of it beforehand and afterwards, so I remember how it goes back together.
Well, sure.
If I take screws out to take something out, I put the screws back in the hole so I don't got to go hunt them down later.
Makes sense.
Or figure out which ones fit where.
Again,
possibly you got a bad cable?
No, I spun it on both ends to make sure that it moved. It doesn't make any difference. I'm going to yank it out anyway.
That was it. They just want to know if you learned anything about working on the car.
Let someone do it.
Could you start that today?
What?
Let somebody do it for you?
The only people that I have do it can do it on the weekends, so I get bored and I'm looking at a cable, and it's how hard can that be? I went to college. I didn't finish. I didn't do well. I'm an idiot, but I could plug in a cable. I'm sorry. I thought I could plug in a cable.
There you go. I've just never had the patience.
Oh, it moves a little bit.
Does it?
Yeah, it's like goes up to 100 and comes back down. Up to 100 back down.
And
it's like that entire car mocks me on a daily basis.
It's like Christine, but it's just a total a-hole.
Yeah.
Sits in the garage at night and giggles at you.
Making nuts what it's going to do to me the next day.
Telling the other cars. You should have seen the cable out there.
The Batmobiles are jealous.
Yeah.
I'm still stunned. I don't know why I didn't think to just pull everything out and just go with state of the art.
Don't you want original, though, in that car?
What do I care? Well, if it's not going to work or it's going to be iffy, I don't want it. Yeah. I don't care what Dukes of Hazzard fan's going to come by and call me a fag because I got the wrong dash or the wrong wheels or because I didn't keep a Hemi in it like I was supposed to.
Right.
You know, you're right, because that was one of the first things I thought of when you got that car, knowing that you were going to have work to do on it. The outside was basically, if I'm correct, the outside was done. It already looked like the General Lee, even down to the spoke numbers.
Yeah, everything was fine on the outside.
So really, you could have just taken the inside and just give it to someone and said, update everything.
I didn't think it was going to be that hard. Because really, again, you're talking about technology that's 40 years old. You can look under the hood and you can see things that bolt in and you see the wires that go into it. All right. Just like anything else. Positive, ground, take these bolts out, take the old one out, stick the new one in, wire it back in. I did that and then I blew out the coil. Twice.
Man. It's a great adventure, though. Look what you're learning.
Do you have a nice fit?
Oh, with a coil?
Uh-huh.
Yes. I've learned to dance in different ways.
Amy, you ever just leave the house when you say you're going to go work on the car? I'll be elsewhere.
Oh, yeah. And she turns her phone off because she knows if I'm going to take it out for a test drive, I ain't going to be able to make it home.
And she'd want to come get you.
Mm-mm.
I wouldn't. You're screaming and twisting.
And I called Daryl. The car wouldn't start. And the battery's run down. Is this boring?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Tell me if it is.
No.
All right.
I had all the same problems with my boat.
Car was running perfect for 2 days. Finally got it to the point I went, you know what? It's dependable. I can go anywhere.
Yeah, you took that.
I go to AutoZone. I go in and get something, come out. It don't start. Guy jumps me off. I get it home. I called Daryl. I went, all right, for whatever reason, the battery's not getting enough power. So he has me check the battery with one of those testers.
Right.
What do you want, Ryan?
All the calls are for the same thing. It's this plastic gear this guy's talking about on line 4.
Plastic gear what?
That supposedly turns the speedometer.
Okay, thank you. Where was I?
You were telling me about the...
All right, so he's got me checking the battery with little terminals to see if it's putting out over 12 volts at the battery.
Right.
Okay, just barely. He says, now go over to the alternator while the car's running and check the power coming out of the backside of the alternator.
Okay.
What he don't bother to tell me is make sure I don't touch nothing else.
Oh. Mechanics sometimes think people know this stuff.
So after I hit my head on the hood, I find out it's putting out over 13 volts at the alternator.
Wow.
So that's fine. So there's something in between the alternator and the battery.
That's draining it.
Right. And I'm getting ready to close the hood because he can't figure it out on the phone. Well, let me ask you this. Could the fact that something's seeping out of the coil right now because it's cracked at the top, could that be our problem?
Yes. Yes.
So I replaced that and I blew that one out too.
Wow. The good news is you have a project for years to come.
No.
Yeah, you will. Oh, you'll never stop dicking with this car.
I either got to just hand it to somebody for 2 months and go, I don't want to see it again until it runs perfectly. Replace everything from the 60s, put 2000 stuff in there, and don't bring it back till it's done. And paint it.
You can't stand it. You like dicking with it. You like dicking with it and spitting.
I like dicking with it if when I go to fix something, it works afterwards.
Eventually it'll work.
It gets expensive when you blow out crap every 2 days.
I don't think a coil is going to break the bank for you.
I got an idea for you, Slick. Why don't you come over Saturday and work with me on the car?
I don't know anything about cars.
I don't either. Bring a video camera. That's the only thing I've been missing about all this. I should have videotaped all of it.
That's what I was just thinking. And the good thing is, it's not like you have to waste, the battery for the 2 hours you were working on it. You just wait for those last 10 minutes when you announce, this is what I did for the last 2 hours. Now let's get in and see what happens.
Oh, no, you needed video of when I went to go check the alternator, see what it was putting out. I caught something else, and then I popped the hood.
Well, yeah, for big things.
Yeah. Amy comes out to see what happened, and she turns around and goes back inside.
I would. I wouldn't even come out. If you're still standing, I ain't coming out.
Do we need a break, Flo? Yes. How long is it going to take for this to kick in? Another drink, Dan?
Yes, please.
Trey?
Show.
Take the satellite bottle over there.
All right.
All right, we'll be back.
We'll be back to the Russ Martin Show.
Oh, great, a dud. I can't go back.
What a rip.
We should pick it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'll do.
Shake it.
Yeah. Great.
Injured on the job? Call the Durkin Law Firm now at 1-800-THE-DOGS.
A show about everyday life where nothing is forbidden. The Russ Martin Show on Live 105.3.
Here we go.
Tonight, it's Survivor's dirtiest challenge ever.
There's nothing more skeevy and just disgusting.
New Survivor China. CBS Tonight.
Why are you continuing to rent and putting off the purchase of your first home? Do you believe everything you read in the newspaper? I don't, and I'll tell you why. Hi, I'm David Bradley, the president of Just Mortgages Incorporated and the host of the Just Mortgages Show every Sunday morning from 9 to 11 on Live 105.3. Do you know that anyone who can document their income can still purchase a home with 100% financing? Self-employed, employed, retired, disabled, everybody. If you listen to the naysayers, you would think there was no money available. Hogwash. Financial laws have not changed. Owning your own home is a far better investment than renting, period. It always will be. Are you tuned in to improving your financial future and not letting anyone get in your way? Or are you going to hide and continue to rent until it's too late? Renting is a permanent mortgage that only benefits the landlord. Hey, you never deserve to get ahead in life anyway, right? Wrong. Call Just Mortgages right now. Right now. 972-248-1390. That's 972-248-1390. Call Just Mortgages right now. 972-248-1390.
More and more people are making the switch to Toyota Tundra.
I've driven and owned most all the other brands, and this is the strongest truck available.
People like hay farmer Mike Avent.
My truck's a tool, and if my tools don't work, I don't work, and I'd have some really unhappy cattle.
That's because people know that Toyota trucks are legendary for quality and reliability.
I'm looking for power in the truck.
And Tundra is setting the standard for capability.
That really counts when you're towing things.
The bigger new half-ton Toyota Tundra, built for your job, built for your life.
If my dealer knew what I towed with this truck, he'd probably void my warranty.
Visit mytundralife.com for more stories. Tundra, the truck that's changing it all. Now's the time to buy your powerful new 07 Tundra. Take a big $3,000 rebate on any Tundra, or choose a 4.7-liter V8 and get 0 APR for 60 months. You save thousands in finance charges. See your Toyota dealer today and make the switch to the tough new Tundra. Financing through TFS with approved credit. Cashback through TMS and GST. See dealer for details. Offer expires 10/2/07.
I remember our old country home, clean fresh air and flowers growing in the fields along the path beside our swimming hole. Mama hollering through the screen, would you kids like some homemade ice cream? That was such a simpler time and place. Bluebell tastes just like the good old days.
Bluebell Southern Blackberry Cobbler. Blackberry flavored ice cream swirled with flaky pie crust pieces and blackberry sauce. Mercy. It's enough to make anyone whistle Dixie.
Bluebell tastes just like the good old days.
Look for Bluebell half gallons and 12-pack cups on special, 3 for $10 at Albertsons through October 2nd.
This is what it sounds like when your car is stolen. The driver's side door being picked open, your car alarm blaring twice, and then quickly going silent. The ignition turning over, and your car starting up and driving away. You see, the parking lot you thought would be safer than the street is just as likely a place as any other to have your car stolen, and you'd have no idea it's happening, unless your car is equipped with LoJack Early Warning. When you have LoJack Early Warning, you'll know right away if your car is moved without your authorization. That's because Early Warning contacts you with a phone call, text message, and email, which lets you report the theft faster. LoJack-equipped police cars and helicopters can then recover your car before it's seriously damaged. Ask your dealer about LoJack Early Warning. To find a dealer near you, visit LoJack.com or call 1-800-4LoJack. Get it and get it back.
LoJack is available for cars, trucks, motorcycles, construction equipment, cargo, and laptops. Get it and get it back.
Stop by and see the difference at Star Power. They've got amazing high-tech home theater setups. They've got multiple platinum awards for service. When the superstars of sports and entertainment shop at Star Power, they know they're going to get the highest level of customer service, and you can too. And just because celebrities shop there doesn't mean it's going to be someplace you can't afford. Here's never-before pricing on a stunning 50-inch Pioneer HD plasma, just $19.99. Plus, for a limited time, if you buy any plasma or LCD, 37 inches or bigger, they'll give you a Canon 5-megapixel camera and a photo printer free. Again, with any plasma or LCD 37 inches or larger, you get a free camera and a free photo printer free. Come see the difference at Star Power, where customer service and satisfaction are guaranteed. And if you're building a house and you want to put in a home theater, have them work with your contractor, and you can have exactly what you want and still stay within your budget. Doesn't matter what you want to stick in there. Plasma, HD, projectors, screens. If you want to put in home automation, they can do all of it. 3 locations on the tollway just north of Beltline in Dallas, at Knox and Cole in Uptown Dallas, and now in Southlake right across from Town Square. One phone number for all 3 stores, 972-503-6000, or online, star-power.com.
Excuse me, but that cigar you're smoking smells awesome. What is it?
A Black and Mild.
Why does it smell so good?
It's made with pipe tobacco.
Pipe tobacco, huh? Interesting. Well, what's a Black and Mild taste like?
Smooth, rich.
And very inviting. Nice.
Want to try a Black and Mild?
I was hoping you'd ask.
Black and Mild cigars. Rich taste, famous aroma. Surgeon General warning. Cigar smoking can cause lung cancer and heart disease.
Hey, it's Jagger. I'm here with Jason, one of the owners from Direct Buy. Jason, I've been a member for years now. Started my membership when we started remodeling a house, and hey, no brainer. Look how much money I'm going to save. I bang my head against the wall when I explain the concept to people from that ask me about Direct Buy, and then other people still just don't kind of get it. To me, it's so easy, so simple. But why do some people resist getting a membership?
I have no idea. What I would say to the folks that haven't come down to check us out yet is, why not? Come down and check us out. Retailers don't tell you how much they mark up merchandise, and that's for a reason.
Sure.
When you come down to visit, you're going to have access to confidential pricing from over 700 brand name manufacturers. That's pretty cool just to see in itself. That's the least you're going to walk away with. Chances are you're going to see the prices, join, and save a ton of money.
Seriously, I keep saying it. It's a no-brainer once you see those prices. Over 700 brand name manufacturers to choose from, and all from one location. Direct Buy, 1-800-DIRECT-BUY or directbuy.com, the #1 way to buy direct for your home.
Hey, it's Dan O'Malley from the Russ Martin Show for the Climate Evangelista Eye Center. And right now, Incredible Vision is even more affordable with an unprecedented 30% off your blade-free HD intralaser procedure. Never before have they offered such an aggressive offer. Now, of course, due to overwhelming success, the incredible 30th anniversary special has been extended to September 30th at the Climate Evangelista Eye Center, but you have to act right now. Be sure to complete your procedure by September 30th, and you could take advantage of this special offer. And the Climate Evangelista Eye Center offers their no-game approach to your laser vision correction. There are no hidden fees. There's no seller's talk. It's just honest, expert care that delivers incredible vision results. At the Climate Evangelista Eye Center, they're less concerned with being the busiest LASIK center and more concerned with continually improving the LASIK experience so they can offer the desired vision results of 20/20 vision or better. Their difference is the team approach. From their friendly staff to their caring doctors, they all work with you to deliver a LASIK experience unmatched in comfort, quality, and affordability. And although they perform thousands of blade-free HD intralaser procedures, Doctors Kleiman and Evangelista realize that LASIK isn't the correct solution for every patient, so they offer several other more appropriate procedures when indicated to help you eliminate your need for corrective lenses. And if you aren't feeling comfortable with a particular LASIK surgeon, it's always a good idea to get a second opinion. And at Climate Evangelista Eye Center, your free VIP consultation is just that. It's always free, and they'll be happy to be the practice to give you that second opinion. To take advantage of all these things that they have to offer, 30% off your blade-free HD intralaser procedure and a free VIP consultation, call them right now, 1-800-714-2020. That's 1-800-714-2020 for your free VIP consultation. Or as always, you can learn more right now just by going to LASIKsurgery.com.
The following is paid for by Rubin and Associates.
Hi, it's J.D. Ryan with the Russ Martin Show. Bankruptcy. It's a dark, it's a frightening word. But you know what? It can signal a brand new day of financial freedom. There really is a reason we have bankruptcy laws. We've all been there. The phone's ringing. They want their money, and they want it now. Well, would you gladly pay them if you had it? The stress is driving everybody in the house crazy. You get sick to your stomach even when the phone rings. So the best thing you can do for yourself and your family is to make the call to 1-800-THE-DOGS and make a change for your future. That one phone call can stop your phone from ringing. You have rights, believe it or not. Immediately stop foreclosures. You immediately stop repossessions. You can eliminate credit card debt and actually rebuild your credit score because lenders will see you've done something to start on a new path. And it all happens with one call. 1-800-THE-DOGS. Call the guys and sleep better tonight.
Get legal representation with Byte. Car wrecks, bankruptcies, criminal, divorce, and workers' comp.
That's 1-800-THE-DOG-S.
This segment is sponsored by Climate Evangelista Eye Center at 1-800-714-2020 or LASIKsurgery.com.
When it is raining, it is because he's thinking about something sad. Even the things his parrot says are insightful. Once, he knew he dialed a wrong number, even though the man on the other line wouldn't admit it. His shirts never wrinkle. If there were an interesting gland, his would be larger than most men's lower intestines. He is left-handed and right-handed. If he were to mail a letter without postage, it would still get there. His charisma can be seen from space. He is the most interesting man in the world.
I don't always drink beer, but when I do, I prefer Dos Equis.
Enjoy Dos Equis responsibly. Imported by Cervezas Mexicanas, White Plains, New York.
Stay thirsty, my friends.
When you need a car, truck or van, who you gonna call?
Listen up, Metroplex. When you sell too many new cars, trucks, and SUVs, you get too many trade-ins. It's Bankston's Excess Inventory Elimination.
Call Bankston!
Now through Monday at all 9 Bankston locations, we're out to sell over 1,000 pre-owned vehicles. Click Bankston.com and choose from over 5,000 pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs. All makes, all models. We're talking late model, low mileage Chevys, Fords, Chryslers, Jeeps, Dodges, Nissans, Hondas, and more. Plus, we've priced over 750 used cars for $99 a month. $99 a month. With savings this high, you better not buy till you've been to Bankston. See the Dallas Morning News and click Bankston.com.
Call Bankston!
Don't miss Bankston's Excess Inventory Elimination. Now through Monday at all 9 Bankston locations. Bank on Bankston to save you money.
No joke. Visit Chicken Express and get your choice of 9 sides. From fried okra to fresh biscuits. Chicken Express. Hot and delicious anytime.
Mr. Cliff S. of Decatur, Georgia writes, Dear BF Goodrich, me and my friends do a little racing now and then, and I was wondering which BF Goodrich tires would help me give them the whooping they so richly deserve. Cliff, here's your answer right from our engineers. Depending on the surface conditions, they recommend the BF Goodrich G-Force Sport. Lots of sizes and they look great. To increase the whooping on most surfaces, they recommend the G-Force KDW. But for a king-size can of whooping at the strip, get the track-ready, ultra-high performance tire with the steel claw grip. Cliff, behold, the BF Goodrich G-Force Drag Radial. Hooah! Buy 4 G-Force or light truck tires at any Dallas area 4-wheel parts location and you'll qualify for a Visa debit card worth $50. Go to 4wheelparts.com for the location nearest you. BF Goodrich Tires. Take control.
Card program issued by the Private Bank and Trust Company pursuant to a license from Visa USA Inc.
Trapped under a car, left to die.
She's a survivor.
The search for Sarah begins.
Where is she?
The new season of CSI, CBS tonight.
They will talk your ear off about things they know nothing about. Jagger, Hugs and Kelly, Russ Martin. KLLI, Dallas, Fort Worth. KLLI HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Live 105.3.
This segment is sponsored by Climate Evangelista Eye Center at 1-800-714-2020 or LASIKsurgery.com.
Now, back to the Russ Martin Show.
Is that Gail? Hi, Gail.
Howdy.
What are you doing?
Just doing some traffic.
How's your day been?
My day's been great. Thanks. How about yours?
Sucks.
I'm sorry.
It's all right.
That's a shame.
I understand.
Well, traffic this afternoon is starting to get a little bit heavier on LBJ for a couple of reasons, and this is brought to you by Eldorado Mazda. On eastbound 635 past Preston, it's a disabled truck, a dump truck in the right center lane. And behind that, on eastbound LBJ at Marsh Lane, you've got the right lane blocked, so that traffic backed up beyond I-35 Stemmons now. In Irving, there's a wreck on westbound 114 past Valley View. It's in the left lane. Heavy traffic from O'Connor Boulevard. Elsewhere in Fort Worth, I-35 northbound from Hattie all the way up to Basswood. You got stop-and-go traffic. That's due to some earlier problems. And in Richardson, a wreck on Custer northbound at 190 is blocking at least 2 lanes. I'm Gail Lightfoot on the Russ Martin Show.
Thanks, Gail. 70 for the low, maybe a little bit warmer tomorrow, probably into the mid-90s. We're at 93 now at Live 105.3.
I don't get why everybody's trying to talk me out of the spit tobacco. Lee Harris came in with the paychecks.
Mm-hmm.
He said, why don't you try that snus? The Marlboro stuff where it's just a mint, you don't spit.
Where does the juice go if you don't spit it?
You just swallow it.
Oh.
But I guess it doesn't make you sick. I don't get how that happens, though. Trey doesn't either.
No. Okay. But everybody wants you to quit spitting.
No, he was just trying to, why don't you try this? Because spitting is actually what I'm into now.
Yeah.
That's part of the process.
I don't even know if I could give a rat's ass if I get a buzz or not.
Is there anything else you could change to then that would still give you the saliva and spit and that wouldn't be tobacco?
Sunflower seeds.
Oh, they make some non-tobacco stuff.
You had it?
Yeah. We had it one day up here in Union. Just to smell it was... Ugh.
That was before I got hooked. I ran out a couple of days ago and I had to use Copenhagen.
That'll still give you a buzz, I bet.
Yeah. Pretty quick.
Uh-huh.
Why is it that's more potent? Because it's still the pouches.
Just, I guess, the way the tobacco's processed.
Why does it got to taste like that?
After a while, you get to like the taste, that salty taste.
I don't get where the salt comes from. It's like it's like sucking on a salty cow hole.
I don't have an answer for you. It's just what they put on the tobacco.
Okay. Well, I see the show's picked up.
But I'll go see if they have any non-tobacco pouches out.
I don't think I'm ready for that yet.
Okay.
What's wrong with the sunflower seeds? Real salty ones that'll make you, salivate.
Salsa are good for that.
Salsa?
The salsa sunflower seeds.
I don't know. Seems like I'm missing out.
You're not if you don't like the tobacco, but you just like to spit. Just put anything in there and make you spit.
He likes the tobacco.
That's got to be it.
Are you still getting the buzz at all?
A little bit.
The piece?
Maybe I need 2 pouches. She'll pick up if I have 2 pouches.
Look at your paycheck. That'll pick you up. Has your new contract kicked in yet?
It'll kick in until next April. That's why I'm on nicotine.
Never mind then.
All right. Good.
Well, the average woman only makes 77 cents for every $1 that a man makes.
Perfect. Next story.
Perfect example from an email we just got a little bit ago. I know it's come up before, but why don't you let people get their complete side of the argument or story out before you shut them down, whether it's a caller or Dr. Thornton from yesterday?
Because I know where they're going with it.
Well, sometimes
you do this long enough, you know what idiocy is going to follow the previous idiocy.
You do if it's somebody that you get on the phone.
Let me put it this way. Say you got a carton of bad milk.
Yes.
How much you got to drink of it before you know it's gone bad?
Single swallow.
All right. I don't have to talk to them for 5 minutes to know that they're still an idiot.
Well, Dr. Thornton.
They're not going to sharpen up at the end.
It's not. No, that's true. Callers I can see. You can normally tell where they're going.
When did I shut down Dr. Thornton?
Was he trying to say something yesterday and you told him?
He actually spoke to that almost, I think, specifically when he said if you'd let people finish what they were saying. I didn't hear the rest of it. I took a phone call.
Did we get his show notes from yesterday?
Yeah, we did.
Who's on 2?
He's the guy that supplies you with your air purifier.
And?
He said if you're going to shoot off fireworks today, he's outside and he'll bring you one with a little more power.
He's here now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, ask him to come in.
Okay.
All right. Show notes Thursday from Wednesday, 26. Russ, if one likes to look at dreams interpretively, the imagery and action often have more than one meaning. No, they don't. They don't have to.
No, they don't have to.
When I told him I had a dream that I sneezed and part of my gums came out with my teeth, he wanted to read something else into it. I'm worried about getting cancer.
Yeah, that's clear.
What else needs to come into play there?
I'm talking about imagery. When you have in dreams, how to interpret them, there's a zillion books, and every one of them's different. That plane crash dream I had, somebody at Joy's work, 2 different people came up and told her what that meant. Like, shut up, please.
What do they say differently?
One of them said it was some kind of impending doom I feel that I just missed out on. No. There's no impending doom. And the other one was...
If September 11th hadn't happened, then maybe. But that could be something that just floats with you nonstop, and you're afraid it's going to happen again, and maybe here locally, especially when we've got borders as open as they are.
And I also realized that Shell station is right next to the water towers where Delta 191 crashed a few years back. And I was reading up about that the other day, so that maybe what it was about, you know?
It's as easy as that. You don't have to go back and pick things apart and say, this represents that. Doesn't represent that. I'm worried about getting jaw cancer because I'm doing the skull pouches, and that's where that came from.
Simple.
But Dr. Thornton wanted to read something else into it. That's why I didn't need to hear the rest of it.
Okay.
Because I already know. Let's see what else the idiot says. Some dreams are clearly related to actual, concurrent physical conditions, e.g., dreaming of turning on a faucet while actually needing to urinate, or dreaming you can't fend off the blows of an attacker. I have that all the time.
You do?
Somebody's in the house and I'm trying to shoot them and the trigger's too hard to pull.
Would that be something, and obviously this is open to interpretation, I have the dream a lot where I'm trying to run away from something or to something and you're just slow-mo.
It's like you're running through water.
Yeah.
I don't get that one either.
I get that a lot.
But I would see those two as, being fairly similar.
You need to do something and you just can't.
Yeah, something that this is easy. Why can I not do it in my dream?
Because it's a nightmare. That's why I call them that.
Is our night terrors a step up from nightmares, or is that just the same word?
Yes.
Okay.
What's a night terror?
A night terror is like how I tore my ligament, where I'm dreaming, but I literally jumped out of my bed because I'm running from something.
That's funny to me only because I'm nicotined up.
My orthopedic surgeon still doesn't believe me.
Is that really what happened?
Mm-hmm.
Then what were you dreaming about? I need to turn the mics off?
Yeah.
All right.
As if running would matter.
Why would you dream you got raccoons under your bed?
I have no idea.
Why are you afraid of raccoons? It's a little mask?
They're rabid and they're nasty and mean.
So where does the change come from a nightmare to a night terror?
I think when you take physical action.
Or is that, if you feel physical pain or something like that, would that constitute, you think?
Probably. Like, there was one time I was living in the fraternity house. I got up in the middle of the night. I run down the hall, downstairs, all the way through the house, screaming my bloody head off.
Were you naked?
No.
Say you were naked.
Okay, I was naked.
Okay.
And I didn't wake up till
Were you hard? Say you were hard.
I was hard.
All right.
Because I thought there were snakes in my bed.
You didn't have time to put clothes on?
Well, it's a dream.
Oh. Plus, it's hard to get your pants on when you're hard. Did you not sleepwalk a lot?
Yeah. Oh, I've done all sorts of. Remember when I had hit my head a couple months ago?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've done it my whole life.
They don't know why.
Mm-mm. Some of it's just sleepwalking. Some of it's a night terror where I'm running from something. Or
why don't you tie yourself down like the Wolf Man? By the way, everything's going to be funny to me from here on out because I'm stoned. You ever think about that?
No.
Well, that'd keep you from running someplace.
Well, it doesn't happen that often where...
Yeah, but you never know when it's going to happen.
Well, that's true.
And it only takes once for you to actually do that and hurt yourself.
Right. Especially if you're running through. Where were you running?
One time was at my house. One time was at the fraternity house.
Yeah, if you're running through your frat house with a heart on, you probably should think about strapping yourself onto something like the Wolfman. You don't want to be running around with your little pink wolf wing hanging out. Are you drunk?
Not yet.
Have some more. Okay. Dreaming of turning on a faucet, going to the bathroom. Let's see. Freud observed this in the 1890s.
Oh, here we go.
Other dreams can be related to the day's residue. And I think I said this yesterday.
What you said.
A lot of times, what they've said, I don't know if this is true or not, is your dreams are a way of working through problems you didn't have time to get to during the day.
Someone just brought up, yeah.
Other dreams can be related to the day's issues, i.e. random events or thoughts that happened today or yesterday, which the dreamer uses as raw material for expressing underlying needs or conflicts. Then there are some classic themes.
Okay.
Like being naked or in your underwear in public. I had those a lot when I was a kid. I haven't had one of those in a long time.
I still have them all the time.
You just wake up someplace naked.
Yeah. Sometimes they're dreams.
Sometimes. Write that down as a promo.
Still scares the crap out of me that I was walking out of the house naked to go mow the yard that one time, and just thank God Joey was there and awake and trying to get out of bed.
Well, but you were on Ambien. That wasn't just a sleepwalk.
No, that was Ambien, yeah.
But every day when I get up, like 6 or 7, I go check the mailbox. I double check in the mirror. I got clothes on. Just in case.
Just in case.
Being naked or in your underwear, or taking an exam that you've never studied for, or being lost and trying to find your home or your childhood home, or having your teeth fall out. All these dreams have a sickening kind of anxiety about them. The usual beginning point of any interpretive effort is to note the emotional tone of the dream and then analyze your current life circumstance. That's why I cut him off. At this point, you're just getting into rhetoric.
He's rambling here.
In the context of, what am I anxious about? Or sad, angry, whatever. Sometimes dream imagery is bizarre and seemingly uninterpretable, but patient analysis usually offers useful insights. A variety of techniques can be used, but I agree with you, not cookbooks of dream symbols. Every dreamer's symbols are personal. And he's right. You can't use the standard things of the running waters of passage of time. There are other ones I can't think of what they are. I think you went straight to the point in analyzing your dream yesterday. You're concerned about the chaw. I added the observation that this classic dream is often associated with anxiety about aging and falling apart physically. And that's something else that wasn't pertinent. It's not worried about, your teeth don't fall out at 46, 47 unless you don't take care of them. And I do. They could fall out because I'm doing nicotine every day.
But I had those dreams when, in my early 20s, and I wasn't dipping at the time. I couldn't figure out why that was.
Your teeth blowing out?
Yeah, they hadn't blown out. It was one of those things where it's like, I remember one specifically, I was in bed and I ran my tongue around where my teeth used to be, and it was just gum. I go into the bathroom, look in the mirror, and I can actually see where they used to be and the nerves hanging down. And I felt it.
Okay. Anxiety falling apart. But if you were my patient, and I said that you, and I said that, and you said, now that doesn't fit for me, then that's the end of that. You get to have the final say on what your dreams mean. At least in my office, you do. On the other hand, you're obviously concerned about aging and losing your health. No. It's not. He even said, okay, the sneeze is related to your allergies, and the teeth coming out is aging. I just told you what it was.
It's true.
I'm worried about getting some type of cancer and all my teeth coming out.
And that's a common dream among people who dip. You're just going to have it every once in a while.
Those go away?
They go away. I mean, you're still going to have one every once in a while. It's when you start thinking about it, let's say you go to the dentist and the dentist says, yeah, you look fine, but you shouldn't be doing that.
Right.
Then after that, like I'd have a dream where, similar to Dan's, but like I'd flick my tongue around my teeth and they just start popping out.
Okay. But I have another question. Why did everyone look so horrified yesterday when you pretended to believe I was questioning the quality of the show? Maybe see you next Wednesday, Scott. Now, today he could question it. But what was he questioning yesterday? Screaming at people on the air?
Yeah, that was it, yeah. Why do that on the air when you can do it off the air? Well, don't get anything out of that.
Don't you enjoy when you're sitting in a restaurant and 2 or 3 tables down, somebody's getting their ass chewed?
Oh, sure.
It's got nothing to do with you. You know, there's no way you could get in trouble. And you get to listen to it, and it's free.
I know.
Why wouldn't that be entertaining?
Well, it is.
Well, obviously, he doesn't think it is.
He's a psychologist.
Okay.
Not a radio professional.
Make any difference?
Well, it's funny.
Well, he knows what he likes to hear and what he doesn't like to hear. And if he doesn't like hearing somebody getting chewed, then obviously it's not entertaining, and I'll start doing it off the air.
No. We all voted for on the air.
He's a quack. He always wears black.
Yeah. Normally I don't point at people's apparel, but it's black every week.
I think it's every day.
You think?
I think so.
Black shirt, black jacket, black pants, black shoes.
The days I saw him in the office, he was wearing black.
Wonder what that is. Because they say when you wear black, you're off-putting. You're protecting something.
Yes, protecting your soul or your inner feelings.
Maybe it's working with mental patients and he doesn't want them to get too attached.
Maybe he's on f***ing dope.
Didn't Freud do that? Is it Freud or Einstein always wore the same thing?
Freud did.
He may be a student of Freud, of that school.
I wear the same thing every day, but it's where I'm going. I'm not going to sit there and devote any time on what I'm going to wear just to come to work. If I go out, then I still wear the same thing.
I've seen you dress out before.
But coming to work, and I didn't know about the Freud thing until years later. He had 50 suits hanging in his closet, all exactly the same thing. When you get up, you don't have to devote any time to think about what you're going to stick on. You put that on and you go.
That makes sense.
You want to do news, Dan, or you want the show to sing some more?
I can do news. I looked up a dream interpretation website.
All right, go ahead. What does it say about my teeth falling out with my gum?
Well, they actually have a whole section devoted to it. My teeth are falling. Dreams that your teeth are falling out are the most common dreams they receive at this website. One theory is that dreams about your teeth reflect your anxiety about your appearance and how others perceive you.
Go ahead.
Another realization for the falling teeth dream may be rooted in your fear of being embarrassed or making a fool of yourself in some specific situation.
Obviously, I'm past that.
In the latest research, it's been shown that women in menopause, that's not you.
I'll go ahead and read that one.
Women in menopause have frequent dreams about teeth. This may be related to getting older and or feeling unattractive and less feminine.
Also could have to do that guy at the parade.
The guy having one tooth?
Yeah.
Oh, me coughing mine out?
Uh-huh. That just triggered something.
I forgot about him, though. I didn't remember until you brought it up a couple of days ago.
But subconsciously,
I was dreaming about the mono tooth?
Yeah. Could have just sparked something.
What do you got to do where all your teeth fall out but one? Is that drugs?
My guess would either be, yes, meth or you didn't brush for 30 years.
Or hygiene.
And why are you hanging on to that last one? That's what I couldn't get.
Yeah, why not pull it out and get dentures?
Unless he just doesn't want to admit, if you got that last one, I still got teeth. Ooth. So when you show up to your class reunion, you can look at everybody and go, ha. See that?
You were wrong, weren't you? Admit you were wrong.
Take me out of the annual. You're most likely to.
We got an email about you picking on him, by the way. Even though it was hysterical how you made fun of the guy at the parade who only had one tooth, you said because of people like that, you don't want to go out in public anymore. You talked a lot about how you don't like it when people bother you when you're in public.
Why don't you stand 1.5 feet from somebody with one tooth and see what they smell like?
Oh, I know. Oh, yeah. And the couple that had, I think, cracked teeth that time, they stunk. There was some odor coming off them that wasn't natural.
Might have been their kid.
That could have been. You don't do station meet and greets like everybody else. You have tray filter your email. Why do you want
Trey what?
Filter your email. Okay. Why do you want to insulate yourself from your fans who love you and just want to tell you in person through emails and through mail?
It's not the email that I'm worried about. It's the in person. Because they get a hold of you, and for whatever reason, they think this is going to be my one shot. Why they want to talk to me, I still got no clue. But why they also want to savor the moment and hang on to it for as long as they can.
Because they know.
All right, then have some Lavoris.
They know they're not going to see you probably ever again. This is their shot. You're their buddy. They hear you every day.
What is it, Ryan?
Line 1.
Okay. What is it, Mike?
All right, go ahead. I'm new to there. You sound ridiculous.
Okay, thank you. What do you want?
He wanted to tell you how bad your show is.
It is. I'm with him on that.
He just moved here and he didn't think he'd be on very much longer.
Okay. Well, 30 years is enough. He's right. I've come to the end.
Oh, please. Not according to the ratings.
We have another show like this today, we will.
No. It's been fun. It's been fun. You've blown things up. You've chased me with the chasers.
Say it.
No.
People would like to hear you say it.
I'm not going to ever say it.
Go ahead.
I'm not going to. It's whistling chasers. That's what they are. It says so right on the package.
Well.
That's what they say.
Say it.
Come over here and they chase me, so they're obviously just whistler chasers.
Say it.
I'm not gonna.
Say it once.
Hit the delay.
I didn't even say it. My heart stopped.
That actually stopped my heart.
I almost let that one slide.
Why?
I could tell you were going back and forth.
Crap.
I vacillated whether or not to hit the delay. Plus, the guy that just moved here would be happy.
Yeah. No.
All right.
You're right. That'd be something you never heard on the radio before.
Yeah. Why you guy getting shot?
All right, Dan, read something.
Do you want one more thing on the teeth?
All right, go ahead.
Teeth are used to bite, tear, chew, and gnaw. In this regard, teeth represent power. And the loss of teeth in your dream may be from a sense of powerlessness. Are you lacking power in some current situation? Perhaps you're having difficulties expressing yourself or getting your point across. You feel frustrated when your voice isn't... You can stop me when I reach a point.
I got all of it
wrong.
because none of that applies to me.
I know
exactly what mine's related to. That's why when Dr. Thornton wanted to go back and analyze it, I don't need analysis. I know exactly what it is. I've worried about it since I got hooked on the chaw, and I'm going to worry about it until my teeth fall out. And they eventually will if I don't stop this crap.
It won't. You can probably do it for at least 10 years and not have a problem. Trey did it at 14.
If you take good care of your teeth, they're not going to fall out.
I can still get cancer.
Absolutely.
Well, then the teeth would go with it.
No, I mean, you could just get tongue cancer or jaw cancer.
Oh, all right. Dan.
Well, we already mentioned that, the average woman. All types of alcohol, wine, beer, or liquor add equally to the risk of developing breast cancer in women, according to American researchers.
That's women?
Yes.
Next story. Hold on. What is it, Chris?
When I was a kid, I used to have dreams that I would go to school naked, and I would always be bending over at the water fountain, getting a drink of water. I had these quite often when I was a kid, and I'll never forget them. And I never knew why I had those dreams. I don't have them anymore.
You ever dream about somebody?
I was a kid.
Huh?
No, I just incredibly humiliated.
Oh.
I noticed I'd stand up after getting a drink, and I noticed myself being naked. I try to cover myself up, and everybody's looking at me, but still going on about their day.
What'd you want to know?
What does it mean?
Oh.
Doesn't he have that website pulled up? I'm stuck in traffic.
Oh, okay. We'll check.
Thank you.
I'll hang up and listen. What does it say?
I was going through animals trying to figure out trays. What was she calling about? Naked?
Yeah.
All right, give me a second.
Hurry up, the guy that just moved here is getting pissed off.
You have to stay pissed off for a second. I need a couple minutes to find it.
All right, just do it when we come back. Do we need a break? Yes. What were you reading?
I was reading about the animals. Trey's...
News!
Oh, well, this is from Cosmopolitan. 4 things guys keep private. Number 1, they think about sex a lot. It's not necessarily true that they think about having sex every other minute, but it does happen a lot more than most women think. Number 2, we like to keep private. We like chick flicks. Guys do enjoy the occasional chick flick, like The Breakup or Love Actually, and they probably just don't want you to know about it.
Would it be entertaining if we had a quick circle jerk?
No.
Go ahead, Dan.
Oh, my God. Number 3, they're not always confident about their bodies. Guys,
what if I spotted everybody the cash?
No.
Dan.
Guys will have chubby days, too, where they'll notice their growing beer bellies and not feel so confident about the way they look.
What if I spot you 20 seconds?
Still no.
And number 4, they Google you. Just like women, guys will probably do a search for your name on Google, Facebook, and even MySpace, hoping to find out some things about you that you may not want them to know.
So far, Amy's been the only one I haven't been able to find.
She's not doing anything. She loves you so much she wouldn't do anything. She'd never that.
And you've never Googled Joy?
No, I really haven't. I really haven't.
Why don't you do that during the break?
Why, have you put something out there?
No.
Okay, I will. What do you do? Put your whole name in there and just Google it?
I put quotes on each side, so that's all it searches for.
Okay. I'll do that during the break.
Be looking at Dan.
I was just typing in the dream search engine.
Go ahead.
Giggles the Clown was in court.
Hold on.
It's going to be quite that good. Giggles the Clown was in court Wednesday in Grand Junction, Colorado over charges of sexually exploiting children on the internet.
Well, then that's not funny.
I tried to tell you.
Go ahead.
Antonio Lascano was arrested last May in Grand Junction after a woman in Rocky Ford, Colorado, told law enforcement authorities that she found a photo of a naked man on her daughter's email account. The mother then went online and pretended to be her daughter. She chatted with a man under police supervision and told him that she was 12. Police said the man sent her webcam images of him committing sex acts in front of the camera and then made arrangements with her for sex. He was arrested on charges of internet sexual exploitation of a child, internet luring of a child, enticement, and obscenity.
I wonder if enforcement or entrapment isn't enough of a concern for these guys. If they just think it's going to be a random event if they get caught.
Probably. They just think, what are the chances it's going to be me?
Well, how many of the guys that were on the To Catch a Predator on Dateline that said they were worried that it was an actual sting, and they showed up anyway?
I thought about it, but you know what? They turned right around and said, but the desire was so strong, I was willing to take the risk.
And that's the biggest thing that's pissed me off about the Collin County DA is you've got guys who actually admitted that, forget the evidence and everything else, that said, I knew it was a sting, and because of this drive, I showed up anyway. Those are absolutely the last people you want to turn loose. Give it a shot in front of the grand jury. See if they got the balls to go ahead and indict this guy, and then go from there. Don't just turn all of them loose.
Great example is the twink toilet guy. He went,
Don't.
Why? I'm just saying what he said. He goes, I knew this was a bad idea. I knew it. I shouldn't have got in my car. I did it anyway.
That's why the rate of recidivism is so high among sexual predators. They just, you lock them up. The minute they get out, they're back at it.
So they took 23 in Collin County. Luckily, one guy killed himself. 23 and turned them loose.
All of them.
Just because he wasn't sure if he could convict them or not.
And they're on the loose, and they've probably done it again by now. Because they got off. I got off once.
I think about the guy in California. He got busted twice by Dateline.
Did I see that?
I think.
Oh, that's right. It was. He was on. His case was still pending, and he showed up at another sting operation.
He had gone to court the day before for a hearing on his case, and then he does this.
And you turn those loose in Collin County. Because this wasn't a happenstance or a vague situation like Senator Craig. Is he a senator?
Yes.
Senator Craig, where maybe he was surfing for some crank in the bathroom.
Maybe.
That one's a little gray. Still think he was.
Sure.
These people showed up at these houses with condoms and alcohol and sexual toys. You knew exactly what they were there for, and you knew who they were there to meet. Where's your gray area?
There is none. And then they confessed to police officers, not to Dateline, but to cops.
One day, Chief Myrick's going to leave Murphy, and I'm going to get the rest of the story from him. Because because this is still a mystery, there's something we don't know. Unless it's as simple as the DA in Collin County doesn't like to lose cases. So instead of ruining my record, I'm going to let these guys go.
There's something else. I don't believe it's that easy.
Going to break here? Were you going to say something, Trey?
Oh, I still think it's Roach and Collin County are making a statement. They don't ever want that in Collin County again.
Predators.
A show to catch a predator. 'Cause they don't want to think Collin County has any.
If you go ahead and prosecute those guys, just because you go ahead and take them to trial doesn't mean that you're going to have Dateline set up there again. You can say, in-house, we're not going to have any more stings. Don't tell everybody. Now you're a lightning rod for perverts.
I couldn't agree with you more.
Collin County's free and clear. And I certainly know I can go to Murphy because they said they're not going to have any stings anymore.
Unbelievable.
Break? All right, everybody drink during the break.
We'll be back to the Russ Martin Show.
This segment of the Russ Martin Show is brought to you by Stampede Light Beer. Serve yourself better. Drink Stampede Light. At Safe Auto, low monthly payments put car insurance within easy reach. So if you want affordable minimum coverage with payments that fit your lifestyle, call 1-800-SAFE-AUTO.
There's just no containing them. The Russ Martin Show. On Live 105.3.
What will life be like with more George Lopez? It'll be 5 times more Georges.
5 more Georges to love.
5 times more Angies.
5 hot wives.
5 times more beautiful daughters.
Uh-oh, that's 5 times the boyfriends.
5 times more rebellious sons.
There had to be a catch.
And 5 times more overbearing moms.
Run away.
More Lopez, more laughs. It's George Lopez 5 days a week.
George Lopez, weekdays at 4:30 on TXA 21.
If you like to save, drop by Verizon Wireless for deals that add up to something special. For example, say you want to add someone to your current plan. Well, right now, you can add a line for only $9.99 monthly access on family share plans with 2 lines starting at $69.99 monthly access. And if you need a phone to go with that new line, the savings just keep adding up. Right now, you can buy any Motorola phone $39.99 or higher after any rebates and get up to 3 Motorola Razr V3M phones free, each with new 2-year activation. That's right. Buy any Motorola, add lines for $9.99 per month, and then you can outfit those lines with free Razr phones that are GPS navigation, Vcast music, and Bluetooth headset capable. And if you can add, you know that $9.99 plus free adds up to some serious savings on America's most reliable wireless network and a really cool Razr. So switch to Verizon Wireless today. Buy a phone, add a line, get a free Razr, and watch the savings multiply. Verizon Wireless, America's most reliable wireless network. Activation, early termination, and other fees apply per line. Coverage details at vzw.com.
America knows Survivor is back with a vengeance.
We're getting weaker by the minute.
We all supposed to be hungry and miserable tonight. We got no water. We got no food. We got no fire.
Now, CBS Tonight, behind the Great Wall of China.
No, they're going to tell me not to do what I need to do to survive.
Is the dirtiest challenge ever attempted.
There's nothing more skeevy and just disgusting.
Then, the season premiere you've waited all summer long to see, CSI. Left to die in the desert, the search for Sarah begins.
She's a survivor.
Where is she, Catherine?
Plus, the first without a trace of the season
We've got a missing 2-year-old.
is the one you'll never forget.
This child doesn't have to die.
Don't miss television's best night with a new episode of Survivor China, followed by the season premieres of CSI and Without a Trace.
After an all-new Survivor China, the search for Sarah begins in the CSI season premiere. Tonight on CBS 11, coverage you can count on.
Jim, can I have a word?
Sure.
You've been slurping the ice on that McDonald's iced coffee for 10 minutes now.
There's still creamy, delicious flavor in there.
Sure, it is rich and creamy and all, but you gotta face up to the fact that you're finished and just move on. Jim, stop.
Okay.
It's hard to resist McDonald's new iced coffee. Treat yourself to a cool and creamy cup of bliss for just $1.69. That's right, get a medium for only $1.69. Prices and participation may vary.
Smoky taste and spicy sweet. The peppers bring me a touch of heat. Yeah, you know your flavor really did the trick. Chipotle barbecue snack wrap. Introducing the latest snack time sensation from McDonald's. Chipotle barbecue snack wrap. Smoky sweet with a little kick of heat. Check us out at mysnacktime.com and participate in McDonald's.
Want some more heat? Try the spicy salsa roja snack wrap with grilled or crispy chicken. Perfect when you're in the mood for a snack with a little kick.
All right, y'all. Welcome back to Am I Living the High Life? Let's take some calls. First caller.
Okay, so I'm at this place. They got great specials.
What kind of specials we talking about?
You know, they got like $10 martinis.
Oh, wait a minute. $10? Man, I don't think you know what the word special means. You're not living the high life. Come on, who's next? Talk to me.
I think I might be living the high life. The door guy just let me in for free since I'm a regular.
Familiarity does breed the high life. Well done. You deserve it. Next caller.
Hey there. I'm in this fantastic little bistro. Am I living the high life?
Bistro? What's a bistro? Never mind. Who's next?
Am I living the high life? I just walked into this party, and there's about 3 girls here for every guy. And
Yes. High life.
Yeah, dumb question, right?
A dumb question, buddy. House party in the icy cold Miller High Life. A good honest beer at a tasty price. Oh, we gotta go. Thanks for the calls, and please support your local highlight.
Miller Brewing Company, Fort Worth, Texas. Live responsibly.
With D&M Auto Leasing, you can put no money down, save 40 to 50% every month over buying a car. What else do I need to tell you? I've been telling you that for 7 years. If you're currently in the process of buying a car and you already have the paperwork, the numbers out, written down, call D&M, tell them what you want to lease. Don't tell them anything else. Just tell them exactly the vehicle you want to lease. Find out what it's going to cost to lease that vehicle over buying it. Now you've got the numbers in front of you. You can compare back and forth. You want to buy the vehicle, not really know what it's going to be worth in 2 or 3 years in case you want to get rid of it, or lease from D&M, put no money down, say 40 to 50% every month, possibly more depending on what you lease. If it's got high resale, it's going to depreciate less. Your payments are going to be less. And that's also going to allow you to get into a vehicle you couldn't afford to buy, but you can lease 2 or 3 years. You want to get into another vehicle, you can do that. Or if you want to keep this one and buy it, you have that option as well. Any area code 35 lease, 35 LEASE, or go online, start putting your car together right now. The website is dmautoleasing.com.
Quick, what day was it 3 days before yesterday? What's 20 minus 8? And 8 less than that? In the game Rock, Paper, Scissors, if I throw paper, what would you throw? Now listen carefully to the following numbers. 4, 18, 13, 2, 7. What was the highest number? Thank you for taking part in this quiz. I hope you found it enjoyable and that the answers came to you quickly. If not, may I suggest a little brain training?
Stay sharp with Brain Age 2. More training in minutes a day. With 17 mini games including word scrambles, math, and memory games, and over 100 new Sudoku puzzles, it's the fun way to challenge your mind in just minutes a day. Brain Age 2, only for Nintendo DS. Rated E for everyone.
Without a Trace begins the new season with their most emotional case yet.
Tell me where the boy is. I'm talking to you.
The season premiere, CBS tonight after CSI.
Skip and Steve are Robbins Brothers, world's biggest engagement ring store.
Skip, I wrote a list. What a guy wants when he buys an engagement ring. Tell me if I missed anything. Okay. Number 1, great value. A high quality ring at a price he can afford. Check. Number 2, world's biggest selection. Check. Number 3, an education about diamonds so he can buy intelligently. Check. Number 4, excellent service from knowledgeable sales associates who care about their customers with no high pressure sales tactics. Check again. Number 5, a ring she'll love forever so he'll always be a hero. Big check. Number 6, a shopping experience that's fun with a cold drink, relaxing lounge, and ESPN on TV. All checks. Steve, you've done it. That's exactly what a guy wants when he buys an engagement ring. At Robbins Brothers, we do all of that and more. Thanks, Skip. Oh, I almost forgot number 7. A genius like Steve Robbins to make it all possible. Check, please.
You'll find Robbins Brothers on the corner of Spring Valley and the Tollway near the Galleria. For directions, call 1-800-610-RING or check out our website at robbinsbrothers.com.
Tonight, television's most Emmy-winning night returns. NBC Thursday Comedy Night Done Right premieres with an hour-long My Name is Earl.
Living the dream.
Stuck in jail for a crime he didn't commit. Will good karma return? And will joy confess to help free Earl?
Oh, hell no!
My Name is Earl premieres, followed by the hour-long premiere of The Office.
Who's laughing now?
We can't tell you what happens. All we can say is don't miss the first 2 minutes. And for Pam and Jim, see what happened after this.
Are you free for dinner tonight?
Yes.
Then it's a date.
Then, nobody does a premiere like ER.
Somebody call security!
With a patient no one ever expected.
Mila?
I'm not leaving her.
This is what happens when you screw around in the ER.
NBC Premiere Thursday starts with the hour premiere of My Name is Earl and The Office, followed by the premiere of ER. NBC tonight.
It all happens tonight, starting at 7, only on NBC5.
You'll see how much money you could save when you go to geico.com and get your free rate quote. Then, of course, you got a decision to make, ain't you? Eh? Do I buy online, over the phone, or just pop by the local Geico office? It's not a bad position to be in, really. It's like, I don't know, the Queen wants to know whether you'd rather have dinner at the palace or the castle. Either way, you're having filet mignon.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Reason number 12 to switch to Geico. Accidents aren't on your to-do list. It's not like you're going, pick up milk, stop by the cleaners, get in a fender bender. Nobody plans to have an accident. But if you do have one, you want the best protection possible. And with 1,800 claim locations across the country, personal service 24/7, and online tracking of your claim every step of the way, nobody stands by you like Geico. Speaking of to-do lists,
for a free rate quote, visit geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO or check the yellow pages for an office near you. 15 minutes could save you 15%.
It's America's funniest all-American family comedy. It's George Lopez 5 days a week. From sea to shining sea.
It's Manifest Destiny all over again, my fellow Americans.
From Atlanta.
Baseball, apple pie, and G-Lo, y'all.
To New York.
Hey, I'm laughing here.
From Dallas. To L.A.
Get my side. Just keeping it real, bro.
It's George Lopez 5 days a week.
George Lopez, weekdays at 4:30 on TXA 21.
The following information is a public notice to aid in regenerating the Texas housing industry. The Federal Housing Administration has authorized Mortgages USA in the state of Texas to offer FHA loan programs to the general public. If you have a credit score as low as 500 and would like to have a home loan insured by the federal government, call 800-595-4021. Again, call 800-595-4021 to speak with a Texas licensed consultant. Programs include refinancing, getting cash, or buying a home in the state of Texas. Qualify at 800-595-4021 and help regenerate Texas. Or go online at mortgagesusa.com. That's mortgages with an S, USA.com. This message was paid for by MUSA Mortgages USA, Texas license 66376, 2505 Highway 360, Grand Prairie, Suite 200. Odyssey Adult DVD Megastore has all the adult movie titles you're looking for at the lowest prices. Visit any of Odyssey Video's locations, 11505 Anaheim Drive on the corner of Forest Lane and Denton Drive, 910 West Mockingbird, or 9109 John Carpenter Freeway. Why spend a lot of money for a short film that's finished before, well, anyway. Odyssey has 4-hour-long DVDs for just $14.95. Buy one of those and get a second one free. Can't make it to the store? Watch Odyssey videos by logging on to hotstarsvod.com. For more, call Odyssey at 972-484-4XXX.
Live 105.3 presents the Trophy Nissan Pugs and Kelly Rewind.
Wake up, smile, and remember it. Tony Romo. It's going to be a great day today.
I don't want to get up. Oh, wait a second. I'm Tony Romo.
All right.
Let's start the day.
Yeah.
Gonna take me a shower. Every chick I pass is going to check me out.
Yeah.
I walk into McDonald's. They may comp me. I'm Tony Romo.
Driving to my work.
In my car that everyone's checking out. And then after they check out my car, they look at who's driving and they go, it's Tony Romo.
Pugs and Kelly, weekdays on Live 105.3. And brought to you by
Trophy Nissan.
There are roughly 7 million car wrecks every year in the U.S. Researchers estimate that the average driver in the U.S. can expect to have an accident every 5 to 8 years. So that means a bunch of you are going to be in a car wreck this week. And the first thing you should do is call 1-800-THE-DOGS. Hey, it's Jagger, and the attorneys at Frankel & Frankel have helped thousands of clients get the money that they deserve. It doesn't matter if you get rear-ended on the way home or someone you know gets run over by an 18-wheeler. They've handled it. They know what to do, and they're going to take care of you. Medical help for no out-of-pocket expense, no problem, because they can help you. The best part, they don't get paid till you get paid. So call them. Talk to them about your case immediately. Frankel & Frankel, 1-800-THE-DOGS, or 1-800-THEDOGS.com. The attorneys to call when you're in a wreck.
Get legal representation with BITE, car wrecks, bankruptcy, criminal, divorce, and workers' comp.
That's 1-800-THEDOGS.
Come on, guys, gather around. This is really simple. Time Warner has hard-hitting football in high def. So seeing that you'll all be on TV in stunning clarity, looks sharp out there.
When it's all on the line, it's on Time Warner in HD. Get all your Cowboys games in high definition on our advanced fiber network. And be sure to make room in your schedule for NCAA football on ESPNU.
Pick it up, team, like on Time Warner. They pick up more local sports coverage than anyone else.
Only Time Warner has Longhorn football
on demand with Bevo D. And Metro Sports brings you your high school games on Channel 185 and the chance to relive your team's victory with video on demand.
Score big. Get Digital Classic Cable for only $29.95 a month for 6 months when you bundle with Roadrunner High-Speed Online 7 Megs and Digital Phone Texas. Call today, 888-216-9660.
Football on Time Warner. It's good!
Offer ends 11/15/07. Bundle rate returns to regular rate after promotional period. Games broadcast in HD will be delivered in HD to Time Warner customers. HD service is an optional service available for an incremental charge. All services not available in all areas. Other restrictions apply.
This segment is brought to you by Ashley Furniture Home Stores. Always in style and in reach.
We're your tramp stamp headquarters. Thanks for the target.
KLLI Dallas Fort Worth. KLLI HD1 Dallas Fort Worth.
Live 105.3.
Eldorado Mazda will beat any Mazda deal. Eldorado Mazda in McKinney, exit 41.
Now, back to the Russ Martin Show.
To all that surrounds him.
Now at 214-787-1053.
You find her?
I could not.
No.
But I don't have her mobile number. And the back line to the shelter, for some reason, saying it's been disconnected.
Okay. I was going to let Johnny from Operation Kindness announce this, but Dan, you go ahead and read it.
The jury reached a guilty verdict at around 5 o'clock today in an animal cruelty case that has captured the attention of many North Texans. Deshaun Brown was found guilty in the killing of Mercy the dog. Deliberations took just about an hour. Closing statements began around 3 o'clock today. The defense rested its case just before 2:30. The defendant, Deshaun Brown, did not take the stand in the case. He, of course, faced animal abuse charges. The state rested their case just before noon. That's really all you need. The rest we all already know.
Does it say when sentencing is?
That has not come out yet. The verdict was... it does? You have it there?
It says it's on expected to be on Friday. You could get 10 years.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, there it is.
Sweet.
It's a quick turnaround on the with the jury, especially since you didn't have anybody that specifically saw him light Mercy on fire, stab her, and then turn her loose.
Sounds like there was enough circumstantial evidence that...
Well, the Deshaun vanishes behind a dumpster with a dog.
And a knife.
And she comes out 20, 30 seconds later, whatever the timeline was, on fire. He's got a gas can. That really should be enough.
Yeah.
I actually spoke to someone real briefly who's close to the case, and they had said that they thought he definitely did it, but weren't sure if the jury would come back with a guilty plea just because of the evidence. They weren't sure if it was quite enough to convince everyone.
I still think possibly his attorney knew he did it and tried to throw the case. Why would you argue with a judge nonstop? I watched some of the video today.
Did you?
Of, what's his name? Hyde?
Yes, Wyde.
Going back and forth with a judge. Judge even told him before this tete-a-tete happened, so you do it again, I'm going to hold you in contempt. Do you understand? No, Judge, I don't. All right, here it goes. And then they go back and forth. And the only reason I can think that you would do that is if you're trying to alienate yourself from the jury and throw the case, because you know he did it. You knew he did it.
And you're saying the best case, throw the case. I would think in this situation, the best he could hope for, one, as a defendant, and two, as a defense attorney, would be a mistrial. Because I think with everything in this case, with the evidence that is there, I think an outright not guilty would just be really, really difficult.
And if, somebody throws it out, well, you lost this case, as far as your record goes, okay, well, here's the one that I lost, and I'm okay with that. The rest of it doesn't make any sense. Especially after the judge had just admonished him, do it again. Do it again, and you're out. And he did it again.
Maybe. And also, if a jury, if they're talking about how much he loves dogs and everything else, and you see the pictures of Mercy, my first thought is, if you love a dog so much, how'd that happen?
Because you didn't do it. That would be the defense.
And if I was on the jury, it kind of goes back to what I said a few days ago. If you love that dog and you love dogs as much as you say you do, then how was it you had no contact with Mercy after all this happened?
And some of the testimony, a couple of people asked Deshaun afterwards, did you set that dog on fire? A couple of the comments were, screw that bitch.
Well, that's obviously what they put out there. Did you ever get the press release that came out about the prayer vigil for Deshaun from his mom?
No.
Somebody sent it to me.
Well, let's have one tonight. A prayer vigil that he gets 10 years.
Or set on fire.
Yeah. You can give him the option. 10 years or we can set your ass on fire.
Oh, that's good.
That's ironic that that's really what he said, screw that bitch, because that's going to happen to him.
Yeah, he's going to hear that a lot over the next 10 years. What does it say?
It just says her name is Sandra Brown. My son is Deshaun, 22 years old, being charged with burning and stabbing the dog.
Hotline's ringing, Ryan. I know you're engulfed in the show, but pick that up.
Brandy. My son did not do this to his dog. He raised this dog from a puppy. My son loves dogs. He has had dogs most of his life. My son still has his dog Bam Bam, and she goes on to talk about how many dogs he's had and where he got them and all. The person you have seen in the media is not the person he's been made out to be. My son could never hurt his dogs or any dog. He lived in an apartment and would call me and ask if he could bring the dogs over so they could run in my backyard. And she goes on to say...
Is the prayer vigil for tonight? Because I don't want to miss it.
No, we've missed it. It was 2 days ago.
Well, we'll have a new one.
I know my son. I know he's always loved pets. He also has 2 cats and a snake. My son will stand on trial today. And then she thanks everybody for praying. But we've missed the prayer vigil.
I've been praying, though.
Yeah,
I have been, too.
Obviously, prayer does work.
We get little candles of Deshaun and set them on fire.
Well, it's what we expect from the mom,
You know what your kid's capable of. Something that...
This isn't the first thing you've done that's wacky or abusive.
Well, we don't know if he's done this before, but the extent of the injuries to that dog, that's not your first go-round at abusing an animal.
No.
I don't know, but he did a pretty good job at it. And it's as stupid as it comes off. Anytime I burn myself now, you immediately go get ice or whatever.
Right.
I can't imagine sitting there for a couple of days after I burn myself and not doing anything with it. And that dog had burns over like 80% of her body, down to the flesh.
It's amazing. It lived
and
2 days.
you've got to. The only thing you can hope is that she passed out during part of it.
And with you have the advantage of when you burn yourself, you can pull your hand away almost immediately. It's not like you were covered in an accelerant and you have to live with it until it's out.
And you're running and you're feeding the flames. And I think the biggest thing with me and animals that are abused, then I'll be done, is you can't explain it to them. You can't say, this guy was a jackass. Trey, you're going to cry? Why are you going to cry?
You gave him the visual.
Chloe, hug Trey.
Have a drink, buddy.
I'll snap you out of it.
Quite
John.
Jesus.
I'm sorry, Dan.
Dude, it's not your fault.
Oh.
They go between your legs, dude.
I have no comment.
You wearing black pants? No, they're khakis.
Mulatto pants.
Okay. What are you doing, Trey?
This is a little remote for the new air purifier.
Oh.
So
how long do we get to keep that?
For as long as we want.
What does that one cost?
He didn't say.
Oh.
He's going to email me the information.
Yeah, we need that one in the back. That's a higher velocity fan?
Yes.
All right. I was where? Before Trey teared up.
You were telling me about... You can't imagine.
Well, you can't explain it to the animal.
No, you look at that picture of... Don't tear up on me, but that dog's eyes in that picture, and it's just so... She almost is saying, why did this happen? And they run that picture every day.
Oh, yeah. Johnny would send me updates, and it would always have updates of the trial, and it would always have a picture of Mercy with the burned flesh or burned skin down to the flesh. It's like, I got it. I don't want to see it. I already know what happened. You just hope that and the problem is, not everybody thinks of animals like we do.
I don't think
it's
anybody.
Stock or it's a possession or whatever. I don't give a rat's ass. Look, even take that out of the equation. If he's going to do it to an animal, he'll do it to a person sooner or later. So don't worry about the animals. Set that one aside. Worry about when he does it to a kid or an adult or whatever.
He no longer gets jollies out of dogs.
And I'm guessing Vic was getting the same hard-on out of electrocuting animals that didn't perform well in the dog fighting.
Probably taking out his own
anger.
Anger about himself and that he's never
sucked.
Yeah.
Never what?
That he always sucked.
Oh. Thought he was a good player.
Good runner. Can't throw worth a crap.
Oh.
Which, at quarterback, kind of...
should throw.
Yeah.
Okay.
At least sometimes.
All right. Ready to start news again?
Sure.
Okay. Hang on. Who was on the hotline earlier?
Someone looking for a Roy.
Hang on a second. Is there a Roy here?
No.
All right. Are they going to call back?
No, probably not.
Okay. 5:45, Dan O'Malley's here with news.
Thank you, Russ. Also making news in the trial world. The prosecutors said they will retry legendary music producer Phil Spector after a jury was unable to decide whether he was guilty of second-degree murder in the shooting death of actress Lana Clarkson.
I'll let him go.
Prosecutor Pat Dixon said he had told Superior Court Larry Fiedler of his plans to go ahead with a second trial.
Because they got to a point of it was a 7-5 hung jury.
Yep.
Then it went to 10-2.
Yeah.
To me, that says they were leaning towards not guilty.
No. Paper said 10-2 in favor of conviction.
Really?
Says it in the story somewhere.
Fiedler.
How did you convince the other people? Go ahead. What's the story, sir?
Fiedler, the judge, declared the mistrial after the jury deadlocked 10-2 on its 12th day of deliberations. Jurors said later that most of them favored conviction, but two believed the defense scenario that Clarkson might have taken her own life.
Cut number 37 is one of the jurors talking about exactly what it is they were deadlocked on.
I missed that one. Only because day in and day out, if you're watching it on court TV, expert witness one side said homicide, the other one said no. Okay? I'm a juror. They're both giving out specifics.
Equals?
That each side wasn't gray. You got valid information on both sides. I'm going to have to let him go, even though I think he popped her. What cut?
37.
And this is who?
A juror. They never told us who it was.
Part of it was forensics, and part of it was his hand being on the gun, if it was on the gun. That was what part of it was, and part of it was a psychological profile of Lana Clarkson.
Or the not doing the psychological.
Not doing the psychological profile.
I think the defense was able to throw enough that some people bought the various theories that they threw out. You know, I voted guilty. I mean, I was one of at the very beginning, I mean, I knew from the evidence and the experts and, you know, and for some reason, I thought it'd be a done deal, you know, in and out. And it wasn't.
That's it, yeah.
I'm actually surprised that they would let that information out until after his second trial.
Retrial. Yeah, they're going right for the retrial immediately.
Well, but this is information they could have sat on because obviously this is going to taint the next jury pool.
Yeah, at one point they said they were not going to let any of the jurors talk, and then this came out today.
Well, then I blew that one because I really thought if they were 7-5, to me that they're leaning, cutting him loose.
It's a long way away. Then the judge brought them back in, re-explained to them their duty, and then went back and came back 10-2.
All right, maybe he'll get it then.
Well, in Maiden, North Carolina, a man who bought a smoker Tuesday at an auction of abandoned items might have thought twice had he looked inside of it first.
Is this the one with the leg?
All
right.
Police said the man opened up the smoker and saw what he thought was a piece of driftwood wrapped in paper. When he unwrapped it, he found a human leg cut off 2 to 3 inches above the knee. The smoker had been sold at an auction of items left behind at a storage facility, so investigators contacted the mother and son who had rented the space where the smoker was found. The mother, Peg Steele, explained Her son had his leg amputated after a plane crash and kept it following the surgery for religious reasons she doesn't know much about.
What religion is he?
We don't know, and she said she don't know much about it either.
There is a religion that they believe if you lose a body part, you need to be buried with it. Keep it and be buried with it to have your soul inside.
So why is it a smoker?
That's a good question. That's an even better question because
why isn't it in the Frigidaire?
I have no idea what would be in the smoker.
Because in the smoker, it's just going to get nasty.
The
What
guy's
else
a
is
freak.
Steele said her son John Wood plans to drive to Maiden to reclaim his amputated leg.
Okay.
Good for him. The upcoming VH1 show, I Love New York 2, premieres on October 8th, and this time a little person is among the men that they convinced to participate.
Wait.
What?
Go ahead.
He goes by the name Midget Mac.
Okay.
It's going to be on VH1, and that's his name.
Therein lies the problem that you've come across with the little people and the M word.
M word.
Well, that's what it is you have some of them that embrace that, and then others that think it's the worst thing ever.
The only thing that would twist me is if I were black and I heard some midget say, calling me a midget is the same as using the N-word, I'd slap your little ass with my big black hand.
It's just like I've never heard that midget was an issue until we had the show.
Oh,
mini kiss.
Now, were all of them twisted about that?
It was actually in their, what I understand, it was in their contract.
That we couldn't call them midgets?
Yes, on the air.
Well, why didn't they cancel?
Because you kind of quit calling them. You didn't do it all enough that they heard it before, I think. But afterwards is when that midget started.
Well, that's when one of them got me cornered.
Yeah.
Came up with me with their little midget hands.
We've had more emails pissed off about that than anything else you've done in the last 6 months. They send them to the station. They send them to me. They send them to you, Russ.
Obviously, midgets aren't lazy. What is it, Trey? Did you get a hold of Johnny?
I did.
Where is she?
She's under a gag order.
How come?
Because the punishment phase is tomorrow, and the jury, it's not the judge who decides it, it's the jury. So he has ordered anyone having to do with the trial.
She got nothing to do with the trial. Does she have to testify?
I don't know. She just said they were under orders not to speak until the punishment phase is over.
Oh.
That starts at 9 in the morning.
Well, then I'll help her out. He should get 10 years. Every day. Twice. Or give him the option. Set him on fire and cut him loose.
We'll never do that.
We can do it up here.
Yes.
We have the facilities.
We certainly do. We've done it to each other.
I still think we have the prayer vigil tonight that he gets 10 years.
I'm with you. We were going to go out cougar hunting tonight, but...
Oh. Let's pray in the morning.
Okay.
Dan.
Well, there's been a Richie Sambora sighting, and it actually wasn't... What are you giggling about?
No.
Richie Sambora sighting, and it apparently was not in rehab. Entertainment Tonight talked to Richie on the red carpet at an event in New York City. The Star tabloid claimed Richie had entered a 4-week rehab program back on September 17th at the Cirque Lodge in Utah, where, coincidentally, Lindsay Lohan is.
What do they really do in rehab?
If you go by the pictures I've been following of Lindsay Lohan in rehab,
they let you out to go drink.
There's that.
Okay. What do they really do?
It seems like a lot of, since it's in Utah, that this place seems to take advantage of their surroundings. You go like lots of nature hikes. They go rafting. Almost like.
Is it something to take your mind off of drinking for a month so you can break your cycle?
I think that may be part of it. Or maybe it depends on the therapy, but it could also be, look at all these other things you could be doing that you can't do if you're messed up. So maybe it's both.
But those things are a lot more fun if you're toasted.
People I've known that have gone to rehab, the first 3 to 4 days is detox. They tell you do not stop drinking or doing whatever you're doing before you get here, because we want to slowly detox you off whatever it is. Otherwise, you can go into withdrawals. Actually, with alcohol, you can actually die if you just cold turkey.
How bad you got to be to die?
It's just the sweats and the night shakes and the bad dreams and everything. You can screw up your heart and die. I mean, they tell you specifically.
And how long does that take to kick in when you stop drinking?
Oh, it depends on how much you were drinking. If you were doing like I was, it would start the next day. Like you'd stop at noon, and by noon the next day, you were starting to shake. And
so when I stop for 2 or 3 days and I don't get the shakes,
you're fine. Yeah. You're not into the point where you need to be detoxed. But that's the first 3 days.
Detox can consist of what?
It consists of, they put a lot of fluids in you. They also give you Librium. They give you taper drugs to get you down slowly off of the need to be drunk or
the
heroin or whatever. Yeah, the physical part.
The what, Trey?
The physical needs.
Oh.
But, and that's at a $5,000 a day facility. You go to the state one, they lock you in a room till you detox, and then it's meetings and just telling you how you need to set your life straight.
What does that cost?
For the most part, it's state funded. I think it's in Lubbock, though.
Is that court ordered?
It's where?
Lubbock.
You have to drink to be in Lubbock.
Is that always court ordered, or is that something you can do by yourself if you want to, and just don't have the money for the $30,000?
I think it's if you just don't have the money.
Have there been some news anchors here in Dallas-Fort Worth that have been gone for a while that had to go dry out?
Yes, there have been.
You didn't know that, Dan?
I missed that.
Well, we know it's not Dale Hansen because he's on every night.
Yes. They've given up on him.
You want to make a guess?
I don't think you'd guess it.
It's probably not worth it because I tend not to see the 10 o'clock news every night.
Let me tell you off the air.
Sure.
Did I get it right?
Yes.
That makes sense.
Yeah, he went on assignment for a while. That's what they said every night.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah. You know what the good thing is about that? When they bring the person back, they'll hand them some sort of big investigative story to make it look like they've been busy the whole time.
See what I did when I was drying out?
I did a story on rehab.
I actually saw.
Damn, that's funny.
Do you want me to say male or female, just so it's easier?
I don't care.
All right. I saw him once, probably 6-7 years ago, in public.
The guy we're talking about.
Yes.
Okay.
And the first and only time I'd ever saw him, and the first thing I thought was, wow, he's awfully red in the face. And I remember that just sticking out to me. It's just like, on TV, he doesn't really come across as very...
What makes you red in the face?
I really don't know, but that's a very common characteristic.
Of drying out or being drunk?
Being drunk.
Yeah.
Do I get red in the face?
Mm-mm.
Oh.
It's also harder to tell in here because of the color of the lights, but...
Why do you think they're in here?
Exactly.
Okay.
But anyway, you care about rehab anymore? You're done.
You going to tell me something else?
All it is after you get out of the hospital, then you go to more or less a halfway house where you have classes every day. They get you up at a regular time. You go to classes all day. You write down your feelings, your life, your family. They go on nature walks, like I said. At one place I know one guy went to, you have to go out and get a rock, and that rock becomes...
You hit yourself with it?
No. Some sort of...
Go get me a rock.
Every time you think about alcohol or drugs.
You smack yourself in the head. All right, you're cured. Get out of here.
It's not the shot I was asking for.
And that was
all of that sounds depressing.
It's really not. It's very uplifting, and it's all based on, most of it's spiritually based. You learn a lot about how you got in your disease, what the disease does to you.
I don't call it that.
How you got in your condition, and what your condition...
You can call it an addiction. I'm okay with that.
Okay.
But where the disease part comes in, I don't know.
Well, they still call it that, but if you want to call
They call it that because that's a defense mechanism. Mm-hmm. It's not my fault. I'm sick. I have a handicap. I have an illness.
They make you look at how you got there.
If you really had a handicap, they give you a nice parking sticker.
They make you look at how you got there. Family history.
And or a guy in a wheelchair with a glass.
And if you're bad enough...
Little sign in the back, drunk driver on board.
I'm done.
It's a little guy. It's at the wheelchair, picture, but instead there's, 4 wheels.
Go ahead, John.
I'm done. I can't tell you anymore.
And sometimes they make them or give you the opportunity to make amends with family and friends that you have.
Well, that's part of the 12. That's part of the 12-step program, right?
Is it? Mm-hmm. And if it's bad enough, I've known them to keep people 6 weeks, 8 weeks.
Takes that long to detox?
No, detox is the first 3 or 4 days. That's in a hospital.
You're clear after a few days?
Absolutely. Yeah, all of it will all be out of your system after physically it's out of your system. That's the easy part. Quitting is the easy part. Staying sober is the hard part.
What about that, what was that shot Venegas gave me?
Vivitrol.
Yeah, Flo knows that one. Why wouldn't they just give them the Vivitrol?
They can?
That'll keep you out. How long was that supposed to last?
30 days.
Because the hardcore alcoholics, they'll try to drink through it.
I did.
It's the mentality they're trying to change in rehab.
Yeah, it's not the actual drinking is changing. It's the behavior and how you got there and where you're going to go if you continue on that path.
All right. Any one of those, Ryan?
1 is about rehab, and 3 is about why your face gets red when you drink.
Oh. Okay. Yes, Danny.
Hey, my daughter's in rehab right now, and she's in a non-traditional kind of rehab. It's not a 12-step thing. I don't know if I should say the name of it.
No, just tell me what they're doing.
Well, she has to sit in a sauna for 5 hours a day, and she has to exercise a lot. They have to take a lot of oils and vitamins and stuff to get. I guess they say that the drug metabolites attach to your fat cells.
Is this more like a holistic drying out?
Sort of, yeah.
Okay.
And she's been in there for a couple of weeks, and they basically are sweating the drug residue out of her so that so it's not released later, and giving her the cravings.
How old is she?
18.
How long was she drinking?
Well, she's cocaine and heroin.
Oh.
Actually, and alcohol. Just basically anything she could get her hands on, which is,
How'd you find out she was on dope?
She got arrested 5 times in 4 months.
Yeah, they'd probably tell you.
Yeah.
Is she going to be okay through all this, though?
Yeah, I think she is.
How did you guys pick this rehab facility?
We did a lot of research on the internet, and we know she's not really a religious person at all, so we wanted to stay away from 12-step faith-based programs, and because we thought she would think that was bunk, so we picked this one because it was more, it wasn't really faith-based.
I'm not big, and I know AA is faith-based, but you're going to have to bring something a little more tangible into the equation when you've got an addiction that bad.
Oh, absolutely.
Just saying, you got to give your life to God. That's fine for other applications. Something like this, where you're chemically addicted to it, you're going to need something a little more in your face. And Jesus don't seem to be in your mug face guy.
Right. And they're doing some exercises that she thinks are stupid at the moment, like having to close your eyes and put your palms up on your lap for 2 hours and introspect, And,
well, that's what is it? What Dr. Thornton does.
Hypnotism?
Yeah.
Meditation.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they also have to do the same where they look in another patient's eyes for that long. And if they look away, they have to start over. And she was just, yesterday, she called, she was just mad. She's like, I've had it.
They got them playing chicken in a hot tub?
No.
Is that what it is?
Pretty much.
Yeah, or just like, it's a staring contest.
Yeah, basically. I don't know if it's to build integrity or what, and apparently this one has these 9 workbooks that they have to work their way through, and she could be there as long as 3 months.
What are you going to ask, John?
Did you guys commit her, or can she leave?
She can leave, yes. Okay. Unfortunately, at the age of 17 in Texas, you're considered an adult, and I didn't find this out until she was 17.
How long has she been there?
How long has she been there? A couple of weeks.
2 weeks?
Yeah.
Well, if she's made it past the first couple of weeks, you got to give her credit for that.
Absolutely.
Yes, I know. And she's really coming around. She's thinking about breaking up with the boyfriend that got her in all this trouble. He's in jail at the moment, and breaking ties with him, which is like, yay.
Well, the state's helping with that.
I know. So I'm not trying to encourage her, because the more I encourage her, the more she seems to go in the opposite direction.
Okay.
To break up with him, but she's doing pretty good.
Well, let us know what happens.
All right.
Not really. No, really. If she's in there for a couple of weeks, and she's probably made it past the worst.
Past the worst part, yeah.
The rest of it is just going to be mental rehabilitation.
And the failure rate, like you said, it's very high.
I never said it was high.
Well, you were talking about you need something a little more substantial to grab onto than just give your life to Jesus.
Yeah, don't hand me a deity and think that's going to be enough, because that's just like saying walk it off.
It works for a lot of people. If you continue with the meetings and if you continue
that's
with
a placebo, and if it works, fine. But if I'm that addicted to something to where my life is going to piss, which it's damn close, then you're going to have to hand me something more than the Bible.
Your life has to get really out of control, and you just hate it so bad that you really enjoy that. I've heard people say they didn't want to come out of rehab because it's a safe environment. They know there's not going to be temptation there. They know they're not going to go around their buddies, drink whiskey all day. They know it's going to be easy and comfortable.
You're schmooking me again,
I'm
aren't
not
you?
schmooking you. No, it's just, it really is. It's a little village unto itself. It's like summer camp. Some people even call it that. I went away to camp, quote unquote.
How we doing, Chloe?
Need a break.
What is line 2, Ryan?
She's behind a truck that's got all these anti-animal rights stickers, and he's got a cage in the back of his truck with a dog in it with a muzzle on.
Michelle.
Yes.
So got a phone number on the truck?
I got a license plate.
One moment, please.
We'll take that.
Trey, take that off the air and run the plate. Okay. All right, we'll be back.
We'll be back to the Russ Martin Show.
Get 100 free business cards at Staples Copy and Print Center with orders of 100 or more. They're highly professional and are printed in minutes. Get yours free today. Staples. That was easy. This portion of the Russ Martin Show is sponsored by D&M Leasing.
The #1 afternoon show is found right here. The Russ Martin Show. On Live 105.3.
Oh, nobody loves Dallas more than me. There's that giant giraffe they call Big Tex. There's a Fort Worth stockyard in downtown Dallas. You have to check out the view from the top of Union Tower. Oh, and of course, the greatest show ever on television.
Okay, for those of you out there who really do know and love Dallas, Bank of America has something you'll love. My Expression Checking. You can get checks, check cards, and bank statements featuring your favorite organization, your alma mater, or my personal preference, the Dallas Cowboys. So many checks and check cards to choose from.
Ooh, what girl doesn't love cowboys riding around on horses with the big hats and boots and spurs?
Ma'am, please. The Cowboys are a football team. For all you real Dallas fans out there, go to your local Bank of America and sign up for a new My Expression checking account today. Bank of America, Bank of Opportunity.
Bank of America N.A. member FDIC. 2007 Bank of America Corporation. All rights reserved.
It's not the beer with the fancy hat. It's the beer that...
It's the beer that knows everything is better with bacon. It's the beer with an inflatable couch. It's the beer that knows karate.
It's Natural Light.
It's the only beer that could go for an ice cold glass of itself. Right now.
It's Natural Light.
Natural Light Beer, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
It's not the beer that wears a cravat. It's the beer that...
It's the beer that brings bagged ice as a housewarming present. It's the beer that wears shorts every day of the year. It's the beer that lost a toe to frostbite.
It's Natural Light.
It's the only beer that could go for an ice-cold glass of itself, right now.
It's Natural Light.
Natural Light Beer, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Trapped under a car, left to die.
She's a survivor.
The search for Sarah begins.
Where is she?
The new season of CSI, CBS Tonight.
Hey, it's Pugs from the Pugs and Kelly Midday Show here on Live 105.3 for CSB School of Broadcasting. Now, speaking as a proud CSB graduate, I can honestly say that I wouldn't have a job in radio if years ago I hadn't responded to a commercial just like this one. Now, I always knew that a life in radio was for me, but after spending 4 years at a university, I wasn't prepared. I called CSB just as you can at 1-800-TV-RADIO, or you can go online to gocsb.com and get the training you need to start your exciting career in broadcasting. Whether it's TV, radio, podcasting, or even internet radio, CSB is going to get you the training and connections you need to make your dreams become a reality. At CSB, you're going to learn by doing from Dallas TV and radio professionals, and it only takes a few months. So do what I did. Give them a call, 1-800-TV-RADIO, or go online to gocsb.com. Get your career started? Learn from professionals in months. I did.
Hey, it's Jasmine from The Jagger Show, and I have big news. Adult star Chasey Lane is coming to New Fine Arts this Friday night. Chasey's winning smile has landed her roles on mainstream premium cable shows like HBO's Tales from the Crypt. Breakthrough artists, the Bloodhound Gang, even immortalized her in their tribute song, aptly titled Ballad of Chasey Lane. Lane returned to adult films again in 2001 and is turning up the heat with her comeback feature movie, Chasey Reloaded. Come meet Chasey Lane this Friday night at New Fine Arts' Shiloh Road location on Shiloh and Northwest Highway. She'll be there from 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. signing autographs and taking pictures, and I'll be joining her from 7 to 9. So for more information, call 214-327-0551. That's 214-327-0551. And remember, every Thursday, ladies, it's Ladies' Day. Everything in the store is 20% off. New Fine Arts has 3 metro locations: West Mockingbird near Harry Hines, Northwest Highway near I-35, and Shiloh at Northwest Highway on the east side. New Fine Arts is open all day, every day, and of course, New Fine Arts practices safe sex and lots of it.
When you need a car, truck or van, who you gonna call?
Listen up, Metroplex. When you sell too many new cars, trucks, and SUVs, you get too many trade-ins. It's Bankston's Excess Inventory Elimination.
Call Bankston!
Now through Monday at all 9 Bankston locations, we're out to sell over 1,000 pre-owned vehicles. Click Bankston.com and choose from over 5,000 pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs. All makes, all models. We're talking late model, low mileage Chevys, Fords, Chryslers, Jeeps, Dodges, Nissan, Hondas, and more. Plus, we've priced over 750 used cars for $99 a month. $99 a month. With savings this high, you better not buy till you've been to Bankston. See the Dallas Morning News and click Bankston.com.
Call Bankston!
Don't miss Bankston's Excess Inventory Elimination. Now through Monday at all 9 Bankston locations. Bank on Bankston to save you money.
KLLI, Dallas Fort Worth, Live 105.3.
If you like to save, drop by Verizon Wireless for deals that add up to something special. For example, say you want to add someone to your current plan. Well, right now, you can add a line for only $9.99 monthly access on family share plans with 2 lines starting at $69.99 monthly access. And if you need a phone to go with that new line, the savings just keep adding up. Right now, you can buy any Motorola phone $39.99 or higher after any rebates and get up to 3 Motorola Razr V3M phones free, each with new 2-year activation. That's right. Buy any Motorola, add lines for $9.99 per month, and then you can outfit those lines with free Razr phones that are GPS navigation, Vcast music, and Bluetooth headset capable. And if you can add, you know that $9.99 plus free adds up to some serious savings on America's most reliable wireless network and a really cool Razr. So switch to Verizon Wireless today. Buy a phone, add a line, get a free Razr, and watch the savings multiply. Verizon Wireless, America's most reliable wireless network. Activation, early termination, and other fees apply per line. Coverage details at vzw.com.
There's a growing menace on America's roadways that strikes without warning, like sharks with rabies.
She ran me off the road and said my top was ugly.
The danger? 20-something female celebrities. Pedicured, pampered, deadly.
Get out of my way!
Hey!
Life comes at you fast, but you can protect your car and save up to $523 by switching to Nationwide Insurance at nationwide.com.
My car was dented and covered in low-carb gelato. I'm glad I've got Nationwide Insurance.
Nationwide Blue Ribbon Claim Service will help if you're taken out by one of Malibu's most wanted, with 24/7 claim processing and a written guarantee on repairs for as long as you own or lease your car.
The guarantee was nice, unlike that skinny little...
To save up to $523 on car insurance, go to nationwide.com or visit your local Nationwide agent. Better call for better coverage.
Nationwide is on your side.
Products underwritten by Nationwide Mutual Insurance Company, Home Office, Columbus, Ohio. Subject to underwriting guidelines and approval. Not available for all persons in all states.
All right, y'all. Welcome back to Am I Living the High Life? Let's take some calls. Who I got first?
Hey, I just paid $20 to get into this bar. Seems pretty cool. But am I living the high life?
Did you say $20 or 2?
I paid $20.
Oh, sorry, man. You are not living the high life. $20 cover charge. You must have lost your mind. Next caller.
Hey, my buddies and I are at this place. Their foosball table is free. Am I living the high life?
Sometimes the high life is all in the wrist. Very nice. That is pretty high life. Next caller.
Dude!
Nope. Next caller.
Hey, I'm pretty sure I'm living the high life here. There's all this cheese, and there's a wine tasting.
Prank caller. Who's next?
I'm staring at the most glorious happy hour of all time. Nachos, wings, icy cold bottles of Miller High Life.
You, sir, are living the high life. Yeah.
I know it.
All that food and a good, honest beer at a tasty price. All right, that's all the time we have today. Thanks for the calls, and please support your local highlight.
Miller Brewing Company, Fort Worth, Texas. Live responsibly.
Tonight, television's most Emmy-winning night returns. NBC Thursday Comedy Night Done Right premieres with an hour-long My Name is Earl.
Living the dream.
Stuck in jail for a crime he didn't commit. Will good karma return? And will joy confess to help free Earl?
Oh, hell no.
My Name is Earl premieres, followed by the hour-long premiere of The Office.
Who's laughing now?
We can't tell you what happens. All we can say is don't miss the first 2 minutes. And for Pam and Jim, see what happened after this.
Are you free for dinner tonight?
Yes.
Then it's a date.
Then, nobody does a premiere like ER.
Somebody call security.
With a patient no one ever expected.
Mila?
I'm not leaving her.
This is what happens when you screw around in the ER.
NBC Premiere Thursday starts with the hour premiere of My Name is Earl and The Office, followed by the premiere of ER. NBC tonight.
It all happens tonight, starting at 7, only on NBC5.
Bill N., an owner of BF Goodrich Mud Terrain Tires from Dallas, Texas, writes, I do a lot of off-roading, but not much trail climbing. Can you describe how it feels hauling up a 40-degree incline? Well, Bill, as you might expect, it's one crazy thrill ride till your BF Goodrich Mud Terrains boost you over the top of the hill. But for an even bigger thrill ride, we're told, try it without mud terrain tires. It's called a reverse backwards hill descent. How does that feel? Cue the tape. Uh-oh. A thrill of a lifetime indeed. But we suggest buying the BF Goodrich tires. Buy 4G Force or light truck tires at any Dallas area 4-wheel parts location and you'll qualify for a Visa debit card worth $50. Go to 4wheelparts.com for the location nearest you. BF Goodrich Tires. Take control.
Card program issued by the Private Bank and Trust Company pursuant to a license from Visa USA, Inc.
People who leave their keys in the car are boneheads. As in, 50,000 cars are stolen in Texas every year because boneheads leave their keys in the ignition. And here's the fun part. If your car is stolen with your keys, the police call it owner-involved theft. Your insurance company can call it, hey, we ain't replacing the car or paying damages clause. So, leave your keys, lose your car. Take the keys, keep your car. What about this do you not understand? Remember, you hold the key.
This message from your Texas Department of Transportation's Auto Burglary and Theft Prevention Authority.
Dodge Nitro, the SUV that thrives on adrenaline. Big on style with sporty available 20-inch wheels. Charged up with an available 260 horsepower V6. 2007 Dodge Nitro is packed with one-of-a-kind features you won't find on any other SUV in this class. Like an available load-and-go cargo floor for easy access to Nitro's spacious cargo room. And an available MyGig multimedia entertainment system that lets you store and play your favorite music and photos. So be careful. It's loaded. It's the final days of the Dodge model year-end clearance. And now during a special 72-hour event, get no extra charge lube, oil, and filter changes for up to 36 months. The lifetime powertrain limited warranty. And up to a $1,500 cash allowance when financed through Chrysler Financial on Nitro. Hurry. It all ends October 1st. MyGig in-dash DVD capability not available in all states. See dealer for a copy of limited warranty and details. Non-transferable, not available on select vehicles. 12 certificates for lube, oil, and filter changes for 3 years depending on driving habits. See owner's manual for recommended maintenance schedule. Must take delivery by 10/107.
Come on, guys, gather around. This is really simple. Time Warner has hard-hitting football in high def. So seeing that you'll all be on TV in stunning clarity, looks sharp out there.
When it's all on the line, it's on Time Warner in HD. Get all your Cowboys games in high definition on our advanced fiber network. And be sure to make room in your schedule for NCAA football on ESPNU.
Pick it up, team, like on Time Warner. They pick up more local sports coverage than anyone else.
Only Time Warner has Longhorn football on demand with Bevo D. And Metro Sports brings you your high school games on Channel 185. And the chance to relive your team's victory with video on demand.
Score big. Get digital classic cable for only $29.95 a month for 6 months when you bundle with Roadrunner high-speed online 7 megs and digital phone Texas. Call today. 888-216-9660.
Football on Time Warner.
It's good!
Offer ends 11/15/07. Bundle rate returns to regular rate after promotional period. Games broadcast in HD will be delivered in HD to Time Warner customers. HD service is an optional service available for an incremental charge. All services not available in all areas. Other restrictions apply.
This segment is brought to you by Natural Light, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
This is your station.
station.
Please treat it kindly.
KLLI Dallas Fort Worth. KLLI HD1 Dallas Fort Worth. Live 105.3.
The official package store of the Russ Martin Show is Majestic Fine Wines and Spirits, where the spirit of the week is Scottish Leader Scotch. Find it today at majesticliquors.com.
Now, back to the Russ Martin Show.
I don't know where Chuck is. Maybe his bag was full.
Must be a big bag.
You didn't say anything about not coming in.
He's like your manager, isn't he? Wouldn't you need to know where he is?
What do I care?
If you needed something.
It's my business manager.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes when you're that old, you gotta tend to your bag. Walk around with a gallon of piss hanging on your side.
Be distracting.
What do you got, Trey?
That's the guy's name.
What guy?
The guy in the truck with the that had the anti-animal rights and dog muzzle.
Well, that's a company name. Wonder what they do.
I was trying to look that up.
Is that a C?
Yes.
And look that up, see what they do. What else do you got?
I think I found his house, but I'll have to verify that.
Let me see. What message are you trying to send out? You're riding around in a truck that says anti-animal rights, and you got a dog with a muzzle in the back.
Mm-hmm.
Animals don't have rights.
Well, at this point they do.
Well, they do.
But some people still think they don't.
Animals are property. Well, we go back to the fact that farmers and people that raise cattle and eventually have to kill them don't set them on fire and let them run away.
No, you're right.
He has a criminal record, too, but it's way back.
Yeah.
The address you gave me on your printout tray is actually the business address.
Oh, I know. That's
okay.
And let's see. Vehicle Dodge. Lien holder. House. Married. Lives in Grand Prairie.
Really?
The business address is not that far from here.
And let's see. Value $125,000 house.
Mm-hmm.
The land is $30,000 of that.
Mm-hmm.
I really don't see anything else on here. During the next break, Trey, why don't you call him and find out what his gig is?
I'll do that.
Looks like it's trucking and freight.
Wonder how many of his customers know that he drives around all day with a dog tied up in the back.
Yeah.
Obviously, he doesn't care.
No.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have the sign on the back.
And the muzzle.
And I'm sure he's got his company name on this door.
Probably. I'll go by his place of business tomorrow and see if I can find the truck and get a picture.
Okay. I don't see the criminal on here.
Oh, I didn't print it. It was from like 1979.
Oh. What'd he do?
It's for false imprisonment. Harm to another human being.
Isn't that like one step below kidnapping?
Yeah.
Almost the same thing, isn't it?
I think so. Just a shorter period of time, I'm guessing.
Okay. All right, let me know what else you find out.
Okay.
Here's the other page.
Okay. All right, Dan, what else you got?
Okay. Kiefer Sutherland got a DUI Tuesday morning. Police pulled Kiefer over in West Hollywood at about 1:35 in the morning after he made an illegal U-turn. He then failed a field sobriety test, so he then was followed up with a breathalyzer test. According to TMZ.com, he blew more than twice California's legal limit of 0.08%. He already has a DUI conviction from November of 2004.
When you got that much cash, why didn't you just have somebody haul you around?
And actually,
even the network, if they know that you've got a drinking issue, because I ain't pointing no bottles at nobody. Make sure that somebody's there to drive you around.
And they know he's got a drinking issue.
Yeah.
Especially because you mentioned, as in like him, like the Fox network, why wouldn't you have someone take him around? He was actually leaving, if I remember correctly, a Fox function.
Fox Fall Eco Casino Party.
Yeah.
And he didn't have to drive. Fox offered him the use of the limo. I'm sorry, Dan.
No. You got it. You roll, big dog.
So they offered him a limo, and he chose to drive anyway.
I'm surprised more of these guys don't get off just because they're celebs.
You mean for the actual arrest? I think it's kind of in vogue right now to get celebs. I think it's, in a way,
like your own collection.
A little badge of courage.
I can almost see that making sense for like young Hollywood, especially the females, but not Kiefer Sutherland.
Or even Mel Gibson had it coming because he started calling the guy a Jew.
Yeah, different. It also depends how drunk you are and what you did. If you illegal U-turn, okay, that's not terrible. You're weaving and hit a tree. You don't need to be off, you know. If you just made an illegal U-turn, that's what got Kiefer busted. What?
You drinking?
No. Tropicana.
Okay. Dan?
Okay. Well, last Wednesday, Bill O'Reilly made some comments on his radio show that just caught up with him Tuesday. He was discussing a dinner he'd recently had with Al Sharpton at a Harlem.
Well, if it was 2 days, I know what he didn't say.
That he'd recently had with Al Sharpton at a Harlem restaurant called Sylvia's, which is, of course, run by African Americans. And in attempting to praise the restaurant...
34.
Thank you. Okay, good.
He said... couldn't get over the fact that it seemed to be as classy and normal as a white restaurant would be.
That's this part, 34. And then the rant, he's mad at CNN for bringing it up, is the next cut.
You know, I was up in Harlem a few weeks ago, and I actually had dinner with Al Sharpton, who is a very, very interesting guy. And he comes on a Factor a lot, and then I treated him to dinner because he's made himself available to us, and I felt that I wanted to take him up there, and we went to Sylvia's, a very famous restaurant in Harlem. I had a great time. And all people up there tremendously respectful. They all watched The Factor. You know, when Sharpton and I walked in, it was like big commotion and everything, but everybody was very nice. And I couldn't get over the fact that there was no difference between Sylvia's restaurant.
You can stop.
Yeah. It's not what he said, it's the way he phrased it. What he was saying.
It's just amazing that I could tell no difference between a white restaurant and one run by the Negroes.
That's the way it came out. And CNN jumped on it.
I expected to go in and see rituals, stabbings.
No.
ATMs being yanked out. How did he think they were going to take this?
He thought it was...
It's like somebody saying for a black guy, you're really articulate.
I think it's the ultimate in white ignorance. Because in Bill...
Unless he's taking the angle of letting people know that if there's any racial bias on your part, black restaurants and white restaurants are the same.
You should let that go.
But he said he was shocked.
But everybody was very nice. And I couldn't get over the fact that there was no difference between Sylvia's restaurant and any other restaurant in New York City. I mean, it was exactly the same. Even though it's run by blacks, primarily black patronship, it was the same. And that's really what the society is all about now here in the USA. There's no difference. There's no difference. You know,
Is he in the tub?
No, that's just the audio.
Oh.
City. I mean, it was exactly the same. Even though it's run by blacks, primarily black patronship, it was the same. And that's really what the society is all about now here in the USA. There's no difference. There's no difference. You know, there may be a cultural entertainment. People may gravitate toward different cultural entertainment. But you go down to Little Italy and you're going to have that. And nothing to do with the color of anybody's skin.
Now they're around.
Okay.
Talking Points has said
the next one. He's mad.
Well, the way he qualified that's not that bad.
No, he came
when
back
he said I couldn't go over the fact that the Negroes had a nice clean place. Had he extracted that part and just said, "Here's something you need to know." There was no difference between a black restaurant and any white restaurants I've been to. So if you think there's a difference, there's not. And you need to let that stigma go.
Yeah, and the problem is then with you, not with the restaurants.
Especially, well, the fact it's in Harlem and just the name, you think, all black neighborhood.
Well, he said it was.
And I'm sure.
But he needed to step back and say, I can't get over the fact that the Negroes can be as clean as white people. Because that's the part that's going to come back and get him.
Just shocked me.
My eyes were the size of saucers the entire night. This can't be a black restaurant. Where are the rats? Now, the next cut's what?
This is his spin the next day, which is funny because his show's called The No Spin Zone.
I was about to say, isn't that their whole shtick on, is he on Fox?
Yes.
Okay.
So he comes back and says, CNN and ABC are out to get me because we're kicking their ass. So that's why they did this kill piece.
O'Reilly's on cable.
Yes.
And he's kicking who's ass?
Well, at least CNN's. And then he said...
Well, CNN is possible because they're in the same wheelchair league. But ABC?
ABC, everybody jumped on him, and it's just political. They took something he said, and they extrapolated and blew it out of proportion.
Well,
which they kind of did.
If they're making a big deal about it, yeah. Because all he's got to do is say, well, here's the point I was trying to get across. And if you listen to the entire clip, that's what I said.
In its entirety, yes.
many times on this broadcast that we respect CNN. We haven't attacked them in any way. And in the past, they have been responsible. But this is absurd. The Media Matters defamation was also picked up by the local ABC affiliate here in New York City. Again, totally irresponsible. Finally, CNN did a documentary a few weeks ago by Christiane Amanpour. In that documentary, Ms. Amanpour put forth that religion has caused a lot of pain in the world. Now, some considered her presentation anti-Semitic and anti-Christian. We could have easily hammered CNN and Ms. Amanpour. It would have been simple to do that, but we did not. They reported.
That's not what we're talking about.
No, I know.
It's nice to bring up.
We didn't pick on them. Why'd they pick on me?
Possibly in another conversation, it would make sense.
That's the whole, look at what a good guy I am thing.
How many of the people from ABC when eat in a colored restaurant? Huh?
Very few.
Did you sit with the Negroes?
Like I did and suffered. I mean,
We could have easily hammered CNN and Ms. Amanpour. It would have been simple to do that, but we did not. They reported. The audience is smart enough to decide if anti-religion bias was present. Failure leads to desperation. The Factor has been number one for 6 consecutive years and defeats our cable news competition combined.
I believe that's going to take some research.
I would think so.
Because I've looked at cable numbers.
They're absurdly low.
If they were on network television, they wouldn't be on network television.
No.
They wouldn't suffer through those ratings.
I don't know how they keep making money.
That's something I've always missed. How do you have somebody like USA Network with new programming day in and day out that is not cheap, but the ratings are still bottom broadcast ratings?
I was ready to make an argument as far as, you know, the cable news channels, but throwing out like a USA...
Trey, what's the one that I watch on cable?
Dead Zone?
Yeah. It's a really good series.
Well shot, well directed.
In fact, ABC's got a knockoff coming out called Journeyman off of Dead Zone.
Okay.
Please.
Dead Zone is with Anthony Michael Hall.
Okay.
The guy, he played the kid in the Vacation movies.
Yeah, okay. I know what you're talking about.
I forget the premise. But they have one coming out on ABC. Not only is it basically the same premise, the guy looks just like Anthony Michael Hall. I thought that's who it was.
So they're trying to sponge off.
Yeah.
Oh, NBC runs those promos. It took Russ telling me that's not Anthony Michael Hall.
They don't even say in the promos who it is, so you'll just assume that.
And you watch.
It's like you mentioned, whatever cable networks, like USA, and another big one would be FX, because they have lots of successful shows.
Right.
It must just boil down to the demographics as far as,
Well, the fact that you can take one program and run it over and over nonstop for weeks, and you get revenue off each run, where ABC or one of the broadcast networks, they'll run something once, and you don't see it again until the summer.
I'm sure now that they put shows on DVD, that's got to be a big moneymaker for them.
For cable?
Yeah.
Like The Sopranos.
People that do that, but we did not. They reported the audience is smart enough to decide if anti-religion bias was present. Failure leads to desperation. The Factor has been number one for 6 consecutive years and defeats our cable news competition combined. The other cable news outlets are ratings disasters. Last night, The Factor had 6 times as many viewers.
So far, we're into a minute of this clip, and he still hasn't addressed what the issue is.
No. And he doesn't really.
He just likes to go back and...
saying, we didn't pick on them, why are they picking them? Why would they even bring this up?
Hold on. Line 4? 3? Are they black? Are you sure?
Yeah, very much so.
How do you know?
Because you can hear them.
Yes, bro. Obviously got his phone cut off.
And, Bill O'Reilly, talking about, he jumped all over Pepsi when they were going to have Ludacris, who's a rapper, do their commercials and kind of be a spokesman.
What's wrong with that?
He had said, he's going to boycott Pepsi until they finally dropped him. And they dropped Ludacris.
Well, what was his problem with Ludacris?
He said he didn't like the lyrics of his raps.
Well, that's not a racial thing, then.
No, I
don't like the content. It's got nothing to do with black-white. So you can't compare the two.
Leads to desperation. The Factor has been number one for 6 consecutive years and defeats our cable news competition combined.
Because I hang out with the coloreds.
Plus, if that was the case, if you're destroying everyone that much, why even say anything?
I guess because ABC picked it up.
Yeah, but it was only the ABC New York affiliate.
Well, maybe he's worried the network's going to pick it up. So you do early damage control.
I guess.
I've already addressed this. I ain't got to talk to you. Have you dined with coloreds?
And been amazed as I was?
Number one for 6 consecutive years and defeats our cable news competition combined. The other cable news outlets are ratings disasters. Last night, The Factor had 6 times as many viewers as CNN at 8 p.m. But that is no excuse for being dishonest.
That's it?
Well, I think that's it. That's all it released.
Does he even say why he brought that up?
In this case, why he brought it up here, he's trying to address what he did the day before, but he never really did. He's just saying, I don't pick on them.
Well, how do you know that was in reference to everything else?
It was in the sound clip and the sound bites.
He had Sharpton on a show last night to talk about this.
And?
Oh, I didn't see it. But Sharpton, because Sharpton was there with him at dinner, Sharpton was kind of cool about it and said...
Well, what he meant was, if you've got this predisposition that black restaurants are going to be different from whites, you're wrong. Okay? Valid.
He said it that way.
It was a stand-up thing to throw out. But you don't throw out that you were stunned and amazed
That's where it kind of
that black people can actually dine with knives and forks and keep them on their food. That's the part that really got him in trouble.
Yeah. And he's not really in trouble with anybody because nobody else is in there up in arms
Well,
because
no.
he had Sharpton with him.
Right. If you got Sharpton with you, then you can you probably call Sharpton the N-word and get away with it at that point.
Who are you eating with?
Yeah. Who's ABC eating with? Hmm? We need a break?
Yes.
Okay. We'll be back.
We'll be back to the Russ Martin Show.
The next time you see Al Sharpton, you can tell him I said himself, and he can suck my
This segment brought to you by Fort Worth Lap Band, where Mondo is losing weight. This segment is brought to you by RodneyAnderson.com.
When it comes to afternoons, nobody comes close. The Russ Martin Show on Live 105 3.
Here we go.
Tonight, it's Survivor's dirtiest challenge ever.
There's nothing more skeevy and just disgusting.
New Survivor China. CBS tonight.
Hey, what's up? It's Chloe for the Russ Martin Show. And dude, football season is here. So make sure to stock up on Bud Light. You don't want to be stuck without any Bud Light when all your buddies show up. Dude, you could get tackled, sacked, or I would probably tackle you. So grab the chips, grab the dips, the subs, the wings, and all your food. But don't forget the Bud Light. It's guaranteed to be an exciting season this year. So enjoy every game with a nice ice-cold Bud Light. Bud Light, always worth it.
It's gonna be an awesome weekend of hot rods, customs, classics, muscle cars, street machines, and trick trucks at the Texas Motor Speedway. The Good Guys Rod and Custom Nationals Car Show, October 5th, 6th, and 7th. A giant 3-day hot rod happening with over 2,000 hot rods, custom cars, and trucks through 72 vendors. Little Deuce Coupes, Ledge Sled, Mercs, Mighty Muscle Cars. Just hundreds of chopped, dropped, chrome-plated, and candy-colored cars and trucks that'll blow your mind. Check out the manufacturer and vendor exhibits. Swap meet, cars for sale, model car show, and arts and crafts. Meet and get an autograph from 3-time Indy 500 champ Fort Worth's own Johnny Rutherford. And take a NASCAR ride on the banked oval of the Texas Motor Speedway on Friday and Saturday. Hey, Sunday's Family Fun Day where kids get in free. October 5th, 6th, and 7th at the Texas Motor Speedway in Fort Worth. It's the Good Guys Rod and Custom Nationals Car Show.
Don't miss the Good Guys Rod and Custom Nationals Car Show at the Texas Motor Speedway in Fort Worth. Buy your tickets online at good-guys.com.
Hi, my name's Dexter, and I kill people. Bad people. People who deserve it. But all the people who know that are dead. I always thought I knew what I was, but now I'm not so sure. Am I a hero because of what I do? Or in spite of it? Am I good? Or am I just really good?
America's favorite serial killer is back on Showtime. See why People magazine declared Dexter is the best show of the year. 4 stars. The season premiere of Dexter, Sunday at 9/8 Central. Followed by Brotherhood, the series that the New York Times raved is exceptionally good, and the Associated Press hailed as a masterpiece. Part of the Showtime free preview weekend. Call 972-PIC-TWC today to get Showtime for 50% off through the end of the year. Offer expires 10/31/07. Some restrictions apply. Free preview available to Time Warner Digital subscribers. Call for complete details.
Let's answer some important questions from our customers at Mortgages USA.
What's the lowest credit score you can have and still get a home loan?
The federal government has authorized Mortgages USA to secure loans for credit scores as low as 500. That means most people can qualify for a home loan. Call 800-595-4021.
Why should I call Mortgages USA instead of my bank to get a home loan?
Mortgages USA has loan programs just like your bank. Plus, we compare hundreds of other programs to make sure you get the best deal. Call 800-595-4021.
Do you offer home loans to first-time buyers so I can get out of my apartment?
Mortgages USA has loans for refinancing, cash out, purchase, and yes, first-time home buyers. Call 800-595-4021. That's 1-800-595-4021. Mortgages USA, Texas license 66376, 2505 Highway 360, Grand Prairie.
When you're in a car wreck, the insurance adjuster's mission in life is to get rid of you as cheaply as possible. What the adjuster does is immediately call you and ask you if you're hurt. Hey, often injuries from a car wreck don't immediately surface, and so you say, no, I'm not hurt. A couple of days later, you wake up and can't get out of bed. Then the insurance adjuster says, I have a recorded statement where you say you're not hurt and I'm not going to pay anything. So he's sitting around high-fiving his buddies, and you, well, they didn't even buy you dinner first, did they? This is exactly why you call 1-800-THE-DOGS immediately when you are in a car wreck. The attorneys at Frankel & Frankel are there to deal with everything. The adjuster, get your medical help, and get you the money you deserve. So don't mess around. Call 1-800-THE-DOGS or visit the website 1-800-THEDOGS.com. Just program it in your cell phone. You'll be glad you did.
Get legal representation with BITE, car wrecks, bankruptcy, criminal, divorce, and workers' comp.
That's 1-800-THEDOGS.
All right, y'all. Welcome back to Am I Living the High Life? Let's go to the phone.
First call.
Hey, am I living the high life? Seems like everyone in this bar has really tight pants on, and they're drinking like neon-colored drinks with straws.
You know full well you ain't living the high life. Everything about that is wrong. Now hang up and get your butt out of there. Next call.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I got a question. Am I living the high life? My buddy just bought me a beer.
Well, that's a good start.
Hang on a sec here. I got this lime stuck in the bottle.
Lime as in fruit lime?
Yeah.
Come on, man. You know you're not living the high life. Next caller.
I'm at this club, and this guy's got his shirt wide open. He's got his gold medallion nestled in his bushy chest hair.
Man, I can't even talk to you. Next caller.
Yo, am I living the high life? I'm at this backyard picnic with my wife. The guy's making steaks.
That sounds good. Check the cooler. We got any High Life?
Miller High Life, yep.
Free meat and a good honest beer at a tasty price. Congratulations. Well, we got to go, so thanks for the calls, and please support your local High Life.
Miller Brewing Company, Fort Worth, Texas. Live responsibly.
More and more people are making the switch to Toyota Tundra.
I've driven and owned most all the other brands, and this is the strongest truck available.
People like hay farmer Mike Avent.
My truck's a tool, and if my tools don't work, I don't work, and I'd have some really unhappy cattle.
That's because people know that Toyota trucks are legendary for quality and reliability.
I'm looking for power in the truck.
And Tundra is setting the standard for capability.
That really counts when you're towing things.
The bigger new half-ton Toyota Tundra. Built for your job. Built for your life.
If my dealer knew what I towed with this truck, he'd probably void my warranty.
Visit mytundralife.com for more stories. Lease a new 07 Tundra double cab for $269 a month for 36 months with $19.99 due at signing. Tundra, the truck that's changing it all. Lease a 2007 Tundra SR5 4.7-liter V8 automatic standard bed based on model 8240. No security deposit required. Tax, title, license extra. On approved credit. See dealer or call 1-800-79-TOYOTA for details. Offer ends 10/2/07.
Oh, hold still, buddy. We're almost done. It's looking good.
Honey, what's going on? What have you done to Timmy's hair?
Nothing. I cut it.
You cut it?
Yeah. Skipping the barber means I'm saving us money.
There is a smarter way to save money. You can save tons with the Charter Bundle. Watch loads of great shows, sports, and movies with crystal clear Charter digital cable. Download music and photos in a flash and surf way faster than dial-up with Charter high-speed internet. And make unlimited local and long-distance calls with Charter telephone.
Right now, get the Charter Bundle for just $99.97 a month for 1 year. Why pay more? Call 1-877-SAVE-169 to start saving big today with 3 great services for one low price.
We're all done, Timmy. So what do you think?
Dad!
Pretty cool, huh?
Where's my hat? Maybe some product would help, sweetie.
Service is not available in all areas. Unlimited long-distance calling includes U.S., Canada, and Puerto Rico. Speed compared to 1.5 Mbps. DSL. Restrictions apply. Offer ends 10/31/07. Call 1-877-SAVE-169 for details.
Tonight, television's most Emmy-winning night returns. NBC Thursday Comedy Night Done Right premieres with an hour-long My Name is Earl.
Living the dream.
Stuck in jail for a crime he didn't commit. Will good karma return? And will joy confess to help free Earl?
Oh, hell no!
My Name is Earl premieres, followed by the hour-long premiere of The Office.
Who's laughing now?
We can't tell you what happens. All we can say is don't miss the first 2 minutes. And for Pam and Jim, see what happened after this.
Are you free for dinner tonight?
Yes.
Then it's a date.
Then, nobody does a premiere like ER.
Somebody call security!
With a patient no one ever expected.
Mila?
I'm not leaving her.
This is what happens when you screw around in the ER.
NBC Premiere Thursday starts with the hour premiere of My Name is Earl and The Office, followed by the premiere of ER. NBC tonight.
It all happens tonight, starting at 7, only on NBC 5.
This is what it sounds like when your car is stolen. A thief, only concerned about your car's parts, smashing the driver's side window with a brick. Then, sitting down behind the wheel, cracking open the ignition, and driving away. You see, the elementary school where you parked your car for your daughter's recital is as likely a place as anywhere else to have your car stolen, and you'd have no idea it's happening. But this is what it sounds like when your car's LoJack system goes into action. You see, LoJack is the only stolen vehicle recovery system operated by the police. And working together, LoJack and the police have a 90% recovery success rate. It's a small price to pay for peace of mind, especially with no monthly fees. Your dealer is a LoJack expert. Talk to them. To find a dealer, call 1-800-4LoJack or visit LoJack.com.
LoJack is available for cars, trucks, motorcycles, construction equipment, cargo, and laptops. Get it and get it back.
This segment is brought to you by Natural Lights, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Jagger, Hugs and Kelly, Russ Martin.
KLLI, Dallas-Fort Worth.
KLLI HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Live 105.3.
Trapped under a car, left to die.
She's a survivor.
The search for Sarah begins.
Where is she?
The new season of CSI, CBS tonight.
New Formula Centrum with combinations of vitamins and minerals better balanced to work together from A to Zinc.
Yo, all you homebrides out in Bronx, this one's for you.
Pump up the volume, pump up the volume, pump up the volume.
Get down.
Now, back to the Russ Martin Show.
All right, what else you guys got? News, any emails you want to clear out?
You've got a ton of emails.
I'll put news down.
Russ, I can't believe your total lack of compassion for motorcycle riders and the helmet law. Sometimes the government has to step in and make people protect themselves even when they cry foul.
You're right, but I don't care.
Well, as long as it stays out of your way, you don't care.
You want that option to ride without a helmet. I couldn't care less.
What is the current rule?
If you're 21 and over, you have to carry more insurance or you have to take some kind of safety course.
Okay.
If you're under 21, you got to wear a helmet.
And then you get...
And they're looking at making just it mandatory. Everybody wears a helmet.
That was the case for a long time, right?
I think they repealed the helmet law in Texas in the early 90s.
Okay. That's what I thought.
I don't see where the argument is.
Who's the lobby behind that? Obviously, somebody has to lobby.
On which side?
On to repeal it. Motorcycle riders?
I don't know if it's the insurance industry. I don't know.
It can't be the insurance industry. That's got to make their liability go up. The medical.
If you wear a helmet?
If you don't wear it, to repeal it. Who lobbied to repeal the helmet law to get it going?
Which time?
When in the 90s when they repealed it.
Oh, I don't know. I don't care. I don't ride a bike.
No, I don't either.
I don't know how you can actually get on one and enjoy just the moment because you got to watch everybody around you nonstop. When I had the Fat Boy for a year, the only time I would ride it would be on Sunday mornings when I knew nobody was out.
It's amazing to me the people that will go to a bar, drink all night, and then get on a bike at night and drive home.
I don't care if you drink or not. It's not you, it's everybody else around you.
So
when we did the bike ride last year, I almost got flattened just going back home. And I had 2 cops on each side of me on bikes.
People don't watch. All the people at the radio station here that have had accidents, somebody else hit them.
And they've all had to go to the hospital.
Well, yes. Several of them.
One guy don't work here anymore because he's got hit a couple of times. Lee Harris, I forget what happened to him, but he swore off bikes and now he's got another Harley.
Sitting out there, driving it in. Says he loves it, goes down to Austin, goes down to San Antonio on it.
I'll ride in a group because you've got more visibility, but just by yourself, you're on your own.
I don't think it would be, as you said, I don't think I could enjoy the moment having to watch everybody. I don't like some driving sometimes, and I drive a huge truck. It's because you got to watch every idiot on the road.
Everything's exposed. And these guys that ride in shorts, no helmet, go buy a bunch of lottery tickets. Obviously, you think your luck's going to play out that way. So I don't understand the email.
The guy just said,
my compassion?
Yeah,
I don't care. That's your choice. You want that choice, make it. But don't expect me to eat it when your head goes down the freeway without you.
You're around it.
And it's actually to my benefit if you hit me without a helmet because it's going to do less damage.
I don't even like to be around motorcycles in the traffic.
Why?
Because
I always cut them a lot more space.
Yeah, I go way around them.
I think it just depends. Like with me, it's the sport bikes Whenever you're in traffic, they're the ones obviously that blow by you. Those
are the ones that you want to door.
Yeah, and every single time that one goes flying by me, I maintain course and heading because I know even if I were to...
He's going to pass you in your own lane.
Yeah, because if I was to think, okay, maybe he needs a little more room, I'll go away from this car a little more. How do I know he's not coming around that other side?
Make any difference?
That's why you said those are the ones you want to door.
I was coming to work 2 days ago, and there's a guy in front of me on a bike, and he keeps veering off to the right just a little bit. You can tell he's kind of gauging traffic. Can I get through on the center line and make it through?
Was traffic stopped or?
No, it was 60.
And the good thing about, especially in that situation, maybe you're stopping traffic and you just happen to open the door. I never saw him. How was I? How am I going to expect someone to be flying in between cars?
Yeah, I was just taking a break and opening my door to stop this jackass coming up next to me. Where'd you go, Trey?
Went to give Ryan another phone number for Mark Davis.
Oh, where is he?
I just talked to him, and then Ryan's having trouble getting hold of him.
Didn't he have one of the guys from the Hispanic groups on today?
Yes.
The old Irving mess?
Yes.
I didn't get a chance to hear it. You hear it, John?
No, I did not.
Okay.
Did you know he switched time?
Yeah.
Time slot stuff?
I think he's on 9 to, is it 10:45?
10:45, correct.
I haven't heard it, but I also I don't know where I saw it, that he's on with Hal J from 8 to 9.
For an hour.
Have you heard?
I haven't heard, no, I haven't heard that yet.
Oh, okay.
Oh, they're buddies. That'd be a good little crossover.
No.
Why?
Hal and Mark.
They're friends.
You can be friends and not be on the radio together.
He's ready.
What?
Caught that.
Mark Davis, he's ready.
What, John?
Nothing.
What?
I know what you just said.
What did I say?
You could be friends and not be on the radio together.
Are we on the radio?
Yeah.
It's because we're not friends. Mr. Davis?
There's real life and there's radio life, brother.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing, man? It's been forever.
How are you enjoying are you on a speakerphone?
No.
Where are you?
I'm on the regular phone in the regular house.
Oh, okay. How are your new hours?
I'm loving it, man. I really am.
Do we have it right? It's 9 to 11, 10:45?
Well, yeah, and then before that, there's the full 8 o'clock hour in which Hal and I do things. And
okay, it's 8 to 10:45.
Right. Mm-hmm. Okay. It's 8 to 11 minus the 15 minutes of Paul Harvey.
All right, still 3 hours. What was the reason for moving you up?
Ever since BAP became a talk station, like 93, 94.
Right.
What, you smell a long-winded story? I promise I'll tighten it up.
Go ahead, I'm drinking.
Well, in that case, it'll seem long no matter what. We tape delayed everybody. Tape delayed Limbaugh, tape delayed Hannity, because here in Central Time, the shows that run 9 to noon, noon to 3, normal talk show times, are actually running 8 to 11, 11 to 2, which are weird in terms of normal radio times. Right. But now those barriers are kind of breaking down, so in order to carry Limbaugh live, Hannity live, everything live, and not tape delay anything, which was something most listeners never noticed anyway, until like 9/11 or a presidential election or some horrible event where something would happen, and then the host on the air wouldn't mention it for an hour and make him sound like an idiot. So that would involve taking my time, moving it back 8 to 11, so that's what we did.
I don't think I understand. If the listeners never knew, what would be the reason for the big move?
Oh, they knew. And it became increasingly problematic because about every few weeks there would be some big development, like, Michael Vick holding a press conference, or just something that people would pay a lot of attention to. And people would flock to BAP to see what Limbaugh or Hannity had to say about it. Now, if it's me, no problem, because I'm live all the time. But if it was Limbaugh, if it was Hannity, he wouldn't be talking about it, and then mysteriously an hour later, he'd start talking about it, because in tape delay time, that's when it would have happened.
So the schedule now is you get off, technically you're done at 11, and then Limbaugh's 11 to what?
11 to 2, Hannity 2 to 5.
Oh.
I had heard that they moved everyone up at WBAP because they couldn't compete with Russ.
well, there's that, too. You silly goose.
I hadn't heard that.
I made it up.
Oh.
There's room for
really, I
everybody.
heard it.
There's enough dollars in the market for us all to be obscenely wealthy.
Did you, who was the guy you had on today?
Carlos Quintanilla of Acción America.
All right.
He does not like the fact that in Irving, if they arrest somebody and they get them to the jail and they are mysteriously unable to document who they are, that they call the Immigration and Customs Enforcement people and start the wheels turning to deportation if, in fact, they're an illegal alien.
And this guy had a hard-on for you, right?
We had a civil conversation. What he's really upset with is the Irving City Council and a young lady named Beth Van Dyne.
Well, hang on. Was he mad about your column in the morning news?
He didn't like it.
Okay.
But he knows there's no way to refute it. There's just no way to refute it. I mean, and it's not just because I'm so big and bad. It's the law, man. It's the stinking law. These people have a social and political stake in being on the side of illegal immigrants. That will always be a weak position from which to deal.
Now, his argument is what? That Irving PD is actually going out and they're targeting Hispanics, and they all happen to be illegals.
Exactly right. He believes that the Irving police are overzealously patrolling apartment complexes where ostensibly public intoxication is like shooting fish in a barrel, and also enforcing other things that tend to be Latino habits in some quarters, like driving without a license and things like that. And he believes that such enormous attention is being paid to those that there's a greater likelihood of being dragged to jail if you're a Latino than if you're any other race, and it's because they want the opportunity to call the ICE people and see if you are deportation worthy.
Now, does Irving PD have stats to show they're not just targeting Hispanic groups or areas?
Mayor Herb Geers, as soon as I'd finished up with Carlos, Mayor Herb Geers was on the line saying there is no basis for this statistically whatsoever. That yes, indeed, you're noticing the deportation figures have increased from 10, 20 a year ago to 50, 80, 100, 300 now because they've streamlined the procedure. They used to have to call the feds down to the jail in person. Now they just pick up the phone. Now they've almost got a guy with a cot out in the back that they're moving so quick.
What I don't get is how come my snot suck. What I don't get is why other cities aren't hitting it as hard as Irving. Because if Irving stays the course, I hate to use that phrase, but if they do that, then the other suburbs are going to have to follow because then you're going to have other illegals gravitate to other areas.
Well, that is that domino effect that is possible. But the reason other cities don't do it is because they're gutless. Look what happened to Farmers Branch. Look what's happening to Irving. A city needs this like they need a hole in the head. It takes particular courage, particular resiliency to actually stick up for the law. Because you know what happens when you stick up for the law? You get called a racist. You get called cruel. You get beaten down for, quote-unquote, tearing families apart. God, you think the city of Dallas would ever do that? Not in a million years.
Here's what I don't think the Hispanic groups or the pro-illegal immigrant groups, if they went at it this way, they went, you know what, we're with you on this. If we're not supposed to be here, but we're law-abiding, then we appreciate the fact that you let us stay here. If we're not supposed to be here and we're breaking the laws, then yeah, we should go back. If you do that, all of a sudden you're going to have a good portion of the white community or the naturalized community on your side.
Except for one thing.
What?
An illegal immigrant, by definition, is not law-abiding.
Get off that one.
Well, why?
Because we're not going to ship them back. And if we ship them back, no, white people aren't going to step up and take the jobs. They're not going to do it. We don't like to work, and don't tell me from your fat-ass chair that you like to work. I've seen you.
Well, when my fat ass is in New Hampshire in January of 2000...
Don't bring up curling, because I'll come get you.
I have no intention of bringing up curling, even though we'll be in Madison, Wisconsin in a month. But in January, when I am in New Hampshire covering the primaries...
Yes.
They don't have Mexicans in New Hampshire. Who does these jobs? White people. Now, they tend to be Lithuanian white people, which is like another entire talk show because everybody was from Eastern Europe.
And I'm going to bet that they pay higher prices further up north.
Maybe they do.
Maybe they do.
You know what? It doesn't mean that you can't find white people to do it. Maybe you can't find white people to do it at that wage.
You're not going to find it in the South. You're not going to do it. It's too hot and nasty down here. You're not going to find a bunch of white guys that want to crawl up on a roof in the middle of July and stay up there for 8-9 hours.
Then who in the world built our houses before this flood of illegals? How in the world was a house ever built in America in 1920, 1930, 1940, 1950?
Slaves.
No, I think you're off a little bit there.
I don't think so. It took them a while before we told them up here that slavery was abolished.
You know, I tell you what, I'm willing to make this deal with anybody. Let's work hard to deport the people who shouldn't be here, and let's just see, you know, not just hard-working white people, but hard-working black people and hard-working Hispanics.
Hey, don't get weird on me.
Let's see how many of them step up and actually fill those jobs.
Well, you know what? That's not a part of the economy that you want to screw around with. If you're up here, and you know as well as anybody, we lured them up here because we pay them.
Yes,
and nobody complains when you get a new roof for $4,000 as opposed to $15,000. Nobody bitches.
There's no way in the world. It's not going to be 4 times more expensive.
The hell it's not.
No, it's not.
Oh, well, then you're living in your fat ass fantasy.
My fat ass, yeah. And whatever it is, it's called the price of doing the right thing.
And people aren't going to, you're not going to get any support around that. And if you took all 12, 15, however many immigrants, shipped them back to Mexico, all of a sudden you've got a work void. People aren't going to, even if you found people that would fill that, it ain't going to happen immediately. Things are going to come to a stop. Prices are going to go up. All of a sudden, we're going to want to go back to Mexico and bring them back up.
Do you think there's some magical Star Trek transporter that can get rid of 15 million people in the wave of a wand? I think the best case scenario is that of the 12 or 15 million illegals we have, maybe we find and deport maybe 5 to 7 million, and that would probably take 10 or 15 years.
Just take care of the ones that are creating the problems. And I'll tell you exactly why we would choose Hispanics over normal wage white workers. Outsourcing.
Well, I love outsourcing.
Outsourcing happens because we don't want to pay people in this country. We want to pay somebody cheaper to do it.
Well, wouldn't you? I mean, if you and I...
Absolutely, and that's what's going on a nonstop basis here.
And there's
with
nothing
people,
the matter with it whatsoever. Because that enables countries. I mean, and listen, I'm a big fan of America. And American
I don't
jobs.
like outsourcing because they don't listen to me when I call it a problem.
You don't like that IT desk in Indonesia there, brother?
They have a script that they go by, and even if you tell them, will you stop sucking snot?
Sorry about that.
I've had allergies for 2 months. You ain't heard me suck nothing yet.
Well, you got a mic mute button in front of you. I'm on the damn phone.
Oh, you like I'm going to mute it if I'm sucking snot.
Good point. Sorry, I forgot.
My biggest point is we like to outsource, we like to save money, and it's going to be the same thing with illegal immigrants. We don't like to pay any more than we have to. And if you're not creating a problem, you're not a concern of ours.
But outsourcing doesn't break the law.
I don't give a rat's ass about the law. We broke the law a long time ago when we let people come up here and start working, and I don't call ICE when I got people on my roof.
Well, I understand that, but just because we did this, and just because we did it on a false premise, and just because businesses have looked the other way, doesn't mean that it has to be this way forever.
But it's our fault.
No doubt about it. And I mean, it's not my fault. It is the fault of people who held the lackadaisical view that you've described by turning the other way and letting people break the law. Well, you know what? It's time to take that back. Time to say, you know what? That was wrong. And it's time to actually stand up for strong borders.
Well, let me ask you, all right, let's say that it's wrong. What's really wrong about it?
Because the enormous strain on our societal infrastructure, education, health care, entitlement programs, the cost of illegal immigration is massive.
Okay, and how much do you think we save on a yearly basis on labor?
Oh, you know what? It might be a wash, but we'll be doing the right thing.
Forget the right thing. We blew the right thing off a long time ago.
Well, I'm just not as bitterly cynical as you are about
I'm not cynical about it. In fact, if I were to step outside of this argument and try and guess which side I was on, I would guess I'd be on the side of shipping them out.
Yeah.
But I don't. Well, hang on, because at this point, I'd have it thrown back in my face. I don't complain when they work on my roof. I don't complain when I save money on my oranges or my chiclets. I don't complain on anything else because I don't care where it comes from as long as I don't have to pay as much.
Well, and we all have a certain selfish stripe in us with which that resonates. I know I have it.
Hold on a second. Trey has his hand up. Yes, Mr. Trenholm.
Mark, if people will pick up the slack, how do you explain the fact that New Orleans' population is now 20 to 30% Hispanic because they're the only ones who would come down there and work?
Yeah, what about that?
They made the choice to go back down there and work. I mean,
but they couldn't
that's
get
who went.
They were paying people a lot of money, and they couldn't get white or black people to come back and take the jobs.
I understand that. That's a one-shot example.
That ain't a one-shot example.
In a city that was,
get out of the mid-cities.
In a city that was crappy before the hurricane hit, and and that's one anecdotal thing.
That's not what you're thinking. Say it.
Just stop it. Hey, real quick though, just something that has nothing to do with money.
Don't repeat what I said.
Don't worry about that. The societal fabric. If these were immigrants that were like our grandparents' immigrants, where they stepped off the boat or swam across the river or whatever, and the first thing they wanted to do is embrace American culture and really become American, that would be one thing.
That
just ain't the case as much anymore.
I'm with you on that one. Now, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
When they protest, or they just went this way and took out the entitlement angle. They said, we know we're not supposed to be here.
Right.
We appreciate the fact you've let us be here.
Right.
If you could find a way to let us stay without deporting us, could we work together? Would you be more open to that?
Yeah. In fact, even amid my tough stance, I'm willing to take a look at a hard-working man and woman who have never broken a law since the law they broke setting foot on our soil. And maybe they got a couple of kids who, by virtue of anchor babies, are American citizens because they were born here. That's a tough case to make for deportation.
He don't know yes or no, does he?
No, come on.
And for that example, yeah, sure, I think there's some special dispensation that can be made.
Because I would be more on their side with the protest if they'd knock it off with the we deserve, we have the right. No, you don't. You're here because we allow you to stay here. Now, you want to work with us and you want to embrace the American culture, then I'm with you. And I'll work with you on that. But if you want to keep throwing out, you can't deport me because you can't. Well, yeah, I can. You're illegal. And that word carries a connotation of you ain't supposed to be here.
Well, I wish that the tone of most of the pro-illegal crowd were as rational and reasonable as that. Sadly, it's not. It is a sense of entitlement, a sense of birthright. And just looking at the Dallas Morning News column this morning and some of the quotes of some of the idiots they talked to in the crowd, and I don't mean, just Latinos there protesting for their own interests, but there's some student at Northlake who said, this is wrong, this is not justice, they're just here to work. Well, that's like, I can't throw somebody out of my house because he just came by for a sandwich. Of course I can. He's not supposed to be here. So
they broke into my house and they started vacuuming. Well, I can't kick them out.
Even though I appreciate the vacuuming, you gotta go.
The problem is this argument's got two sides, and really their side is pretty staunch. We pay them. We didn't ask any questions.
Yep.
And we encouraged it over the years. This isn't something that just snapped and happened over the past 3 months.
And you're totally right about that. And here's the thing that I've got to swallow, because I'm Mr., pro-strong borders talk show guy, but I don't pretend for a minute that this means that 80% of America is with me. I may only have 40% in a 60-40 argument. I may have less, because look at the guys in a presidential race who are absolutely balls to the wall on the borders. Their names are Tom Tancredo and Duncan Hunter. I rest my case. Mitt Romney of the Frontrunners, Mitt Romney is the guy who's talked the toughest on the borders. He can't.
I'm not paying attention. What do you say?
He's talking about the political race, how nobody's really with him.
Is going to swing toward a candidate that feels the way I do about this, and maybe that's just my job.
No, I think probably most of the American public is with the deportation. They're catering to the Hispanic vote, which at this point has now become sizable.
It is, and in 2004, it was about a 65-35 Democrat vote. Governor Bush got 40% when he was governor, when he ran his last race as governor. Republicans think they can reach out to a
You want to say anything?
No, I was just giving stats now to you.
I thought you wanted something.
No.
Were you just checking your pulse on your neck?
No, it's just got a sore spot.
Oh. Allergies?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh.
I didn't take anything for it today.
You want to leave?
Because I was kind of dopey yesterday. Well, I don't care if you want.
Probably 7 million, Brent.
Okay, thank you. All right, Dan, you ready?
Yes.
That was quick.
All right.
For more information about The Russ Martin Show, including pictures, videos, tumors, and more, go to russmartin.com. To answer any question you may have about the show, go to russmartin.info. To instant email the show. And
what?
How you just enter an interview with a man who's your friend and just spouting wisdom and knowledge, and you just
like this. Hang on, there's a guy I want to talk to on one instead. Hi, Tom.
Hey, bro. How's it going, Ross?
Good.
Hey, man, I just want to see if you like the hookup on the panini bread, man.
Yeah, that worked out well on, was it Saturday, Sunday?
Sunday, I think. It was kind of late in the day.
All right. Could you tell I was drinking?
I could smell a little something, but I wasn't really sure. But, there's nothing wrong with that. It was late in the day. I'm sure you got all your hard chores out of the way.
All right. Well, it's very kind of you to help. I appreciate it. Is that your wife?
Yeah, she was bouncing in real quick.
Yeah, she's hot.
Yeah, thanks, man.
All right. Thank you.
What was that about?
I went to Tom Thumb to get some stuff. I had to have Amy drive me because it was
late in the day.
Okay. And she stayed in the car so she could talk to her mom. Went in and got some stuff, and go by this guy, and he's a listener.
And gave you some bread?
No.
Okay.
Just wanted to say hello. He was a listener. Then they vanished.
Okay.
His wife is glaring at me the entire time. She doesn't like me.
Oh, okay.
Then they leave. Then I remember I'm there to get sandwich stuff, and I'm supposed to get some kind of punani bread.
Panini.
Huh?
No, you got it right. Go ahead.
All right. So he seemed like a cook because he threw out a bunch of stuff. So I went back and asked them, and he told me what to do with the bread, and went back home and had punani sandwiches.
Very nice of him. What's in a punani sandwich?
Does that take the place at the Sprouts?
It's too bad nobody heard any of that. I don't know.
Is it just a special bread?
I was looking for punani bread,
Okay.
and I couldn't find it. Is that what it's called?
Sure.
All right. And he just told me to take some French bread, run it under water really quick.
Okay.
And then bake it.
Okay.
Why are you nodding your head, Dan?
Just saying that sounds about right.
I didn't understand the water part.
What does that do to it?
Flatten it.
It flattens it?
Yeah, panini bread is very...
Well, I didn't moosh it down after I watered it.
Oh.
Are you supposed to?
Panini bread it's almost like a thick tortilla. So that's what I would think. You'd run it under water real fast and then...
Yeah, it's like he said, it's French bread consistency, just thinner, more sandwich looking. So it's like a French bread type dough, but sandwich bread.
More slitty. Like a vagina. That's the name.
Obviously.
All right, let's go.
Other show websites, JohnDavidRyan.com, DanAndTassos.com, DJClo.com, TreyTrenholm.com, and for Chuck, who's normally on the keyboards, ChuckWheat.com. The official caterer of the Russ Martin Show is Sugar Babies Barbecue. Their website, SugarBabiesBBQ.com. Limo service is provided by Limo George. His website, LimoGeorge.com. Russ gets his guitars and band equipment from the Guitar Center. Their website, GuitarCenter.com. The official liquor store of the Russ Martin Show is Majestic Fine Wine and Spirits. Their website, MajesticLiquors.com. And the official site for Live 105.3 is Live1053.com.
Over there eating your sandwich?
In case you want to know how to eat a... What is it?
Punani.
Yeah.
Punani sandwich.
How's it go? I'll make a note of it. Bye.
See you guys tomorrow.
You can now listen to The Russ Martin Show anytime you want on the web at russmartin.info.
DFWVehicles.com, your local one-click source for car buying. New and pre-owned cars from your favorite local dealers. Log on now and select by make, model, year, zip code, or better yet, monthly payment. DFWVehicles.com, powered by CBS. Cruising, click it, drive it.
Without a Trace begins the new season with their most emotional case yet.
Tell me where the boy is. I'm talking to you.
The season premiere, CBS tonight after CSI.
This segment is brought to you by Ashley Furniture Home Stores, always in style and in reach.
Hey, it's Jagger for 1-800-THE-DOGS, 1-800-THEDOGS. No matter what the situation is, there's an attorney that will talk to you when you call 1-800-THE-DOGS. Mark Rubin is here with us. In the paper, you can't go a